Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in. Out in the hollow where the secrets creep, garbage can dudes digging mighty deep. Secret societies, shadows in the pines. Operation GCD of American rebels design. Double J searching deep in his brain hole, past layers of melted hops and bone resin. From cults to cover-ups, we're talking about all of that. So watch your sixth friend and the truth we trust. The world's a puzzle, grunge rock ain't what it seems. Ancient alien cargo cults haunt the moon's pale beams. Cincinnati schemers, history's a haze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze. Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in. Join us on the journey and enjoy the show. Thanks for joining us to get a little GCD. Hey, world's a puzzle, grunge rock ain't what it seems. Ancient alien cargo coats haunt the moon's pale beam. Cincinnati schemers, history's a haze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze. Hell, the world's a puzzle, grunge rock ain't what it seems. Ancient alien cargo cults haunt the moon's pale beams. Cincinnati schemers, history's a haze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze. Double J's on the mic, lighting things ablaze.
Boom! Howdy, folks. Your host, Double J, back here coming at you live from my studio/RV dining room located directly inside America. Welcome back, folks of the interwebs. Once again, your host of Operation GCD here, JJ Vance, and perhaps more notably, not the vice president. So anyhow, I will be your pilot and navigator here tonight, folks, for this shenanigan infused journey into the mind of this particular garbage can dude. And not gonna lie to you folks, got a real barn burner on deck here tonight. The case of Edward Wayne Edwards, the serial killer that you probably have never heard of. And that's the Muppetized version of him right there. This man, in my opinion, was the most diabolical serial killer in American history, and one that almost no one talks about. So we're definitely gonna be talking about that here, folks, tonight. And the man is no longer with us, thank God. He did pass away while awaiting execution in the state of Ohio for a murder back in 2011. He was scheduled for execution later that year. So the, I guess that's a positive note, but really the only man who's done the seminal investigation, the most important and really the only study into this serial killer's life is the serial killer Edward Wayne Edwards. That is a fellow by the name of John Cameron, retired Great Falls police detective from Great Falls, Montana. And if folks tuned in to Operation GCD Sundaze last week, you were introduced to the legends of Nathaniel Bar Jonah, the kid-diddling, cannibalistic, homicidal, psychopathic serial killer, whom I came face-to-face with in 2001 in the Cascade County Jail, about 18 inches apart through a thin layer of plexiglass. I I saw pure evil. It was this detective, though, John Cameron, the one who wrote this seminal study here on Edward Wayne Edwards, that is, in his retirement after he retired from Great Falls in 2005, Great Falls PD. It was John Cameron that brought Nathaniel Bar-Jonah into justice. And we covered a little bit of that last week, folks, of the interwebs. And just want to remind folks that, while these sound like disparate tales oftentimes here at Operation GCD, there is a narrative being woven through all these things. You can see it obviously here tonight in the aspect of this is the same detective, who I just happened to encounter, the serial killer guy, the cannibalistic, kid-diddling, homicidal, psychopathic serial killer, Nathaniel Bar-Jonah. So, these are the elements of my life that I call high weirdness that I would later be interested in, such matters of this book that this guy wrote anyhow, and the serial killer that he studied. And we'll introduce folks of the interwebs here to a brief journey on tonight's tale, and the tale of Edward Wayne Edwards, first and foremost, how John Cameron came about to intersecting in his life with Edward Wayne Edwards, and of course the implications. So John Cameron, obviously, in his book, I think he's written 2 books now on Edward Wayne Edwards. He obviously asserts a large volume of very high profile murders that Edwards was responsible for. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not sitting here high and mighty without all the evidence that he has to say, well, he's way off target. I do think he's on target. And I also think that Edwards is very much a part of an occult ritualistic assassin network, almost like Maury Terry would imply that Manson too was in his Ultimate Evil, this hardcore kind of hitman dude that comes in these cult crimes, right? Or kind of like how Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole were allegedly part of this nationwide team of occult assassins named the Hand of Death. Well, our tonight's subject, Edward Wayne Edwards, intersects with both of those conversations, because not only did he know Charles Manson, they met in 1952 on a mound in Chillicothe, Ohio, at a reformatory. Not only that, John Cameron well documented Edward Wayne Edwards' occult interests, right? And that how he was a very powerful figure in some sort of occult network, right? And one of those occult, almost without fail, I think it's almost said, even asserted by Cameron, that Edwards' crimes were those of a ritualistic nature. Well, he obviously also profited from these crimes in various capacities, being it Edwards would sometimes, again, this is all stuff John Cameron's well documented in his book, but Edwards would, he would profit in various capacities. Sometimes he would inform on his own crimes to police. Sometimes he would testify for law enforcement in those trials against folks that he had framed for murder. This is part of his MO, and it's well documented. So, it is a lot to take in, but it's also a lot to consider that this dude intersects with these individuals we already suspect to be associated with these kind of network things. And, I think Cameron builds a strong argument. Again, I don't know if he's completely right, but he's certainly in the right conversation, right? So one of those ritualistic occult crimes that Cameron attributes to Edward Wayne Edwards, and rightfully so, in my opinion, because he's at least involved in the situation. Because the Zodiac Killer, I know this was a Paramount Plus show a number of years ago with John Cameron, but the Paramount Plus, It Was Me, I believe it was what the name of the program was. Well, maybe not. Anyhow, so while I'm looking this up, this was obviously a major factor in that miniseries, and it was that John Cameron traveling around to some of these different places and cities, and kind of going over these crimes that he wrote in his book that Edwards was associated with. And he traveled around with Edward Wayne Edwards' own biological son from his first marriage, and we'll get into those, unpacking the ins and outs of those details, because it was actually Edward Wayne Edwards' daughter from his second marriage that would actually end up turning him in. So we know for a fact this was the miniseries. So this, before I go into the known knowns of what we know about Edward Wayne Edwards and whom he killed and what we know about those and what we can kind of decipher from it. This was one of the key things I thought was a salient characteristic we'll go over tonight. But relative to the Zodiac murders, the individual in the hood at Lake Berryessa in September of 1969, almost, the Zodiac stuff goes hand in hand in San Francisco is going on at the same time the Manson stuff's going on. So all I'm saying is, that's interesting. Those two definitely knew each other by that point. In fact, Edwards would write about it in his book, but I'll get to that in a second. And the Zodiac killer at Lake Berryessa was wearing that hood, stabbed Cecilia Shepard and Brian Hartnell. And Brian Hartnell would survive and provide a detailed account of the conversations he had with the killer that day in the hood. That hood's always struck me as some sort of magical hood. I'm not saying it's specifically a thelemic magical hood, but Edward Wayne Edwards has been documented by John Cameron in his investigation and in his book to have been a practitioner and follower of Thelema, of Aleister Crowley. So when I see a hood like this, and I'm like, all right, well, that does look kind of, looks kind of. This was the movie, the David Fincher movie depiction of it, right? But it looks slightly, I think it looks. Here's another artist rendition, right? And just so happens the guy that was in that hood, right? The guy that was, providing these details, the murderer that day. I'm sorry, disregard. So this is Aleister Crowley in a hood, and it's not the same exact hood, right? And it's not the same exact kind of setup, but you will see it's not the same circle square, but I mean, you do see a cross with a circle on this getup. I won't pretend to know the precise meanings of these things, but I'm happy to look into them further. But I'm just saying it right now. I'm building these foundations around some of the known knowns about what Detective Cameron has identified about Edwards. You see a lot of this. So if Edwards is a practitioner of these kind of occultism and whatnot, and then again, the hood situation, and there's other evidence that in the Zodiac letters, I would argue that this whole I'll do my thing. And there's no doubt I will do my thing. He's always talking about doing his thing. To me, that seems strikingly similar to Crowley's "do as thou wilt," but like a late 1960s version, if you will. But back to the guy in the hood at Lake Berryessa, right? This guy would describe details of Edward Wayne Edwards' life to Brian Hartnell. This is September of 1969. The details that this man describes all occurred to Edward Wayne Edwards, the guy in the hood, that is. All were events from Edward Wayne Edwards' life. They just occurred 10 years prior, 1959. So the guy in the hood says he's escaped from a Deer Lodge prison in Montana, killed a guard, stole a car, and is heading to Mexico, right? I believe those were the precise details. And Edward Wayne Edwards did do all that stuff in 1959, which is what landed him. Well, they didn't document him as killing the guard, but a guard was killed in the Deer Lodge prison riot in 1959 that the National Guard had to come shut down. And that is where he escaped from as well in that riot. So whether or not he killed the guard, I suppose that could be up for debate, but he knew the guard was dead and he may have been involved in that because there was only a team of, I believe, 25 inmates that were really part of this core group. But we'll go into that more here tonight. All I'm saying here, folks, is when Cameron presents these arguments of these larger scale, crimes, it's, there might be something to be said there, and when he later connects them to Adam Walsh and, the Atlanta child killings, there's maybe some stuff to be said there, especially if you're considering that Adam Walsh's murder was pinned on Otis Toole, and Otis Toole was an associate there of Henry Lee Lucas and alleged to be part of that, again, hand to death situation. And again, it's not the only time that Edwards intersects with these fellows. And we'll go over that some more. But relative to this whole matter of the Adam Walsh thing, well, Toole's down there and he's associated with it, and Edwards is apparently down there, and that's documented. He may, in fact, have been associated with it, right? Well, it begs the question: what's Jeffrey Dahmer doing down there? Jeffrey Dahmer is living down there as well at the very same time, was a suspect in there, even by his own father, of the Adam Walsh situation. And strangely enough, meets a lot of the witness descriptions of an individual who was seen with Adam Walsh at that mall that day, Dahmer, that is. And but I'm saying those things that we'll dig into some more of that here tonight, folks. But it seems if we're going to argue some of those things around Toole and you have this intersection with Edwards, I think there's a lot to be said there. And like I said, tonight's series kind of builds off of, or tonight's tale builds off of last week's, but I agree, super sus, very sus. But also, obviously, we're not going to get into all the case of Edward Wayne Edwards tonight. Going to be going over some of those more high profile stuff. And like I said, furthering the work of John Cameron, whom I've been in contact with to come on Operation GCD in the future to discuss these matters. He has not given, Detective John Cameron, retired there, has not given an interview in over 6 years. We have been in contact. I have a bit of optimism regarding the matter because since we first started contacting each other a few months ago, or first started contacting him, we first started emailing a few months ago. In between last week and a few months ago when we started, I believe it was around March, his website was down, Cold Case Cameron, where he documents all of these things in his research with photographs and documents and details and chronologies. That website came back up last week. So it was even down from the Wayback Machine 2 weeks ago. So I'm glad we got some more of that stuff back up to review here tonight, folks. So we'll be going into some of that, and the other thing we're going to go over besides the known murders. We know that Edward Wayne Edwards murdered a Lover's Lane couple in 1977, his own admission, and he knew details to the crime. This was after he got picked up and charged with a 1980 Lover's Lane murder, also in the state of Wisconsin. Both of those were Wisconsin. The only reason this dude's so diabolical, the only reason that we even know anything about this guy, and he, to date, even though he died, almost 15 or 14 years ago now, it's 14 years ago last week, I think. His DNA's never hit for a cold case match anywhere else, right? However, in 2009, his daughter from his second marriage, not the grandson of Edwards from the Paramount show, these would be half siblings. The daughter from his second marriage watched the show in 2009 about a unsolved homicide in Wisconsin. She recalled her father taking her to that site and then leaving days afterwards. She called the police, let them know these details. They went and got her DNA to match, to do they got her to submit her DNA to test it against semen that was left on the victim's gene, the female victim's gene, right? And this is again, he's part of Edward's MO is putting other people's hair, blood, etc., at scenes in which to frame them. And again, Cameron did a great job of documenting these things, right? So we do know that he's done some of these things. For example, if we take the known knowns of these murders that we know he committed to and were charged with and convicted of, and we compare those to the ones like he testified in cases against, et cetera, then I think is how we can extrapolate that he's clearly been doing this for a lot longer, right? But more on that, later, obviously. But his daughter submits the DNA test positive for the semen on the genes. Again, this is a man who doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and I imagine the ones he did make were oftentimes covered up by folks that he may have had support from, because this man traveled America. His whole career was just to murder people, it seems. He traveled America even after he got out of prison, after his most wanted times, etc., and did this whole tour of America as a metamorphosized criminal. He wrote a book, went on thousands of TV stations, radio stations, went on 2 different game shows in the 70s. We'll watch some of that here tonight as well to see how diabolical this dude is. One of those shows was called To Tell the Truth. And, he was doing a great job at deceiving folks. You can see kind of how deceptive the man is. That was 1972. But he would go on to travel throughout the whole 70s on this tour of this book tour and stuff. A book he self-published. A book that seemingly he published only to have an excuse to travel around America and murder more folks. One such example may, in fact, be, and we'll be discussing this a little bit tonight as a foundational thing, and then more in the future, these murders, these unsolved, quote unquote, serial killer style murders that seemingly followed the wake of Edward Wayne Edwards' 1970s tour of America on this book tour he did with radio stations and TV stations. Places like Cincinnati, Ohio, the infamous Cincinnati Strangler case, seems to coincide with incidents, and where it's known that at least in some of those incidents that Edwards was in the area. So, and it is that really got the whole journey started as far as knowing where Edwards was in the area and how John Cameron got looped into all this stuff here tonight. But when Edward Wayne Edwards' daughter turned him in 2009, police went and visited him in Louisville, Kentucky. He had just moved there, I believe, from Arizona. This dude gets around a lot. Cameron's got him, renting chartered planes. This is all the way up into the 2000s. That's what I'm saying. Like, Cameron, by his own admission, has been in, interviews he done 7-8 years ago. Because again, the guy, for some reason, is skittish about the subject these days, and I don't fault him. I'm sure he's been harassed about this because no one wants to talk about Edward Wayne Edwards, and no one wants the secrets of Edward Wayne Edwards out. When I say nobody, this guy informed for law enforcement for decades. Again, testified in crime, set other people up. The liability associated with that is astronomical. It's kind of hard to even, try to wrap a brain hole around. But on top of that, he was on federal parole for a lot of this from 1967 until 1977. So if he was, in fact, the Zodiac killer, Lake Berryessa in September of 69, well, his federal parole officer might have had, some liability there too. Or maybe, just maybe, he's gotten some help. Again, like I said, he knew Charles Manson. They're involved in the same occult activities, right? These Thelemic offshoot organizations, be it, I don't know if Edward Wayne Edwards was part of the process. I have no idea, but he certainly, like I said, the process is in Atlanta associated with that whole Atlanta child killings. And Cameron's got Edward Wayne Edwards down there in a Marietta Sergeant's police uniform infiltrating the task force. And he's got photographs to support these things and a police report, because Edwards would try to burn that police officer uniform evidence in 1983, and it did not succeed. They found the Marietta Sergeant police uniform in his burnt out home in Pennsylvania, and he went to jail for arson. So we'll be getting into more of that, obviously. But my point being here is, the guy is perhaps the most prolific and diabolical serial killer in American history. And, and he's got a lot of liabilities attached to that too. But in regards to him and Manson comparisons, or, even a Manson 2 style comparison, like I said before, obviously at some point in time, the case of Edward Wayne Edwards appears to me that it will intersect with Operation GCD Thursdays and matters relative to the anatomy of a satanic panic. So definitely folks should tune in for those as well. But, I intend to unpack the criminal cases, the criminal matters in future episodes here on Sundays in the case of Edward Wayne Edwards. But when you do occult stuff like Charlie, you knew Charlie, and you may have been photographed with some Manson members at a Zodiac conference in 2003. Well, John Cameron's got those documentation as well. Well, there may be a lot more to this tale, right? There may be a lot more to this tale. And as far as processing and stuff, it's hard to believe that he's infiltrating the child task force in and around this child killing situation in Atlanta. And, that's what I'm getting at as far as the Manson 2 situation. Of Bill Mincer, Cocaine Bob's co-conspirator, along with the Medellin cartel's #1 person in America back in 1983, and the murder of Roy Radin, the processing son of Sam cult leader guy from New York City, as told in Maury Terry's Ultimate Evil. Well, it seems like this is the same old tune with these kind of characters. I'm not saying I have great evidence of that Edward Wayne Edwards falls in precisely that department, but it certainly appears that way. And as I unpack more of these cases in the future, I'm sure we'll have some more intersections with those matters relative to the anatomy of a satanic panic, right? And, I'm telling you, this is a dark tale with Edward Wayne Edwards, but he gets busted for that test positive for that DNA on the semen on the genes of that female in 1980 in the Lover's Lane murder. Again, another Zodiac correlation. We'll get into a little bit more here on some of the statements being made, because Edward Wayne Edwards puts a hint to this in his book, that metamorphosis of a criminal. And he also seems to match the Zodiac profile in this respect. The Zodiac letters, the Zodiac killer asserted that he would get his rocks off by killing people, right? Well, it seems like Edward Wayne Edwards got his rocks off, literally, in this instance of strangling this woman in a Lover's Lane in 1980. And in 2009, when his daughter saw it on TV, she said, "Oh, wait, my dad took me there," and we left town immediately thereafter. And sure as shit, Edward Wayne Edwards worked at the reception hall, the wedding reception of that young couple that they disappeared from that night. So I'm sure police were probably on him at the time. Who knows if they were deterred otherwise, but nonetheless, when they caught up with him in 2010 and he gave up his DNA, He did some interesting things after that. Seemingly the day after, John Cameron's tracked the day after. Cameron gave his DNA in 2009. A number of posts were made on various forums on true crime communities and the interwebs where seemingly somebody was divulging a lot of details that only the killer would know. So that's very interesting. Again, John Cameron has been discounted for the wide-ranging nature in which he's described these things, but I think many folks here tonight can understand that there's may in fact be a larger network here, a larger network that I'm describing, like how Edward Wayne Edwards would get Social Security cards and driver's licenses in 1956 under the name James Garfield Langley, right? He's busted in Oregon. This is what sends him to prison in that Deer Lodge prison, right? That he escapes from a few years later and then becomes the most wanted person. But how does he get these documents, right? Again, this is that book he wrote, Metamorphosis of a Killer. And John Cameron asserts that this is this book here, and it's available for free on download from his homepage. John Cameron, that is. This book here, written by Edward Wayne Edwards in 1972, that he toured America on, was a roadmap to his previous murders and a springboard to his future murders, as he would allegedly kill many, many more folks. So we know he killed a Lover's Lane in 1977 because he admitted to that after getting busted for the 1981. So turns in his DNA. They get him for the 1980 Lover's Lane murder in Wisconsin. He wants the death penalty. He's been caught. He wants the death penalty. They tell him Lover's Lane murder in Wisconsin in 1977. He knows details of that crime. He gets convicted of that case. The only the killer would know. Also doesn't qualify for the death penalty, right? Also doesn't qualify. And so then he admits to another murder, right? He admits to adopting a son, adopting a man, a 19-year-old man in Ohio in 1990, I think 5. Forcing him, coaxing him into joining the army, goes to boot camp, comes home, tells him to go AWOL. While on AWOL, Edwards murders him. And, collects the $250,000 life insurance policy on him. This is 1997, I believe, when he finally gets that money. And this is how he's funding his life of crime, is through robberies, frauds, et cetera, and doing so very, 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 again, I'm sure he had a little bit of top cover at times because, again, he'd go to places, in fact, that jurisdiction in Ohio where he ends up getting, dying from that, being in prison in Ohio for that 96 murder, even though he was living in Louisville by the time they got up to him. That 96 murder finally got him the death penalty. So he got extradited to Ohio and, they were pending execution. But, it's one of the detectives up there. He wasn't happy about a lot of this stuff. So there's a lot of detectives, I imagine, like that guy in northern Ohio, northeast Ohio, that wasn't happy to find out this dude had been living there and they had a lot of unsolved murders. I believe that dude attributes 15 to him, that one detective, and that's not John Cameron. So again, there's a lot of other folks that have taken some looks at these things from individual departments within their jurisdiction. They've reached the same conclusion that not only is Edward Wayne Edwards the fucking devil, but he's probably, in the metaphorical sense, more like the Grim Reaper, I guess, right? He's probably murdered a lot more folks. Cameron estimates it at hundreds. Cameron estimates that Edward Wayne Edwards committed his first murder at the age of 5 when his mother died a suspicious death from I believe it was a rifle or a shotgun shot to her stomach. So either she pulled the trigger on that rifle or shotgun, pointing it at her stomach, or her young 5-year-old son did, because he was born as a bastard. He didn't know his father. His mother, one night stand situation. She goes to prison. He grows up with his aunt and uncle, thinking those are his parents. His mother gets out of prison, and then she's dead shortly thereafter. So then he bounces around a number of reformatories and whatnot, ultimately basically escaping at the age of 13 on his own. Fakes some birth certificate, joins the Marines at age 16. So this dude's very prolific and has apparently just been nonstop ever since, right? Until they finally caught him. In 2009, he pretended to be a feeble old man on oxygen and a cane, using a cane to walk, but even the prison guards in Ohio would report that they would wheel him around the prison. And we'll watch some videos of that here tonight. Some of the interviews he gave there, and see how diabolical, just see how calmly he explains how he murders this Danny Boy Edwards guy. And again, Cameron presents an incident or presents a theory how Edward, much like everything else, he got this, like how devious this guy was. He adopts this 19-year-old, has the 19-year-old change his name to Danny Boy Edwards, right? That wasn't his legal name by any means. Kills him, et cetera, et cetera. But what he was doing, again, is Edwards would frame folks for other crimes. Cameron claims that Edwards was going to would have planned to use Danny Boy Edwards' DNA or something else to plant at the scene of a different crime. And he suspects, Cameron argues, that in fact did happen. And we'll go over that tonight too. However, those connections were never made, but that's not to say that that wasn't the evidence found at the scene. You know what I mean? There's a lot of folks that don't want to talk about this. On top of this seemingly cult network of ritualistic assassins, you know, Manson 2 style or whatnot, right? Or Hand of Death style, right? Again, folks that Edwards intersects with in life, right? Doing similar things that they do, cult ritualistic wise, seemingly, right? Again, John Cameron documented this through other folks in prisons and whatnot, but Cameron found his way in, or Edwards found his way into Cameron's life the same way I was saying that other detective was butthurt about the circumstances presented to him and the diabolical nature that he immediately saw. This killer was living in their jurisdiction. They have a lot of unsolved murders that this dude, again, would work his way into folks' lives, set up frame jobs. You know, he would do, seemingly from Cameron's study, do multiple throughout the year. This is his main focus. This guy's chartering planes. He's hiring attorneys, setting up fake businesses. Hart Publishing Company that published that book that he toured America on in the 70s didn't exist. It existed on paper. It was a front company that he printed that book himself and hired attorneys to promote it and marketing, et cetera, et cetera. So this dude's dark. But what we do know is that he didn't, you know, he had a very rough upbringing, and reports from that upbringing said he was a sadomasochistic psychopath, I believe at the age of 16. Was documented this with a IQ of 132. So we're talking about somebody who's very intelligent as well. So that should never be ignored. But it is the epicenter of how it got to John Cameron's life before he even had any notions that this guy existed, Edward Wynn Edwards, or that he was, you know, some prolific serial killer that had been deceiving folks and manipulating folks for decades and murdering folks, lots of folks. Homeland Security. And this is interesting too. Homeland Security. We'll be wrapping this free Patreon preview outline and summary of tonight's tale of the case of Edward Wynn Edwards with this point right here, folks. John Cameron was much like the other detective. He's working for the prison board after retirement from Great Falls. After he brought to justice Nathaniel Bar-Jonah, who, again, if we're considering networks, like I mentioned last week in Sundaze, that Bridgewater State Mental Hospital, the same Bridgewater State Mental Hospital that allegedly my old stalker, who insisted on being my public relations representative, despite me never having the job, there was no vacancy for that employment, was not seeking public relations representative. Buffalo Jared Revisa, the guy that I felt wanted to murder me and wear my skin as a human coat, and then will later go on what seems to be a transpocalypse mind control assassin multi-state stabbing spree. The murder victim, 6 attempted murder, 1 murder. The murder victim hired him as his PR rep, just saying. That man sits allegedly today in Bridgewater State Hospital, the same state hospital that ignored numerous statements by Nathaniel Bar-Jonah that he wanted to kidnap, torture, murder, and eat children. They ignored the judge when he said that too, told the judge that, and the judge is like, "Nah, you're good, dude. We're going to send you back out in society." Bar-Jonah then told another psychiatrist the same thing. He was going to kidnap, torture, murder, eat children. They said, "Nah, you're good, bud." Same Bridgewater State Mental Hospital, and that same judge that let him out, where 4 weeks later, Nathaniel Bar-Jonah there in Massachusetts in 1991 would kidnap and attempted torture, murder, rape another young boy, caught in the process once again and given probation once again. Again, this is his 5th occurrence of the same activity over a 25-year span. He just got out of the loony bin on a 14-year stint of a 20-year crime, 20-year conviction for the same activity, the sadistic rape, torture, and attempted murder of 2 young boys, kidnapping. So that judge that let him out, though, Bar-Jonah back in 91, that's the same judge that let Ted Kennedy walk on the Chappaquiddick incident, which the victim was RFK's staffer from his 68 presidential election. A lot of process stuff there around that murder of RFK, and a lot of process stuff around Ted Kennedy. Perhaps a comment for a different day, but that is the special prosecutor from Martha's Vineyard, that same judge years earlier. So sometimes I wonder, as these things evolve over many decades, and this network seemingly allows these psychopaths back into society. I wonder if it's the same. It seems like the same network when we can kind of draw these correlations decades apart. Letting Teddy Kennedy walk. He's already associated with the process at that time. The process is associated with RFK's assassination, including Sirhan Sirhan, documented at process sex parties by law enforcement investigatory reports. Sex parties at the Tate Polanski house, nonetheless. And other reports inferring a lot more there. But I don't want to get too far off topic other than saying that when I see a judge connected to something like that, letting Ted Kennedy walk, when a witness when he drives a car off a bridge, allegedly in Martha's Vineyard, and the witness, the victim, that is, that he left to die in his car, well, he went home to go to sleep before he reported it for another 12 hours or so. That judge let him walk with just suspending his license, his driver's license. He was a special prosecutor at the time, but I'm just saying, process folks are going to process. So I wonder, really, after looking at, some of these same characters involved over time with some of the same kind of activities, letting folks walk, letting these monsters, terrorize our society. It's, begs the question, larger elements of, some Operation kind of Gladio type activities, but perhaps a story for a different day. As we're here to talk Edward Wayne Edwards, and when John Cameron, that detective, got that Homeland Security notice to check crimes. Why Homeland Security? I don't know, because it's interesting. Because the FBI didn't want anyone asking questions. So John Cameron's at Deer Lodge Prison, that same prison that Edward Wayne Edwards escaped from, the same prison that Nathaniel Barjona died at. But this is 2 years after his death there in 2008. John Cameron gets that memorandum from Homeland Security saying, check your jurisdictions during these times, these places, and check for any Lover's Lane murders. Well, you know what? Edward Wayne Edwards committed a robbery in Great Falls, Montana in 1956, John Cameron's hometown. The town, again, where I met Nathaniel Barjona, the kid-diddling, cannibalistic, homicidal, psychopathic serial killer that may or may not have fed me human meat burger at Hardy's on Central Avenue back in 2000 there in Great Falls. And sure as shit, there was a Lover's Lane unsolved homicide coinciding at the same dates that Edward Wayne Edwards was in Great Falls in 1956 and coinciding with the same dates of that robbery. So that is how John Cameron got his way in there tonight. And we will be exploring all these topics here, folks, of the interwebs. So I appreciate y'all joining me here tonight to get a little GCD. In the case of Edward Wayne Edwards, the serial killer y'all probably never heard about. So tune in this Wednesday. Let me see if I got a couple plugs here real quick before we head on over to the Patreon side of tonight's tale. But I got this Wednesday, I got the occult and or esoteric review of the 1995 cinematic masterpiece, So I Married an Axe Murderer. So I got that coming up here. Well, that'll be a good one. And then we got Thursdays, unpacking more of the anatomy of the satanic panic, which again, circumstances like we're discussing tonight. Well, I'm only going to be focusing here on the case of Edward Wayne Edwards, and future shows here on Sundays be focusing on the criminal aspects of it. But as I've clearly pointed out and try to emphasize a little bit here as well, that he's clearly going to be intersecting at some point in time, I believe, in that other series. And on that note, folks of the interwebs, thanks for joining me here again to get a little GCD. I hope y'all catch this broadcast in the future. Come visit us over on Patreon for the rest of tonight's tale. And if you're joining us here right now, and come on over and we'll unpack more of this diabolical serial killer. One I would argue is the most heinous and diabolical serial killer in American history, and the one you probably never heard of. So on that note, folks of the interwebs, catch you next time.
Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in.
Boom! Welcome back, folks of the interwebs. I just wanted to give a few minutes there for folks to catch up. Get over here to the Patreon side, or here on the YouTube side of the Patreon of that. Edward Wayne Edwards, quite a character. Quite a character. Like I said, I'm hoping to get the detective who wrote this book, Detective John Cameron, the guy that brought Nathaniel Barjona to justice, on a future show. So we'll be sharing tonight's episode with him in hopes of him joining us. Like I said, he and I have been back and forth a number of times over recent months on emails, trying to talk Barjona and Edwards here, and I get the impression that he has gotten a lot of pushback. So I don't know if it's gang stalking or organized harassment. I'll just leave it at a lot of pushback, but I think since his website's back up, that that's a good sign. So more to follow there, but let's start. Who is Edward Wayne Edwards? Right. He was actually born Edward Myers. He was, like I said, he had a very tumultuous childhood, but Edward Wayne Edwards, born June 14th, 1933. Now, like I said, dies April 7th, 2011, while awaiting execution in Ohio. So I point out that to emphasize the June 14th, 1933, because dates, numbers, and names become very important to understand Edward Wayne Edwards. I suspect this is all rooted in some occult ritualistic belief system, but nonetheless, it's apparent in analyzing his crimes and activities that he commits crimes, murders particularly, in regards to dates, names, and places, right? So when I was saying his 1972 book is serves as an outline, right, for murders he committed in the past, and this is the argument presented by John Cameron, that Edwards puts a bunch of clues in this book. Not the only clue was the Zodiac clue about he claims in this book, we'll go over it here, folks, but Edwards wrote in his book that he knew a killer that the whole slaves in paradise statement that the Zodiac is famous for, and asserting that he's going to be killing in the afterlife. He's got slaves killing in the afterlife, and Edwards makes similar claims, and Cameron makes a logical argument, I think, in regards to what that may mean, and that is, if Edwards is framing folks for all these crimes, meaning there's still folks on death row today in numerous states that Cameron asserts are crimes from Edward Wayne Edwards. One of such crimes, the man was the individual wrongly convicted for that murder, was let out of jail a few years ago. So there are instances where it appears that Cameron is correct in these assertions. So, whether or not Edwards was penned on the crime which the individual was let out of prison for, wrongly convicted, no one's reached that conclusion. But what I'm saying is there may be a good reason why no one's reaching that conclusion, because no one wants to unpack the case of Edward Wayne Edwards. But in this book, 1972, that is the clues that he says that he made. And Edwards was notorious throughout his life to even to his children to write cryptographs and puzzles and other stuff. And again, took his children, according to their own account, including the account from his daughter that turned him in back in 2009, to numerous crime scenes of murders that he committed. And his children also state in that same Paramount miniseries, the children from his second wife, one of his sons, and his daughter, right? Because he had 2 sons and 2 daughters, maybe, or at least 2 sons and a daughter. One son won't talk to Cameron. That son, coincidentally, plays into Cameron's narrative later, and I won't get into that yet. But it's a different high-profile crime that Edward Wayne Edwards seems to be associated with, another high-profile ritualistic murder, and it seems that Edward Wayne Edwards may have used his son to groom his way into that network, or perhaps his son is involved in the same sort of ritualistic cult, perhaps generationally speaking, activity that his father was. Yet to be determined, but nonetheless, I'll get to that later here. But the one son and the daughter that did talk to John Cameron and are seen in this documentary as well, talking to John Cameron and their half sibling from Edward's first marriage, which we'll go over more here in the chronology of Edward's life here. But I think it is important to note some of these aspects to understand who Edward Wayne Edwards is, right? So, the daughter, it's interesting the statements his kids do make in that series. While they are willing to admit their father has most certainly murdered more folks, they actually build a very strong circumstantial case that he is the Atlanta child killing. Outside of the photographs and documented case in that police uniform I was talking about, the statements he made to his children, especially about young black children, were very telling on the motivations of this man and his thought processes, I think. But nonetheless, those children also describe in that miniseries a lifetime from childhood of watching every Zodiac TV show, movie, and hearing lots of stories about the Zodiac killer. And when old Ed Edwards there would see stuff on the TV about the Zodiac and it was wrong, or they were diminishing the Zodiac in any capacity, inferring that he was somehow lesser than, well, his ego kicked in, and apparently so did the rage. So it's interesting that he has all these very strong, I would argue, circumstantial connections to the case. The letters of the getting your rocks off, that's how he gets busted. And the only instance his DNA has ever been found at any crime scene is the same way the Zodiac described what the enjoyment he got of killing people, getting his rocks off. The man in the hood, a seemingly magical hood, right? Thelemic style, right? With a similar, again, circling crosshairs as they described the Zodiac. Couldn't it may in fact be, but I'm just saying Crowley had a similar setup, didn't he? So probably a lot more to unpack there. And again, I'm not going to get too much into the Satanism in this series other than just the crimes, but you got to talk about it in that regard, right? And on top of that, the man in the hood knew all the details, right? So not only is Edwards documented to be a Thelemite Crowley follower by Cameron and parties that he served prison with and other eyewitness accounts and whatnot, as documented in his book, Cameron's book, that is, not Edwards' book. Cameron's book about Edwards. And, so you got the Thelemic confirmations with Edwards, you got the similar style hood, the details given by the man in the hood that fit to a T, identical details to Edward Wayne Edwards' life. And again, Edward Wayne Edwards was let out of prison in 1967, right at the same time his buddy Charlie was known to be out in California. So these things we do know a lot of things we can say is certain. Whether or not he was at Lake Berryessa that day remains to be seen. But I think the argument should be made is if he is connected to these kind of things, there is a strong argument to why no one wants to unpack the details of Edward Wayne Edwards. But it is important to note that even his family, even his own children, not just the daughter, his son too, they recognize that he killed more folks. And again, I highly recommend folks check out that series. I don't think they did a great justice. I think, but you can get an understanding of that book and how and other efforts that John Cameron has made in these matters. But Edward Wayne Edwards, born June 14th, 1933, again, the product of a one-night stand. His mother and a married man in the backseat of a car. I think that's also important to note because as a psychiatrist, a prison psychiatrist, or a boys reformatory or orphanage psychiatrist when he was in the institution as a child, noted that he had a lot of issues with the identity of his folks. This caused a lot of, this was the root cause of his psychopathy and sadomasochistic behaviors and thoughts were rooted in this issues with his parents. And it's interesting because we know Edward Wayne Edwards did at least 2 Lovers Lane murders, 1977 and 1980, Wisconsin. We know that in 1956, at the same time he's robbing a gas station, convenient mart, whatnot, there in Great Falls, Montana, there's a Lovers Lane murder unsolved there. Now, since Cameron wrote his book a few years ago, again, that was his initial entrance into this matters from a Homeland Security memorandum. And once he started looking up and doing his investigation there at the Parole Board of Montana, asked to do part of his job, look at your jurisdictions. Well, it just so happened to be, not only was this within his jurisdiction and purview, because again, Edwards was at that prison as well, and he worked for that prison system and the state, etc. So he was assigned these things. It just when he started looking into it, and got some answers, folks told him to shut up and color. He then accessed the NCIC database to look up at Edward Wayne Edwards and put that stuff in his files from his criminal record, and discovered the FBI knocking on the state prisons bureau door for Montana saying that they wanted to charge John Cameron. So John Cameron was presented with being charged for the unlawful access of the NCIC database, according to the FBI, or to resign. So he resigned. He resigned, continued his investigation, and wrote the book on this guy. Again, so once he first got tipped off with Edwards, he began writing Edwards. They had a 12-month correspondence, and he was scheduled to go visit Edwards 5 days before Edwards dies. So I think that's interesting. So Edwards allegedly dies. Well, he didn't allegedly die. He dies on April 7th, 2011, allegedly from an insulin not an insulin overdose. I guess, what do you call it? He was a diabetic, and I guess he ate a bunch of sugar. So I guess that's an insulin overdose, I suppose, induced by the sugar and candy, I suppose, right? So he dies of on account of the diabetes. But who induced that, right? Was it him? Was it somebody else? I don't know. Because this dude's scheduled to be executed in 5 months or whatever. From I think it was November 2011, his execution was scheduled. He dies in April, and April 7th, and John Cameron's supposed to be there on April 12th to meet him. So did someone not want Edward Wayne Edwards talking to John Cameron? I think it should be considered. But Edwards writes this book. Cameron writes, well, this is his follow-up book. He initially writes this book. It's part of the title for tonight's show. It's me, Edward Wayne Edwards, the serial killer you never heard of. And I put, you probably never heard of, but this was written back in 2017 or 2018. And I think that Paramount show was 2019. He was doing interviews back in 2015 and 2016 on these topics as well. But like I said, hasn't given any interviews since 2019. So I highly recommend folks check this book out. In fact, I was just back and forth yesterday on some messages on the Patreon there with Cup of Coffee. Said, check, they just read this book, and we're excited for the show, and I highly recommend other folks check this out. But we are going to be going over some of the theories asserted here in tonight's tale in the case of Edward Wayne Edwards, asserted by John Cameron. But before we get to that, and we'll go over the timeline and chronology, again, he's got his whole website back up now, which is fantastic. And like I said, it was down. I had just saved this 2 weeks ago while it was down, right, from the Wayback Machine. And then I was on the Wayback Machine last week, and this was not available. This is a saved screenshot, but this is not available, right? And then suddenly, within the last week, his website came back up, so we don't have to worry about that. But nonetheless, it is fantastic. It's back up. I do want to go over, like I said, the known crimes. We'll go over his life story and the known crimes in which Edward Wayne Edwards, like I said, admitted to, right, and was convicted of, and was set for execution for at least one of those crimes, as the first two were not death penalty eligible, right? So I've done something here with this website, and we'll pull that up here to take a quick peek at. Here we go. Take a quick peek at the website of Cold Case Cameron. Highly recommend folks check this out. I'll have a link for this in the show notes, as well as, and it's linked right off the website, Edward Wayne Edwards' book, Metamorphosis of a Killer, right? So, again, as Cameron asserts, that's the roadmap to understanding all of Edwards' murders prior to 72, including the Zodiacs. But he then was also using that book as the springboard, right, to commit future murders. And he did this, again, traveling the nation. He had a wife, he had kids. He gave this impression as a family man. He would work his way in through various measures and commit various frauds over the years and to raise money, etc. Probably stealing a lot of things from people. But he would print out fake diplomas of psychiatry, right? This is what Cameron's documented. Fake diplomas of psychiatry. He would oftentimes dress as a police officer. He's been busted numerous times for such. Federal officer, police officer. The 1980 Lovers Lane murder and the 77, he posed as a police officer, coming up to the car carrying a flashlight. The same thing the Zodiac Killer was known to do. So, once again, the comparisons are many. And I know there's an effort to describe the Zodiac killings as not a Lovers Lane murder these days, and also to describe the Zodiac Killers as being a hoax, a work of fiction, and not all connected and not the same killer. Well, I admit it may not be the same killer. I would argue it was a team of killers at minimum, if not Edward Wayne Edwards himself. Because another thing, and I don't want to get too far into it, but these are only some of the minor, basic, circumstantial, I think some of the foundational things that Cameron presents in that Zodiac argument. But we'll get to that here in a minute. So let's go back to, since I've described how we've gotten the kind of the strategic view of what we're discussing here tonight, back to, again, the life of Edward Wayne Edwards. Let's go over some of that chronology here. Like I said, born in June 14th, 1933. Again, it's a salient characteristic to understand these dates, seminal dates in this man's life. The birth of his mother, April 1st. The death of his mother, August. Well, I believe she shot August 8th. She dies August 10th. And is buried August 11th. And there's a lot of, again, back to the Zodiac stuff. There's Zodiac murders on some of those dates. There's a lot of murders associated with, again, the dates. So it's not just Christmas and Halloween, which by his children's own account, he was never home for. This man was never home for Christmas and Halloween. Again, the family that he maintained was a ruse in which he could use to insert himself into folks' lives. As we'll see in tonight's clip that I posted yesterday, actually, as well, from the YouTube channel of John Cameron, was one of the two 1970s TV game shows that Edward Wayne Edwards got himself onto, right? And you can see in the one we'll watch here tonight, To Tell the Truth, where they're literally intentionally lying to the panel of celebrities they have there to guess who's the right guy, right? They're trying to guess who was the criminal here, who was the metamorphosized criminal out of Edward Wayne Edwards and two other gentlemen. And, you know, he did a good job at deceiving folks. You can see, I think, I can at least, the diabolical nature that this man operates, right? He's on national TV, not only squaring off with these celebrities and whatnot, and he's cool as ice, as cool as the other side of the pillow, as they say, I guess, right? And he's, you know, seemingly laughing, you know, at times. He's getting that duper's delight, if you will. Oh, well, I'm glad you made it there, a cup of coffee. I was just commenting on the It's Me book that you said you had just checked out, and I was recommending everyone check this book out here because we'll be getting into some of the details tonight and going over some of the more salient characteristics and foundational evidence, circumstantial evidence, some of the more high-profile crimes out of there. I also, again, want to focus more on the known crimes we have that we know he committed, comparison to some of the other stuff that Cameron identifies. Again, cases where Edwards was an informant, cases where he was an informant and testified against folks in other trials. So some of that's in the book. Again, we'll be laying the foundation for some of that as well. But also in that book as well, again, is highlighting these clues left, not just in the book, but that book tour that he would take, right? The thousands of interviews that Edward Wayne Edwards would do in the 70s on TVs, stations, and radio stations around America in the wake of unsolved murders that seem to follow. So these are all important factors to consider. But that is that book, those two books that I think is, you got to understand, you got to read to understand this full case and who this really is, you know, you're dealing with, because I know, you know, obviously there's a lot of misconceptions about serial killers, but I mean, even the folks that have more of a correct understanding, meaning like serial killers work in teams, we have examples of that. Serial killers don't have necessarily, they only do one kind of victim and they only do it this one certain way. This dude burnt, you know, stabbed, you know, choked, you know, blew up, you know, shot. I mean, you know, there is this guy that's what I'm saying. This is the most diabolical and heinous serial killer in American history because he defies what we know, what we think we know about serial killers, right? Again, not even just the FBI's bullshit profiler aspects of it. I'm just saying, like, this dude, understanding this dude helps provide a greater understanding across any spectrum of murder activities, I argue, in this country. And most notably, the idea of serial killers. Because again, this dude knew Manson. So if Manson's some sort of programmed, mind-controlled character of programming other folks as well to do murders, this dude ain't far off, right? This dude ain't far off. They have a similar upbringing. They know each other in jail over the years and interactions. They both are practicing the same kind of quote-unquote religion, if you will, or their religion, I suppose they claim, right? This occult ritualistic Thelema business. And, you know, there's a lot to be said there. And if Manson family's doing stuff in Los Angeles at the same time the Zodiac's popping off in San Francisco, as John Cameron alleges, Edwards didn't like to be beat. So he wasn't going to let his friend Charlie Manson out murder folks on him, you know? I'm curious about the West Memphis 3 murders. Really curious to have William Ramsey review that book and his thoughts. No, I am too. In fact, thank you, Cup of Coffee. I have William Ramsey coming on Operation GCD Live Wednesdays to discuss a few topics of conversation, true crime that he and I are back and forth on, including matters such as the smiley face killer. But I will make sure I add that because, yeah, we're going to talk about West Memphis 3 stuff tonight. It's one of the high profile cases we're going to touch on. Again, we're not going to we're going to go over all of it. We're going to go over the overview of what Cameron covers and what I find to be, like I said, the salient, more important characteristics, right? He does kind of look like Willie Sutton, doesn't he? He does. So, and you know, Edwards robbed a lot of places, banks included. So again, this guy is a very interesting case study, and that is what our goal is here in the case of Edward Wayne Edwards, is to study these crimes that we know he committed, right? The robberies, the frauds, right? The murders, right? Apply them to, again, what Cameron alleges, that this dude, and what we know, what Cameron's documented, right? Detective Cameron has documented this dude traveling America. This dude has done a huge study, only a part of which is in that 400-page book and his subsequent book, right? Cameron's subsequent book. But he's got this dude renting private aircraft, even as late as the 2000s, and flying places, right? So him popping up in a place like West Memphis 3 situation, while I'm not advocating that those 3 convicted killers, Damien Echols and gang, had nothing to do with it. Echols knew, again, speaking when Edwards got busted for that 2009 DNA match from the genes of that 1980 Lover's Lane victim in Wisconsin, he admitted to a 1977 Lover's Lane murder in Wisconsin, in a different town, and he knew the intimate details of the crime that are commonly known in law enforcement as polygraph keys, right? And information held close to the vest of law enforcement, only known to law enforcement and the actual perpetrators of the crime, the murder. So on that regard, Damien Echols is on video recording interrogation of knowing polygraph key details of the murders of those 3 young boys. So I don't discount John Cameron. I just understand that I think that, and what I'll bring up to William Ramsey as well to discuss, and I'll bring it up before the show. Obviously, send him some notes and whatnot. We'll discuss that on July 16th for sure, Wednesday, July 16th, when he's on. But I think it's the intersection of these activities, right? It's the intersection of Edward Wayne Edwards, right, in the West Memphis 3, because Cameron makes a good point. There's a guy in the actual documentary, right, the first one from 96, right, in the graveyard, standing behind some of the parents visiting the grave of their dead children, who looks identical to Edward Wayne Edwards. So when Cameron contacted the producers of that film, Paradise Lost, they told Cameron they didn't know who that man was, and they had no idea how he got in their film. And I don't buy that for a second. So you have a well-financed documentary by folks like Peter Jackson, Johnny Depp, Eddie Vedder, the Dixie Chicks, etc., that was used to free these young men from prison, right, on an Alford plea. So even Echols and his 2 associates, Jesse Miskelly and I'm forgetting the other fellow's name at the moment, but they're convicted murderers to this day. And again, I recognize that he knew intimate details of that crime, but let me ask you this: did he know intimate details of that crime the way David Berkowitz knew intimate details of the Arliss Perry murder? Because as David Berkowitz stated to Maury Terry in his investigation of the ultimate evil in the Son of Sam murders in the Process Church, leading all the way out to Cocaine Bob Evans, as I pointed out before, in Los Angeles, and the murder of Roy Radin. Well, that story starts in 1974 in Stanford University, in the murder of Arliss Perry. So did David Berkowitz told Terry that he knew about that because Manson 2, Bill Mentzer, Bob Cocaine Evans, co-conspirator, the indicted one, Bob walked, and the murder of Roy Radin back in 83, convicted in 88, were brought to trial in 88 in Los Angeles County by Charles Manson's friend, the then district attorney, Ira Reiner. What I'm saying there is these things to me indicate a larger network with these matters. But David Berkowitz knew the details of that 74 Arliss Perry crime from Stanford University in the Bay Area in San Francisco, because allegedly Bill Mentzer from Los Angeles was called in to do that murder in San Francisco, later called in to do the Moskowitz murder in the Son of Sam crimes, the one that was filmed as a snuff film. And allegedly at that time, Berkowitz had interacted with him at a cult group meeting. And Metzer was bragging about the details of that Perry murder, which Berkowitz remembered and wrote into a note and sent to Maury Terry and police detectives in Minot, North Dakota. So how did Berkowitz know those polygraph details? It was the same question those North Dakota and Stanford detectives were asking themselves. How did he know those details? So how did Damien Echols know those details? Was there a different cult meeting in this capacity similar to that where someone was bragging, maybe Edward Wayne Edwards or somebody? I don't know. But the details do fit. In West Memphis 3, there was a lot of circumstantial evidence to try to lead police to the parents. So there was, in fact, those same documentaries, right? Those same documentaries, Paradise Lost, that seems to include. Hey, we'll watch that clip because John Cameron's got it on his YouTube channel. I just want to address these while we can here. A cup of coffee. I appreciate the questions. Yeah. So if we're looking at a larger picture of this, this whole thing being generated with the documentaries, well, the subsequent documentaries were trying to blame the parents, and again, so it would kind of fall in line with the same, MO of Edwards. But I think on a larger scale, that's where I would say that maybe John Cameron was looking too narrow and needed to widen his gaze, if you will, look a little bit further, widen his scope, right? Because I do think Edwards is involved in a lot of these things. I just don't think it's the all end of the story, right? There's a lot more details we don't know, and that's one of them. But I appreciate the question. And July 16th, I will be addressing some more of those with William Ramsey. We'll be discussing Edwards tonight, this appearance in that when we get to the more high-profile cases. I remember William Ramsey mentioning there was a fourth mysterious character who had mud all over himself. You're right. You know that case well. Thank you. So there was that character. They did go into this local restaurant. They had mud and blood on themselves and cleaned up in this restroom and then departed. And that man very well could have been somebody like Edward Wayne Edwards, right? So we'll get into that more here, but appreciate the commentary and questions for sure. And again, I think it's an important thing to consider because this dude traveled everywhere. So he's born 1933. He thinks that his biological aunt and uncle are his parents because that's what he's told, right? That's what he's told. His mother's in prison. Shortly after she gives birth to him, she gets busted for robbery or something. You can see here, Edwards escaped from jail in Akron, Ohio in 1955. This was his initial onset to, on his way to become on the FBI's most wanted list in 1959 after escaping that Montana prison. So that all goes down in a very interesting fashion. But before we get there, the background of Edward Wayne Edwards. Born in Akron in 1933, in his autobiography, Edwards wrote that he grew up in an orphanage and he was abused both physically and emotionally by the nuns. And let me tell you, folks, in that metamorphosis of a criminal, he describes being literally tortured and abused, tied to trees, urinated on, stuff like that. It's dark. But he's in that orphanage because, like I said, after his mother gets out of prison, he's introduced to his mother. She dies shortly thereafter. And the reason why many folks, including John Cameron, and I think he's probably onto something, suspect it was Edwards that did it. I mean, first of all, it's not easy to shoot yourself in the stomach with a rifle or a shotgun. I forget which one it was, but we'll look at the exact length. I do recall it being, pretty ridiculous to consider that was the case. But they changed his name and put him in an orphanage. So I think these are indicators that the family thought that, right? In an orphanage, he would later, very shortly thereafter, be diagnosed as a psychopathic, sadomasochistic, very intelligent individual. Again, it makes you wonder when there's these psychiatrists, be it Manson or Edwards here or Nathaniel Barjona identifying these things. Are they identifying them to qualify them for a program? Because they're certainly not identifying these psychopathic traits and statements by the own killers to keep them in prison, right? They're not keeping them in prison after identifying these things. So, but Edwards goes to he's in an orphanage. Till he's 13, where he goes and escapes, right? He escapes at the age of 13. So, we're talking at that point in time, I think it's actually almost 14. So it's 1947. And shortly thereafter, Edwards was allowed out of juvenile detention to join the U.S. Marines. He fakes his birth certificate. I don't know if it was allowed out. He definitely escaped at the age of 13. And, it's certainly outlined in both Cameron's book and Edwards' book. So he would go AWOL after and was disarmed with discharge after he was found out that he'd faked his birth certificate. I think he was 16 and he changed it to he was 18. So this, of course, is after, again, he's already had a life of crime. So I got a little bit ahead of myself. So he's in the orphanage, 13. He continues to, before he goes to the Marines, he continues to commit a bunch of crimes, right? A bunch of crimes. I take that back. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That's after. So he like I said, he born in 33, 16, he fakes his birth certificate, is 49, joins the Marines. goes AWOL, is discharged, and then starts this long life of crime. And that's when he meets Charles Manson in 1952. He gets convicted of, let me pull this up here, because on Cameron's website, again, Cameron's done extensive study. Edward Wayne Edwards wrote this very strange letter to the FBI in 1993 seeking, basically an FOIA request, seeking all of their documents on him. But it is in that he lists, I think is indicative of this, or it encapsulates the man's criminal career pretty well when he starts listing out all the crimes he's in prison for and out of prison and escaping prison. This dude escaped numerous prisons, not just Red Lodge Prison or Deer Lodge Prison in Montana, right? That one, the only one he escaped. I do like to look at these Wikipedia pages, the source of all information on the interwebs, because not only is it I think a normative view at how normative as far as the normative view of society and what folks consider facts. A lot of folks will go here, I think, not folks listening here necessarily. I'm just saying a lot of folks will go to Wikipedia. I'm sure you've encountered folks you've spoken to, folks of the interwebs, and they're stuck on Wikipedia definitions of things. And I think it's interesting to see how things are sold because, much as we're saying here, like the early part of Edward's life is really just glossed over here. And then it goes into 1955. He's 22 at this time, right? He already knows Charles Manson. He's already committed a number of crimes. He's already faked birth certificates to go in the Marines, et cetera, et cetera. So, and according to John Cameron, he's murdering folks during this time. Not just robberies, but, robberies, murders, et cetera. So, cup of coffee. I really think this case is highly similar to the Whitey Bulger case and how the FBI was using him to control the Boston area. I don't disagree. That's an excellent point because there is evidence this dude's got federal intervention, including that law enforcement officer I set up there in Northeast Ohio, right? In the jurisdiction Danny Boy Edwards was murdered in, which we'll get into. That dude made statements saying to the effect that when Edwards moved into that jurisdiction in the late to early to mid 90s, I think it was around 94. Edwards was murdered there in 96. Danny Boy Edwards, that is. So he moves there, immediately ingratiates himself with this young local kind of drifter dude who's 19, and then adopts him as a son. Sends him talks him into going to the army, talks him into going to AWOL after boot camp, murders him to get the insurance check. But he seemingly had that plan when he moved in there, right? So he moves in there, immediately starts working that deal with this Danny Boy Edwards, the guy that he adopts, and changes his name to Danny Boy Edwards. But that detective, apparently the FBI told him to listen to Edwards. When Edwards moved there, that detective said that the FBI told him, if this guy reports any crimes to y'all, he's a good informant. He knows what he's talking about. So when you make this comment, I appreciate that cup of coffee about controlling things and, et cetera, et cetera. Again, where did Bulger come from? He came out of the prison system, right, as well. So not unlike Edwards here and Charles Manson. And I don't recall off the top of my head, but I'm fairly certain that Whitey Bulger crosses paths with Charles Manson in prison as well. I'll look that up here in a minute. But I know that he crosses paths with Edward Wayne Edwards here, and that's after the time in the Marines, and that's when Edwards, back to that letter from 93, that's when Edwards is arrested for, I think, a robbery and sent to the Chillicothe Reformatory in 1952. And it is at the Chillicothe Reformatory where he meets Charles Manson. And somewhere here I will locate that record. Yeah, so, and here we go. So Charles Manson is briefly incarcerated at the Chillicothe Correctional Institution in Ohio on a mound, an old Adena mound site. It's a medium security prison, yada, yada, yada. That's in 1952, right? And he's there for about, I think, 9 months or 10 months before he gets transferred. I don't think they're in there a long time together, but we'll go back over here on the chronology through Edward Wayne Edwards' book. I believe they also intersect their times in Boys Town, if I'm not mistaken. Manson and Edwards, that is. I don't recall if, off the top of my head now I'm thinking about it, if it's an intersection or they're just both there. But there's a lot of similarities between Edward Wayne Edwards and Charles Manson, not the least of which they knew each other. So Edwards is in prison in 52 there for a robbery that Wikipedia, again, just kind of glossed over, didn't they? And that is right here. So on July 9th, 1993, this is from the Cold Case Cameron website, which again we'll be diving into in greater detail here tonight, folks. But I want to go over this life and chronology here. And like I said, he goes to the Marines, may or may not have killed his mother already. Escaped numerous orphanages, was beat at numerous orphanages, escaped to prison, right? Already. So went AWOL from the Marines. But in this letter, he writes to the FBI in 1993 that John Cameron has got on his website there. He does everything chronologically speaking. You go through there and you can see the different timelines. Again, I'm not willing to judge that he's saying he doesn't have evidence of all of these high-profile cases. But again, there's a number of high-profile cases that Edward Wayne Edwards is most certainly connected to. Not the least of which is the Atlanta child killings, not the least of which is the Zodiac killings. But again, as I've already mentioned, we'll go into that more. But I really like that Bulger statement. I do view this in a very similar capacity, because Bulger was subjected to MK Ultra. That much is known. I don't think it was the same prison that he wasn't at Vacaville where Manson was definitely at and suspected it. I got to go back and look at my Manson timeline now too. But that's a good point. These things intersect. They're not all that different. Again, this is Whitey Bulger, he's a mob boss, but he could be described as a serial killer, right? So in 1993, Edward Wayne Edwards writes, essentially looking for an FOI request on himself. Dear Privacy Act agent, in regards to my phone call on July 2nd, 1993, I'm writing in hopes of obtaining all of my criminal and history records. And he goes on to cite all of these locations where he's committed crimes, right? You could see Ohio, Montana, Indiana, Minnesota, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, Texas, Virginia, Washington. But he goes right here. The arrest record I have at this time is as follows. On May 30th, 1951 in Daytona Beach, Florida, he got a B&B and a GL. I'm assuming that is grand larceny and some sort of breaking and entering a B&B. So some sort of theft charges, suspended sentence. April 24th, 1952, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So this is, basically a year later, right? He's getting busted, from Daytona Beach to Philadelphia again. This dude gets around, much like Charles Manson's other friend, not this friend of Charles Manson's, but his other friend, the Beach Boys. They like to sing a song about getting around. And, I'm not saying they wrote that about Edward Wayne Edwards, but it fits. I forget what prison did, but Whitey did complain about the experiment the government did to him while in prison. He couldn't sleep at night at random times. Yeah, no, it's documented. He was subjected to some human experimentation, MK Ultra style, no different than Charles Manson. And I suspect no different than Edward Wayne Edwards, although we don't have those same evidence as Manson and Bulger. Not to my knowledge, that the evidence doesn't exist for Edwards. But here in the case of Edward Wayne Edwards, these are the things that I intend to unpack to find out greater details are and further this investigation that John Cameron's done. Because if no one's talking about this, and no one's talking about this guy, Cameron's clearly got a lot of backlash, right? And I've kind of laid the framework, covers a lot of liability associated with all of things Edward Wayne Edwards from a lot of different angles: cult, law enforcement, liability, wrongfully imprisoned, et cetera, et cetera. Well, someone's got to talk about it, but there is a lot to be said. Here's what I'm getting at, and a lot we don't know. There's a lot we don't know. So it is this 1952 Philadelphia charge for illegally wearing of a uniform. So he was portraying himself, apparently robberies dressed as a police officer again, right? And it's not, again, this is not the only time he gets busted doing such. Like, I don't know if he had a uniform on in those 1977 or 1980 incidents, because he didn't in the Zodiac apparently, and the Lover's Lane incidents there, where they reported an individual thinking it was a police officer, right? I'm thinking of the Blue Rock Springs Park incident, I believe it is, with Michael Mageau and Darlene Farron. Darlene Farron, who has a lot of connections back to the Hayden Ashbury and the Process Church, just saying. But when we talk about these greater networks, but we're focused here, folks, on the crimes of Edward Wayne Edwards. So this is the charge that gets him. This federal charge gets him sent to the Chillicothe Reformatory there in October 4th of 1953. Looks like he's released. So he's there from at the same time. He's there before Chuck, right? He's there before Chuck, according to this, although the dates don't quite match up for that. So he must have only done about 18 months, looks like, of that two-year stint. But that's when he crosses paths with Charles Manson. So, and then that's not the end of Edward Wayne Edwards' criminal career by any means. Again, he outlines all of these crimes in his Metamorphosis of a Killer, right? And other activities in there that Cameron builds off of. Again, these are clues, right? So then his next stint in prison is March 11th, 1955. And that's Akron, Ohio, for a B&L. I'm assuming burglary and larceny. And he escaped that jail. See, again, very, very prolific escaping things, orphanages, prisons, returned April 28th, 1959, right? Says nollied. I'm not sure what the nollied reference is right there, right? So I'm assuming that's what was his release date, if I'm not mistaken. So even though he escaped, he was brought back in, released, and then that's when he started his campaign, right? That's when he started his campaign, is upon that escape. Because this is when he escapes the prison in Montana, I believe. This 4/28 date that he's listed there is the date he escapes the prison in Montana. Let me double check that while we're on the topic. Because that's a major event in his life, is the escape of this prison. Again, it's the same events described to the victim at Lake Berryessa by the man in the magical hood, right? The murderer, right? The Zodiac killer. National Guard storms rioting prison in 1959. So it was, and see here, April 16th to 18th, 1959. Montana State Prison riot kills 3. I believe 2 of those were a guard. I think 1 was an inmate, but we'll go into all those details here in a moment. But back to his prison, or his the record here of the chronology of Edward Wayne Edwards' events of preceding 1972 in that book. Again, as described in his book. But you can see this dude is very prolific. I mean, he's busted. He gets out in 53. He's busted again in 55 for another burglary and larceny, right? Not even 2 years later, 18 months after he got out, he escapes that jail and then goes on a nationwide manhunt that results in him being the most wanted, right? So he gets picked up in Oregon in 59, right? 59. And that's after he escaped the prison again in Montana, right? In April of 59, right? So this dude's wild. So he goes on his after he escapes in Ohio, he goes to Montana and apparently commits a robbery. And this is the Billings robbery. He later goes to prison to get himself into Deer Lodge, right? To get himself into Deer Lodge in 56. And that's when he meets his wife. So when I was saying before that he did this TV show with his grandson, with John Cameron, and Edward Wayne Edwards' biological paternal grandson, right? He goes by the name Wayne Wolf Jr. now, right? I believe was named Edward, that kid's father, the one from the TV show with Cameron. His father, the son of Edward Wayne Edwards, was named, I believe, Edward Wayne Edwards Jr., but later changed his name to Wayne Wolf, and then hit the fellow from the show, Wayne Wolf Jr. So it is, though, that's what brings him to Great Falls, Montana there in 56, right? So remember I was saying this is what brought Edward Wayne Edwards into John Cameron's life, was that Homeland Security memorandum. Again, why it's Homeland Security, I don't know yet, but it is something I intend to not only ask John Cameron, but to look further into, because again, once John Cameron started looking at things, it was the FBI that was getting beefy. So why aren't they the ones sending out the memorandum in the first place is my question. But we'll hopefully figure those out here as we unpack greater details and understanding of this man, Edward Wayne Edwards, because I remember the first time I heard about this, and I don't know if it's folks of the interwebs, if it's your first time hearing about Edward Wayne Edwards here tonight, but I've been kind of looking at this guy and this case here for going on 7 years here, and maybe even 8. And I think I have a better understanding and greater understanding of what I think is going on here. It's a lot of dark shit, and nonetheless, the FBI didn't seem to want any part of being involved in, figuring anything out. So we do see that first wife, though. So both of his wives, were involved in his crimes, right? His second wife as well, the mother of the children, the daughter that turned him in, and the other boys. His previous wife, though, seemingly was less complicit, right? So the story goes is he meets her on this this crime spree, right? And he writes about it in his book here, right? So the metamorphosis of a killer. So as he's going on, as he escapes that prison, goes on this crime spree, he talks about driving around the U.S., right, pimping out his wife, the grandmother to the individual that showed up on that TV show with John Cameron, Edward Wayne Edwards' grandson. He's that man's the grandson, that man's grandmother, the first wife of Edwards. He's pimping around. He's describing it here. So, again, he goes through this whole quote unquote metamorphosis, right? You see all these places he goes to. You got Chillicothe right there, like I said, where he met Manson. He would later serve time with mob bosses Tony Provenzano, and he also knew Jimmy Hoffa. They were in Leavenworth together. So again, very interesting. I know Manson served in Leavenworth, but I don't think Manson and Edwards were there at the same time. Bulger and Manson might have been at Leavenworth at the same time, but again, I'll look at that in a moment here. So I don't want to get too far distracted from Edward Wayne Edwards' friends, Charles Manson and whatnot. But you can see him here as well, juggling women again. He's talking about you want to see. I was reading this again last week, and in light of more things I've been interested in lately in these days, and kind of these networks and spooky operations that go around some of these subjects, and Fort Bragg always popping up. I forgot he spends 2 weeks pimping his wife out to soldiers at Fort Bragg in that journey around America while he's on the run from a prison break where he's got fake IDs, social security cards, driver's licenses. One of which is a doctor. He claims, and that one that he gets busted with in Oregon in '59 after the prison break from Montana. Again, another prison break. He's got credentials. It says driver's license, social security card, etc. So, interesting character. So, but he is pimping his wife out to soldiers at Fort Bragg, which again, Kill Bill sirens in my head went off there on that one. But he goes through here, Montana State Penitentiary right here, prison riot right here. See, out on probation. It's on probation for 10 years. Again, he was on probation when the Zodiac killings happened. We got the old con game, fugitive, wanted by the FBI. Oh, that was his first federal probation. He was on second federal probation later after he was at Leavenworth. See right here. Again, this dude, I'm telling you, this dude is one heinous character. That's for damn sure. That is for damn sure. So, back to his criminal chronology. Edward Wayne Edwards would next. We'll go to the prison riot. We'll go to the prison riot. So, like I said, he meets his wife in Great Falls, robs in 56 when he's on his when he's on. Actually, now I think about it, I don't think that's the one he's pimping out. He's pimping out a different girl. He basically kidnaps his first wife from Great Falls. They go on, more of a robberies and everything else. He gets busted for that robbery in Billings with her. She doesn't get implicated in any crimes. She's pregnant. The guy that would later be Wayne Wolf Sr., whose son appears in the show, Wayne Wolf Jr., that It Was Me show with John Cameron. She gives birth in Great Falls there, but it is his connections to Great Falls that brought John Cameron in, because it was that robbery that they knew he committed in Great Falls that coincides with the Lover's Lane murder, right? But before we get to that point, let's go over this prison riot, because again, these are the details. Not only does it speak to Edward Wayne Edwards' nature of being able to escape things and et cetera, et cetera. Again, it speaks to the details of his criminal past and the fact that he shares these details of this prison escape with the individual. The man in the hood at Lake Berryessa describes the identical details of this prison escape that Edward Wayne Edwards was part of. So, National Guard storms the rioting prison in 1959. At the Montana State Prison, guards had scant equipment, little training, and great fear. They would lose control in a riot. Check forgers, rapists, and murderers were thrown in together, learned Kevin S. Giles, whose father was a prison guard at that time. And this prison, it was a dark place, apparently. I know a lot of folks describe Alcatraz as some sort of heinous place. apparently if you messed up at Alcatraz, they sent you here. You know, this, or at least there was one guy here from Alcatraz. I haven't quite figured out how he got there because he seemed to be on a federal stint, and this is a state prison. So anyhow, he's mentioned here as one of the kind of mob bosses of the prison. The prison was a fortress that stood 4 stories high, castle-like turrets. This is the old prison. They've torn it down since. Castle-like turrets clawed at the pale sky from each of the 8 corners. One cell house had been built before the turn of the century, the other during Teddy Roosevelt's presidency. The forbidding prison was, by some accounts, one of the worst in the country. So, and Edwards covers this in his Metamorphosis of a Criminal, like the dark nature of this place. Obviously, he's not going to describe. I don't think he's not contributing saying that he contributed to the dark nature of it, but by all other accounts, he was contributing to the dark nature of this place. Again, he doesn't admit to killing this guard. No one can prove that, but it is the claim that the Zodiac killer there in the hood at Lake Berryessa would describe that he escaped the Deer Lodge prison and killed a guard. And again, there's 2 guards here that were killed. So the Montana State Prison operated with a con boss system in which certain prisoners ran industries within the prison, which gave them terrific power. Then in 1959, a new reform-minded warden from Wisconsin, and Edwards talks about hating this Edwards talks about hating this guy in his book here, right? This warden that came in again, you know, and more connections to Wisconsin. I said, remember dates, names, places, right? Because he connects all of his murders that way. The known ones and the presumed ones, right, can be demonstrated in that same fashion. As I said, if we extrapolate the known factors of his life and crimes, estimate his abilities off of that, but also then extrapolate the known murders he did and the details surrounding that, the dates, the names, the places, we can then see in the crimes that he also testified against other people in, we can then see that there is a larger case to be stronger circumstantial case to be made here that he is doing these in a very ritualistic fashion, and these names, dates, and places do mean a lot to Edward Wayne Edwards. For whatever purpose or reason, whatever they mean, you know, again, Christmas, Halloween, his mother's birthday, his mother's death days, or day she was shot, day she died, day she was buried, his birthday. So a lot to be said about that, but he definitely did not like this guy, this prison warden that came in there, right? He points him out in his book. A career criminal who had spent time in Alcatraz and an unseated con boss, Jerry Miles had been in prison for about 25 of his 45 years. This is a guy who was part of that riot, one of the leaders. More interested in gaining power in prison than living outside the walls, Miles stalked young men for sex, earned the nickname Little Hitler for his remorseless domination of the prison, and he had not been a psychopath, he might have been a scholar, Giles wrote. So that guy, Miles, would have been an associate of Edwards because, again, they were part of the same effort here in this riot, right? Miles carefully planned the riot and his escape, see? And again, and Edwards was part of that. So another prisoner, I'm just saying, I'm using that as an example to see who he's associating with, right? Know him by his actions, his words, and his company, right? This guy was a fucking diabolic guy too, this Miles guy. In fact, let's see what he was in there for, because I remember looking it up before, but I was kind of confused how he got, and maybe I just missed it, how he got himself into a Montana prison. And there's not much on the guy other than this Wikipedia entry that came up, but let's look here. So, and this is talking about the administration of Warden Frank Connolly from 1890 to 1921 proved the exception to this rule, as Warden Connolly instituted extensive inmate labor projects. This is going over the administrative changes, right? After Connolly left office, the prison experienced almost 40 years of denigration, mismanagement, and monetary restraints until an explosive riot in 1959. So it was a real downturn there. Obviously, at one point in time, they had some shit together there, but like I said, by 1959, and even by Edwards, you know, churching it up in his book as far as him not having an involvement in it, he does explain it as a den of iniquity, right? This is a shithole, right? And it's in the western side of Montana, and you know it's a fairly sparsely populated area still today, but certainly in 1959. Led by Jerry Miles and Lee Smart, the riot maintained the prison under inmate control. So they're not going to tell me what Miles is in prison for here, are they? Let's see. The riot started on 16 April 1959. Was the longest and bloodiest riot at the facility, instigated by a pair of inmates, Jerry Miles and Lee Smart. The riot would claim the lives of 3 people, wound several others, and maintain the facility under inmate control for 36 hours. It ended in the early hours of April 18th, 1959, when a brace of National Guard troops stormed the facility. So here we go. Jerry Miles. The primary leader of the riot, Jerry Miles, was born in Sioux City, Iowa, on 15 January 1915 under the name Donald Grote. What's up with all these changing names, man? I tell you what, that should be a red flag right off rip, right? This the fact that all of these people seem to change their names. By the time he was 16, he was in a reform school. Sounds a lot like Ed Edwards. Sounds like this might be a future case to unpack. You know, in this Ed Edwards tale is his associations with characters like this. Whether or not they met each other for the first time in Deer Lodge Prison, that's probably the case, but I don't know that because it sounds like this guy was a steward of the system as well for many years. But he was in reform school, and the rest of his life he would spend more time inside correctional facilities than outside them. So that's the case for Manson, but Edwards only did like I think 14 total years in prison. Not to mention, you know, the orphanages, not child institutions not included, but Miles here was described as having an emotionally unstable psychopathic personality, strangely enough, by a psychiatrist, Romney Ritchie at Alcatraz. So strangely enough, not unlike Manson nor Edwards in that regard. Oh, well, neither is this. Jerry Miles, nonetheless, had a genius intellect, scoring 125 and 147 on intelligence tests in Atlanta and Montana, respectively. So more comparisons right there. The name changes, the adoptions and orphanages, the institutions, the reform schools, the correctional facilities, you know, in and out of his life, the high intelligence, the identified psychopathy, right? We're seeing a lot of comparisons here. So it looks like he was in a federal penitentiary in 1944. He organized a mutiny there, it says. Looks like most of his stuff was small acts of burglary, right? So, you know, we know Edward Wayne Edwards was doing the same small acts of burglary. What Cameron asserts, though, as well, he's not only doing those burglaries, Edwards is also murdering folks at that time. I wonder if this dude is also in the same capacity. What it sounds like is maybe, you know, these guys found themselves together on purpose. You know, who knows? Maybe that same can be said in 1952 at the Chillicothe Correctional Institution. Maybe Charles Manson and Edward Wayne Edwards got there, you know, on purpose. Maybe they were introduced. Maybe they're both transferred there intentionally by a larger network. I don't know, but it is certainly grounds to consider. Looks like Jerry Miles would spend 7 years in Alcatraz from 45 to 52. Then he was released. Apparently went to Montana, and then later did more time in Leavenworth before going to a Georgia State Penitentiary. During his long prison tenure, Miles had learned of a prison in Montana where the convicts ran the industries. Well, there you go. How did he learn that down there, and who's telling him? And Miles was interested in what he viewed was a place where he could have power. Okay. Miles bought a bus ticket after his release from Georgia in Atlanta. Miles bought a bus ticket to Butte, about 40 miles from Deer Lodge, where he was arrested for burglary. So you mean to tell me this dude got out of prison, heard there was a better prison in Montana, took a bus up there and intentionally burgled, you know, robbed a place, and just to get 5 years there, only to start this riot and escape? He arrived in Deer Lodge in June of 1958. And that's not even a year. That's 11 months. So if he's planning this riot, right? If he's planning this riot that goes on in April of 59, that's not even 11 months. So it sounds like he robbed a place, got himself put in prison, become this quote unquote con boss, and then immediately started planning that riot and escape. Well, then why'd you rob the place in the first place to be a con boss if you didn't want to be in there? None of that story makes any sense. So certainly going to be grounds for further research here in the case of Edward Wayne Edwards. What do you got there, cup of coffee? Sorry, on a side note, Edward Wayne Edwards' nickname was Chucky. I wonder if Hollywood was trying to tell us something. Well, that's fucking interesting. Chucky, the Child's Play Chucky? Yeah, because that's often described. I mean, it is interesting. I kind of covered that in the first week of Operation GCD Sundaze and the curse of Robert the Doll. Who's often described, Chucky's often described as having the basis of the Chucky story in Robert the Doll. The screenwriter has claimed otherwise, but you know. strikingly similar circumstances. And if I actually had forgotten, or I don't recall that, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention, the Chucky reference, because again, it is these name games I think that are played, and there's a lot of name games surrounding the process, church and their cult activities, be it Manson or Son of Sam or others that here at Operation GCD, I've demonstrated that in films like Dragnet, you'll find answers to these activities of these cult, the same cult network, or in last week's show, The Ghost Story. Peter Straub, author Peter Straub, knew information about the Process Church and Son of Sam cult activities, in 1978. No one else did, so not even Maury Terry. But back to this story and this diabolical serial killer, Edward Wayne Edwards. It's strange credulity to me to believe this dude gets himself into that prison only to start the riot and escape. So Miles carefully planned the riot and his escape. Another prisoner tossed gasoline on a guard, right? So maybe that, this is being told by the son of one of the guards that was present that day, right? So maybe that other inmate that tossed the gasoline on the guard, and Miles lit a torch made from a mop and thrust it on the drenched guard, who surrendered his key and rifle. Maybe that was Edward Wayne Edwards, right? So then they take the rifles and take control of two areas of the prison, right? And it says inmates ambushed other guards and then took over a second cell block. Like I said, they took the guns, started taking control, and the ammunition stored there. Slashed with a cleaver and shot, Deputy Warren Ted Roth was murdered in the uprising. So I believe the guy that got on fire was one of the other victims. And there was, I believe, an inmate that died. So there was 2 prison guards and 1 inmate. All told, the prison was under inmate control for 36 hours, drawing international media attention, right? And that therein lies the Edward Wayne Edwards MO. If you're to take, out of all of these things, what is the core principle that Edward Wayne Edwards operates under, in which his crimes, he says it over and over again. In the Metamorphosis of a Criminal book, he says it over and over again on his national tour of the 1,000 interviews he did on TV and news stations and radio stations. He says it every time. He did crimes for recognition. Now, that's what his motivations were in his book, and that's what he repeated. It's just the fact that he was continuing to do crimes, it seems, for recognition. So he wanted to be known as the ultimate killer. And again, he kept telling people this is why he does crimes. He just didn't say those crimes were murder, and didn't quite, part of his game was clearly, it seems, was not describing those details. But nonetheless, that is the case of the core concept. I think to understand this is he's doing this for recognition. If you consider that, and you consider he was at least involved in the Zodiac killings, if not the sole Zodiac killer, which I guess could be argued, that could still be argued for that too as well. I still think it was a team, but again, if he's doing it for recognition, you're going to tell me his buddy Charles Manson from 17 years prior at the Chillicothe Correctional Institution that he knew and writes about in his book, right? You mean to tell me that and he's part of the same cult network in California, right? This kind of Thelemic kind of Processian cult network, right? The Manson family, that is, being Processian, and the Thelemic, espousing Thelemic values and veneration for Aleister Crowley. And I don't know about the Processian angle but with Edward Wayne Edwards, but he's documented as a Thelemite, Crowleyan disciple, and the crimes in which he's associated with in the Zodiac seem to be of that nature. So I don't think that what I'm saying is, if he's going for crimes of recognition, he's not going to let his buddy Charles Manson from 17 years prior, that he first met at least, and ostensibly known since then, or throughout that time at least, intermittently, right? He's going to let his buddy Charles Manson beat him for a crime down in L.A. at the same time where he's murking folks up in San Francisco, right? Zodiac style. So, again, these things are going on at the same time, and the notion is not to be lost. Again, the dates, the names, the places are important, and lo and behold, if you look at we'll look here at the dates when we get there, but the dates match up with not only the known crimes that he's committed, right? Some of the known Lover's Lane murders that we know he's convicted of, that Edward Wayne Edwards knew intimate details, the polygraph keys of those crimes, the 77 one, the 81, the 1980 Lover's Lane he was connected to from that getting his rocks off, as the Zodiac said, on semen on the victim's jeans. Well, if you consider all of that, right, you consider that I guess where I was going with that, you consider that these dates really start making I was just going through my brain hole there for a moment. They're just really pondering on this, but his mother is shot. I believe we'll look at here. It's August 8th. I believe she dies on August 9th, August 10th, and is buried on August 11th. And this coincides with the Zodiac murders and other murders. That's what I'm saying. So these dates are important. And again, these aren't the only connections that John Cameron uncovered with Edward Wayne Edwards relative to occult ritualistic murders like that Zodiac murders. And we'll get to that further details as we get to the chronology here in the high profile cases, because we still we got to go over the known cases next once we get there on this chronology. But it is this prison riot, I think, is very important in understanding. Again, this brought international media attention, right? So whatever happened the 11 months prior when he's plotting it out with this guy Miles and his other, the other named right party, right, as the people that led this prison riot, right? That seems like Edward Wayne Edwards was involved in the team planning it. It seemed like this guy inserted himself, this Miles character, in which to accomplish that. And in doing so, all of this got international media attention. I'm just saying, there's folks pulling the strings. Maybe that's what the mission was, the international media attention, right? And not unlike, well, we'll keep going over here. I don't want to get distracted. So that was the Montana prison riot again, and the individual, known as the Lake Berryessa, Zodiac killer, because again, there's numerous thoughts and theories, but there's at least this guy who killed Cecilia Shepard, stabbed Brian Hartnell. This dude, in my opinion, was Edward Wayne Edwards. Based upon not only the forensic kind of evidence with the semen on the jeans later in 1980 and the way the Zodiac described that, not to mention just that Edwards claims in his book to have known the Zodiac killer and the metamorphosis of a killer. Not to mention just the telling the stories of the kids over the years, getting upset when the Zodiac was described improperly, in addition to the fact that also the details the man gave in the mask were the details from that prison riot that occurred not in 1969 when he's standing there with this mask on September 7th of 69, but occurred 10 years prior. And it was the events that led to Edward Wayne Edwards next to become one of the most wanted men in America, right? Because it was in 1959 that landed him back in that Deer Lodge prison when he got arrested in Portland, Oregon for all these robberies, right? This robbery spree, right? So again, he's escaping in Ohio, going across the country, pimping out his lady, then kidnapping a lady in Montana, marrying her, getting her knocked up, you know what I mean? And then he escapes that prison again in Montana and then in 59. And after spending several years as a fugitive, he was placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list in 1961 following a 1960 escape from Portland, Oregon jail. So they pick him up in Portland after the Montana escape, and he's found in that incident in Portland. Let me pull it up here from his book, because he even scribbles it in on the book here, and Cameron highlights in his book as well. All these fake IDs over the years this guy is able to achieve, make himself, or be issued, right? So in that incident in Portland that gets him after the Montana jailbreak there in 59, right, where he, whether or not he murdered a guard, somebody murdered some guards, right? The guy in Berryessa claimed it was him, so I believe it, right? Even the kids, the son of the guard said there was another guy that threw gasoline on the guy that wasn't Miles, so good candidate if you ask me. We'll look into more of that later, but jot that down for a note for any future conversation with John Cameron if that was in fact Edwards and mentioned in that quote from the son of the prison guard in that riot. But how is it this dude's Ohio, Montana, he's picked up again in Portland, right? He's picked up again in Portland, and he's got he's got a driver's license, a social security card. I don't think he had a birth certificate, at least it wasn't recorded in any of the documents that I've read or mentioned in Cameron's book. But how does he get these documents? He's just, he's escaping numerous prisons, he's robbing more places, and he's just getting more fake records, credentials, right? I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said there, and these are the things I would like to unpack here in this series. Is not only the crimes that he's committed compared to crimes that we presumably, based upon the known knowns that we can apply to the known unknowns kind of deal, right? But also, how does he do this? What's the logistics here, right? So at one point in time in my military career, in 20 years in the United States Air Force, I did 13 and a half 13 years, I think it was 7 months, active duty, and the remaining, whatever that is, 6 years, I think a little bit more than 20, 6 years, 5 months or 6 months in the reserves. 2.5, almost 3 years of my active duty time I spent in a break from military police. So almost 17 years of my career was military police. I did take a break to become a logistics planner, which is a war planner for the Air Force. So in doing so, one of my jobs, and I worked almost exclusively outside of the 6 months I spent at a unit level, I was found myself quickly at headquarters in DC doing logistics, war planning and stuff for current operations, so in doing so, what I'm getting at is I have vast experience in large scale war planning, logistics, unit movement, personnel, etc. And I just have a basic, and doing so, I have a basic understanding from a both strategical level into a ground tactical level, the macro and the micro, if you will, of how logistics work, how things move, how people move, how money moves. I one point in time, managed the budget for military police headquarters. So I understand, and I was at the age of 29. So I had a vast understanding of these things. I feel like I'm far ahead of other folks to say, and I feel confident in saying that nothing about the logistics of Edward Edwards makes any sense to me. Not the financial aspects, not the moving around, not the getting the documents, not getting out of prison so often. So I have a lot of questions. Melinda Johnson, thank you. It seems like he wanted to also be known as a great escape artist. No, you're 100% correct. He wanted to be the best at everything. He asserts as much in his Metamorphosis of a Killer, right? This is the book, and again, I'll have the link in the show notes. It's right off I'll have the link, even if John Cameron takes it down from his website, because again, or whoever took it down his website, I don't know yet, because again, Cold Case Cameron just came back up last week. And had been down for a while, had been down for at least numerous weeks. I'll make sure that everyone has an ability to check this out. But yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. He's the best criminal, right? Even in this, he's saying he's the best metamorphosized criminal, right? But what he's really saying, and again, what John Cameron unpacks in his book, is the actual message from Metamorphosis of the Killer, the coded messages, right? He's saying not only is he's the best criminal in every crime, every category, murder, robbery, etc., escaping prison, the best one, right? It doesn't, there's a lot more of that Alcatraz thing, because again, I think, these prison escapes, he wanted to be the best prison escape guy too. He did it since he was young, escaping orphanages and everything. So that's a great point, Melinda, because that is an aspect you have to understand of Edward Edwards. He in his mind was the best. He was not going to let anyone else beat him in any crime. And you can understand that by reading his book, and then the understanding and analysis that John Cameron's put here. And I haven't read his second book, so I'll have to do that one before the next show. But the sequel to this book we're looking at here, which was published the following year, it was Always Me, Edward Wynne Edwards, the most prolific serial killer of all time. So future shows unpack on that as well. But again, I greatly respect John Cameron's work and study here. And again, I couldn't, wouldn't be able to decipher any of these things or analyze anything had he not done this seminal study into Edward Wynne Edwards in at least that first book. And again, I'll have to read this one. But my point being here is I do want to further his research and evidence, because he does assert a lot of things in the first book about the wake of murders that go around in the 70s with Edwards traveling everywhere, not the least of which the Cincinnati Strangler, as I mentioned here in Cincinnati. But, and Cameron's got pictures of him in numerous studios, TV studios, radio stations here in Cincinnati during some of those crimes. So there's a lot to be said there, but nonetheless, it is that aspect. He is going to be the number one guy. And it is the aspect that I would assert why the Zodiac murders may in fact have been ramped up in a competition to the Manson situation. So there's, again, a lot to be said about those topics for sure. But no, appreciate the comment there, Melinda Johnson. It's a fantastic point. Well, just think we got here a cup of coffee. Just like Willie Sutton, Edwards did say he wanted to be the best criminal when asked by the nun at the Catholic school. Yeah. This was something that's a great point there. This is from his very early ages at those orphanages, Catholic orphanages and reformatories he was in it as a child, to FBI agents, law enforcement agents. He makes these statements to everybody throughout his entire life that he's the best criminal. And I don't disagree. Again, I think he had a lot of help. He had some top cover. There's a cult network, I think, that's involved. Nonetheless, though, I don't know of a criminal more prolific. The most, as John Cameron says here in his follow-up book, the most prolific serial killer of all time. I would say that's a sound statement. I would also say the most prolific criminal of all time, right? Because I mean, this dude is just out there doing everything, right? Out there doing everything. So, like I said, I'll have the cold case Cameron on there, and I'll have a copy of the book. He's got this book linked off his website, but I'll make sure I have a Dropbox link in case something happens to that website. But you can see where Cameron's made notes. Released 1053, right? He was 20 years old, so there are notes in here that I think are that were scribbled in here relative to what Cameron was doing, as far as I think maybe deciphering some of the code in here, right? So you can see right here he's in Denver, Colorado, late 53, early 54. So, and we'll go over all of these things in a minute off of Cameron's website. I just want to bring up this one thing here to verify what the name was on that Oregon matter. Private Detective 54 now. So yeah, I mean, it was Jerry Garfield or something like that was the name he had. But you can see, look, he right now in this one right here, city jail prisoner, right? This is on March 1955 jailbreak he had. So this is from his book, but Cameron's made notes in here. This is from the Metamorphosis of a Criminal, right? In March 1955 burglary. So he's talking about other, even Cameron's writing in notes to describe some of the code itself again that he feels Edwards was playing. So when they first started writing each other for 12 years, after that incident where Cameron got that memorandum, look at the Lovers Lane murders, and he looked at them and then, was told to shut up in color, then got fired because he accessed the NCIC database, looking up Edwards' file, and the FBI got real butthurt. Again, still shocker, not to me really. Still a shocker, though, objectively speaking, that the FBI would not be the one submitting that memorandum, and it was Homeland Security. That's odd. That to me speaks of matters of national security, which again is a slightly different story than tonight, folks, but it is certainly relative and won't be matters addressed in the future in these tales of not only the anatomy of the satanic panic, where this will eventually intercede and cross paths with at some point, and these tales and unpacking the case of Edward Wayne Edwards, but on top of these matters of why don't we know about these things today? Why does no one want to talk about Edward Wayne Edwards? What has kept a lid on it for so long, and what has spooked? And I'm not faulting the man for being spooked, John Cameron, a man who I can assure you knows pure evil, looked at pure evil, investigated pure evil, and brought pure evil to justice in the form of Nathaniel Bar-Jonah. And I can assure you, not only after reading all the investigatory documents and all the shit that dude was involved in, I can tell you firsthand, I looked in Nathaniel Bar-Jonah's eyeballs, and I can assure you, I don't ever want to do that again. So for John Cameron to be spooked after seeing all the sick shit that dude did, the cannibalistic, homicidal, kid-diddling, psychopathic serial killer Nathaniel Bar-Jonah. Again, John Cameron brought him to justice. He saw all those photographs, all the evidence. He's the one he was the lead investigator on that case in '99 when it got reassigned after the prosecutor's office in Cascade County was already running interference and or a judge for over 3 years on that case, because Nathaniel Bar-Jonah, much like Jeffrey Dahmer, was seen in and around with a vehicle that was, tied to Dahmer, and around the Adam Walsh case, it makes you wonder, because Nathaniel Bar-Jonah was seen with Zachary Ramsey in '96, and there would be one less 10-year-old murdered, tortured, kidnapped, and eaten. Had anyone addressed any of these matters relative to Bar-Jonah or anything else, or even addressed the eyewitness statements that day? So I don't know what John Cameron's experienced. I hope to find out in the future, but he joins us here on Operation GCD for conversations on these matters. But I would assert that it's can't be good if you don't want to talk about Edward Wayne Edwards today. Literally, I'm not making that up. We had back and forth on emails. The guy was a very, very kind gentleman. Appreciate his time. He don't want to talk about these things. So I've done my best to try to reassure him that I'm not some sort of, unscrupulous character in these matters. I don't know what he's run into, but that I respect his work. We know some of the same. Used to live in that town. His police department used to do a regular stop at my house for about a year for parties. And we were just a regular drive by that house, make sure those kids aren't getting fucking rowdy. So that was the Great Falls PD for a year. So I never knew him. I knew a number of the officers. We know some of the same people. That's what I'm saying. And I've communicated these things to him. And, like I said, hopefully, it's a good sign that his website's back up. Hopefully he'll join us. But this dude's seen pure evil. So for him to not want to talk about these things, I'm curious. You know what I mean? So I know the pure evil that he's witnessed far more than I. I just got a peek into the man's soul by looking at his eyes from about 18 inches away in a thin layer of plexiglass. But as I said, he knows all the secrets, even some of the public shit about Nathaniel Barjona, the kid diddling, cannibalistic, homicidal, psychopathic serial killer that I came face to face with in 2001 and may or may not have served me human meat burgers in 2000. John Cameron's seen far more of that evil than I have. So if he spoke about talking about Edward Wayne Edwards, I am curious. But he did, again, it is these matters of logistics that really trouble me as well on top of these things. So, and when he gets busted after the 59 escape from that prison in 60 in Portland, he is busted with a Social Security card and driver's license, describing him as, in some other documents, describing him as a medical doctor. Maybe it was a fake medical license. I don't recall now off the top of my head. Named James Garfield Langley. Langley, huh? That's a strange name to give for a cover name in some fake documents. Just saying. So that, back to the chronology here. So that's 1960, right? He's picked up there. We know through Cameron's work of all these things, right? So where he had been held on suspicion of impersonating a federal officer, right? So he's impersonating a federal officer is what he's arrested for in Oregon. He's already wanted for the escape, right? He has fake credentials. Would you believe he walks? Yeah, he walks. Yeah, they don't keep him. So this is 1960, right? He escapes from that jail, like he escaped the city jails in Ohio or the state jails in Ohio and Montana, right? By this point, but I don't know where the manhunt is or anything else like that. They don't put him on the 10 most wanted here. I'll bring up his 10 most wanted listing, which is how I made the cover art for tonight is a Muppetized version of his most wanted picture, right? Here's the other thing the FBI has done in this case that I don't like. When folks die, they have a policy. If they have a file on somebody and they die, they put it on their vault. Edward Wayne Edwards died almost 15 years ago. Almost 14 years ago. It was 14 years ago last week. I apologize. 14 years ago, 2 months ago. So it's 14 years, 2 months ago. The FBI vault still is not released. They have not released any files on Edward Wayne Edwards. And we know they have them. We know they have them because Edward Wayne Edwards wrote this letter in 1993 in describing the files that he knew that they had, right? He's describing his own dossier of, files of the FBI dossier of crimes that he's committed that he knows they have information on. Whether he ever got answered, I don't think that's ever been concluded if they ever answered him, but we do know that they had files on him by his own admission, right? Like this letter to the FBI, he's listing out not only his crimes, federal crimes in cities and et cetera, that we know that he's telling me, hey, you guys got a file on me and I would like to see it. And then, well, now that we get back to that. So in 60, he escapes that Portland jail, right? And then that's when he gets, apparently he did go to Mexico, as legend goes, or was heading down south in that way. And then eventually finds his way over to Atlanta, Georgia. Again, people, names, places, dates, all very important to him. Atlanta child killings being the reference point I'm saying there. But as we see here listed, he's arrested again. They're 6/25/59, Portland, Oregon, right? This is after the escape from the Montana prison, right? He's arrested for assault and robbery, it says here, which I guess that's the one that he's impersonating the police officer, but it's not exactly clear here according to his records. We'll look at Cameron's timeline in a second. I just want to finish going over this letter as we're going through these dates. But we'll compare that to the Cameron timeline. See what Edwards may be lying about himself here. So says he gets 5 years probation. Well, we just know that he according to my understanding is he does escape that jail, as the Wikipedia article does mention. But we'll compare that in a moment. Because then he makes his way to Atlanta, and where he's picked up in 61. But according to Edward's own list here, right, he gets 5 years probation in Oregon in 59 there. And then this is at a time where he's a wanted fugitive, right? Then he gets picked up again for bank robbery. Again, he robbed a lot of shit, banks included. May 18th, 1962 in Cleveland, Ohio. So I don't know what he's talking about here, and I'll get into that in a second. Because again, I want to go over these, what I see as discrepancies, because I think the other one's a discrepancy too, but I know this one is, based upon what Cameron developed as his timeline. So it makes you wonder, what is Edward Wayne Edwards doing when if he's going to improperly cite some things to the FBI asking for files? I don't know what he's doing here in 93, but the time in which he writes this letter is interesting. Just like all those message board postings that John Cameron found the day after Edward Wayne Edwards submitted his DNA for that 1980 Lovers Lane murder in Wisconsin back in 2009, after his daughter turned him in, right? After his daughter already tested her DNA positive, they went and got his DNA in a warrant. And the day after he gave those Wisconsin detectives DNA sample from his home in Louisville, Kentucky, somebody went online and started getting real mouthy about, saying they committed a bunch of these crimes that Edward Wayne Edwards would later be linked to. So it is that picture in 61 though, where Edwards is seen with the this is again when I was saving stuff when the cold case Cameron was down. This is that picture. This is the guy that in 1961, this guy would later be the captain of the Atlanta Police Department, right? Captain Larry Bradley, Atlanta, Georgia Police Department, and while Captain Bradley and Ed are the best of friends today, it was Captain Bradley, again, captain at the time leading up to the Atlanta child killings. That's when this picture's taken. This picture's I believe this is 1978, right before the murders, the Atlanta child killings. The same thing that he seems to have infiltrated the task force with, wearing or posed as a police officer to murder young black boys, right? Because they were looking for a white man. The task force was looking for a white man dressed as a police officer. Was a primary suspect. And Cameron argues that a lot of the pedophiles that were found dead in here were, and seemingly was individuals during the Atlanta child killings, that Edwards was murdering these kids and pawning them off to a local pedophile ring, which included Wayne Williams, the man in prison today, right, framed for those murders, not convicted for any child killings, convicted for the murder of 3 adults. And at his sentencing, they were like, "Oh yeah, we're going to toss in all these child killing murders too." He was never adjudicated for those murders. He's considered the Atlanta child killer today as a result of that. He's part of the pedophile network that Cameron links old Ed to here in his book, and that claims that Ed was killing all those guys that knew him and then framing Wayne Williams in the process. So this is how diabolical the man allegedly operated. And again, this is something that has long been asserted by numerous researchers, the Atlanta child killings, that is, to be associated with the Process Church of the Final Judgment, who had just moved their headquarters from New York City to Atlanta just prior, right around the same time Ed's taking this photo with the captain that arrested him in 1961 when he was in the top 10 most wanted of the FBI. So this claim that Ed makes that he's arrested in Cleveland in 62, or I'm sorry, does that say 62? Yeah, 62. Yeah, April 1862. We'll get to that in a minute. But this is the man that would arrest Ed on that spree when he's, again, going around the West Coast, escaping prisons, escaping jails, posing as a police officer, federal officer, robbing people. He's got fake credentials, right? He's posing as a doctor, right? He's got a driver's license as Jerry Garfield Langley, right? So we got their cup of coffee. I do want to add one thing before I head to bed. Edward Wayne Edwards was caught in Louisville, Kentucky, and that is where the cornbread mafia resided. You are correct. Thank you very much. And it's also where a very integral party in this whole network of cult and drug trafficking and murder revolves around through the Bluegrass conspiracy. And that same cocaine trafficking of the Medellin cartel, that old cocaine Bob Evans was busted with the Medellin cartel's leader, Karen Greenberger, leader in America, that is. She had just offed her husband, who was the actual leader in America, because he was named in court filings of the Medellin cartel's leader, co-founder, Carlos Later. Larry Greenberger was named in those court filings. He's dead a few months later. His wife's the number one suspect, still being investigated today on a recently opened cold case. But Karen Greenberger was Bob Cocaine Evans' indicted co-conspirator. She allegedly sits in California prison today for that murder of Roy Radin, but she was the head of the Medellin cartel. And again, it's that Medellin cartel stuff that goes through Louisville with the Bluegrass conspiracy. And in fact, the Bluegrass conspiracy is allegedly headed by the husband and then governor of Kentucky, but the husband of Bob Cocaine Evans' ex-wife, Phyllis Diller, former Miss America. So all those decadent parties at the Kentucky Derby that did go around this kind of cornbread mafia scene, as you're pointing out there, cup of coffee. You're right. I mean, Louisville's got some dark shit going on around there. It's curious to know why he moved there in the first place back there. He just moved there right prior to getting his daughter, by sheer happenstance, seeing that TV show. So that's what I'm saying. Imagine a scenario where his daughter never saw that TV show in 2009, right? She didn't see the kidnapping of this young Lovers Lane couple and murder of them in Wisconsin in 1980, 29 years prior. She sees it. She immediately remembers her father took her to that field where these bodies were found. He didn't tell them that at the time, and then they immediately left town thereafter. So she tells that to police, and again, but imagine a scenario where that didn't happen. This is the only case, that one case in 80, where his DNA, Edward Wayne Edwards' DNA, has been tied back to through any cold case that we know of publicly, right? I'm just saying, I'm open to people, squashing that if it did come up, FBI type people, national security type situations. But what I'm saying is, at least publicly, what we know is that's the only case. And again, I think that speaks to the calculated nature of this man, the diabolical nature of this man, and it also speaks to what if his daughter never saw that? What if she never called police? Why did Edward Wayne Edwards move from Arizona to Louisville back in 2009? So part of a greater network, certainly plausible. Certainly plausible. Because was he moving there to go on a new project? I mean, that is the way he operated. That would have been the manner in which he operated for sure. So it is that Atlanta situation, though, and we'll get back to the chronology in a minute. I'm just going to finish going through the Wikipedia, the source of all information on the interwebs, because I want to get an understanding again. What I see as the actual details and salient characteristics of these matters and what the normative views are here, because we can look right here. It says victims, 5 confirmed. That's true. 9 to 15 plus suspected. I would put a plus after that 15, but span of crime, 77 to 96. Yeah, we know that he murdered across at least 19 years, right? Based upon what we know, the crimes he knew, the details of in 77, that he admitted to after the 80 DNA hit, right? The 1980 murder DNA hit in 2009, which neither one of those got him the death penalty. He wanted to die. So that the only reason we know about the 96 one, what I'm saying is he only told these other ones, and we only know that he committed them because he wanted the death penalty. And had he got the death penalty for the first one, we wouldn't have known about the 1977 one, the death penalty for the DNA match, right? That would have happened. We wouldn't have known about the 1996 murder of Danny Boy Edwards had that happened. And I think that's a very important murder when it ties into him using evidence to frame somebody else for other murders. Another murder I think he was working on at that same time. And his intention was the machinations of, getting that life insurance policy, killing Danny Boy Edwards, the man he adopted for that purpose, and then using Danny Boy Edwards to frame in another murder. And I think that murder might have been, and Cameron makes a very strong argument for it, John Benet Ramsey. He kills Danny Boy Edwards 6 months before Ramsey's dead, and he makes sure that no one finds Danny Boy Edwards' body until 6 months after John Benet Ramsey's murder. So, if you wanted to try to, manipulate the investigations of law enforcement, if he kills Danny Boy Edwards and shoots him, chops his head off, and shit like that, well, if they use some of that blood DNA and leaves the crime scene there at the Ramsey house, you may be thinking Northeast Ohio and Denver, Colorado. Those are far, far apart. We'll get to that in a moment. But if he was to do that, well, again, I think these are the things to consider when Edwards is murdering someone. He's not murdering it just to murder that person and profit from that crime. He's doing it to frame somebody for those crimes, using that for somebody else. So they've been sitting on DNA evidence in the John Benet Ramsey case, at least publicly. No conclusions have been reached. But I would argue that may, in fact, that DNA, and I think I know John Cameron argues that in his book, that evidence of the John Benet Ramsey scene, the DNA evidence, may in fact lead to Danny Boy Edwards. And you may be thinking, well, how would Edward Wayne Edwards get involved in that? We'll get to that in a moment. We'll get to that point here this evening here. But that son that I was talking about, they would never talk to John Cameron. He happened to work for Lockheed Martin out there in Denver, Colorado. The same Lockheed Martin that purchased John Ramsey's Access was it Access Graphics? We'll get to it in a minute. Whatever the company that Ramsey had built into $1 billion company, revenue company, he sold to Lockheed Martin. I think it was called Access Graphics. We'll look at it in a minute though. But anyhow, so Cameron even builds a connection there, much stronger than inferences of how Edwards would have, worked his way into other folks' lives. A connection there to the Ramsey case. And again, John Bonet was meeting Santa Claus, and guess who looked like Santa Claus? Just saying. So, no, I appreciate all the comments. Cup of coffee. If you have to depart here for the remainder of the show, please check out the rest of it, because definitely going to be getting in some. We're going to hit this. Oh, I'm back. All right. Yeah, we're going to come in for a close on some of these other crimes as well that, like the Cincinnati Strangler and stuff like that. But so as it is right now, we see Edwards getting busted by that Atlanta police captain, where he gets himself sent into Leavenworth. That's where he runs into people like Jimmy Hoffa, which again he writes about in his book. And again, Jimmy Hoffa and him, they had an interesting relationship, according to Edwards in his book. And Cameron makes an argument that the individual that Jimmy Hoffa met with, the known individual at that diner, was possibly Edward Wayne Edwards. So, but I don't want to get too far into those topics what I want to do is look here at that 1961 incident and see precisely when they claim that, or I want to see what Edwards has here. I'm sorry, Cameron has here versus what Edwards had listed, right? Because something ain't jiving with these two dates, right? They're not this 1961 arrest and 1962 Cleveland bank robbery. For some reason in my brain hole, well, I mean, obviously they don't seem to match up, right? But as I look through those details and get us on that track, we'll take a brief intermission and we will watch a clip from John Cameron's YouTube channel. To tell the truth, I have we won't watch the whole clip, but we'll watch the portions of Edward Wayne Edwards going on a national TV show to prove how good of a liar he is and how diabolical and devious he looks when doing so. And again, this is not the only TV show he found himself on, but it is the one we're watching tonight, because again, I think just studying the way he reacts to things, his statements, again, cool, calm, collective. He has no problem doing this in front of a national audience that is being broadcast to on TV, and doing so in a manner that is very cool, calm, and collective. And I would argue the work of a sheer psychopath to deliver such a message, lying in that audience like that and deliver it so convincingly. So we'll take a quick peek at some of those clips here on that appearance of Edward Wayne Edwards that I posted yesterday. And then we'll look at those dates on his imprisonment, and then go confirmed the known knowns, right? The dates of those known murders he did, the 2 Lovers Lanes and the Danny Boy Edwards, versus some of these more high profile cases. We'll just start there with comparing those, the Zodiacs, the Atlanta child killings, the Adam Walsh, and the John Bonet was what we'll go over tonight, before we close it out with the known unknowns, matters such as the Cincinnati Strangler. But it is those dates, I think, again, dates and other corresponding details to Edwards' life that seem to indicate to me, and again indicated to John Cameron, there is a lot more to Edward Wayne Edwards being connected to these events. But in the matter of Edward Wayne Edwards, and to tell the truth, that's what we'll look at right now as I look for that confirmation on those dates here for you folks. And if you didn't catch this yesterday, I got the whole clip there. And today we're just going to go through about 2 different portions of it, where the primary portions of where Edwards is talking, right? So I just want to lay the framework here once again on just how diabolical this dude is.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Ed Edwards.
Number 2.
My name is Ed Edwards.
Number 3.
My name is Ed Edwards.
And here is the extraordinary story of Ed Edwards.
It's kind of unfair going into it.
Says,
if you already know who he is.
Was once on the FBI's list.
It's kind of unfair going into if you already know who he is, but just look at the body language here. I mean, I would argue maybe here he looks a little bit nervous, but I think this was the only time I really thought that. These guys, I would say, this guy looks a little bit nervous. This guy looks pretty comfortable on the left. The middle guy looks a little nervous. I would say, but looking at between Edwards and the middle guy, I would say the middle guy looks a little bit more nervous than Edwards does there, but I think body language can be important at times.
List of the 10 most wanted criminals in America. Now I am a respected citizen in my community. Here's the story of my dramatic turnabout. As a young boy, I felt that the only way I could gain any recognition was to steal. Eventually, I committed armed robberies, impersonated a federal officer, and was sought for questioning about a double murder. I spent time in the federal penitentiaries in Leavenworth and Lewisburg. It was at the latter prison that I started vocational training and very slowly began to realize that I could still be somebody and return to my rightful and legal place in society. There is a tremendous need for communication between parents and their children.
I mean, even while as I'm watching this and he's just standing there, I mean, he remains pretty resolute. I mean, the other guys are kind of shifting, right? So I'm just saying, if you were one of the celebrity panelist members here in this To Tell the Truth program, that show, Alan Alda and gang or whatnot, Hawkeye from MASH, if I'm one of those folks, I'm paying attention to not only the initial guy may have looked calm. There's a lot of movement out of those guys where Edwards remains pretty steadfast.
I stress this point in my book, which is titled Metamorphosis of a Criminal, signed Ed Edwards.
So Edwards literally publishes that book under a publishing house that he created there in 1972. And immediately starts this tour. I mean, this is, I am very, once again, speaking to logistics, I'm extremely curious to know not only how Edward Wayne Edwards got on 2 different TV shows, game shows in the 70s, but how he's not the only serial killer. There's 2 other serial killers that got on 70s game shows in Los Angeles, Rodney Alcala and the other one's escaping me. I think he was one of the Hillside Stranglers. Nonetheless, why are so many serial killers on TV in the 70s on game shows? And Edward Wayne Edwards got himself on too. I'd like to know how the logistics works for that. Do you apply for it? Do you write a number? You call somebody? Is somebody call you? I don't know if John Cameron ever quite got to the point of that. He says he's got thousands of other files, documents, records, and reports, which I'm sure he does. I don't think he's lying by that. I'm just saying, I don't even know if in that he got to the point of what were the machinations that get on in these TV shows, but I'm curious. That's for damn sure, especially when you're talking Hollywood, right? I really like here, though, when Edward Wayne Edwards introduces himself here. So we're going to go to...
This is true.
Do we infer that you did not have a good relationship with your parents?
This is true.
I look at that. Look right there. So that's him telling the truth. Speaking of a show called To Tell the Truth, that's him telling the truth. Kind of disgruntled, I think, that's the way I took at it. You can see the furrowed lip kind of deal, right? But he is saying, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's kind of true. And it is true. We know that. And then we know from psychological reports, right? We know from other things, again, that are documented in books and other things that this dude was very much diagnosed, very young, is very lot of mental disorders. There's psychopathy, right? Sadomasochistic tendencies. So I think that might be some of that, right? The psychopathy and sadomasochism that is erupting in this furrowed lips, right? And the lack of smile and the kind of disgruntled nature of saying, having to agree, yeah, you're right. I didn't have a great relationship with my family, my parents.
In what way? Number 3, in communications, as you indicate?
I was born an illegitimate child, so I never had a real mother to speak of.
Mm-hmm. Number...
Might just be me. When he makes that statement, I had no real mother to speak of, I see disdain. I hear disdain in his voice. I see disdain in his delivery. I won't, and again, folks can check out this entire clip. I'm just going to scroll to the Edward Wayne Edwards responses, right? Oop, that ain't it.
3 of your book,
Hart Publishing Company.
Who?
Hart Publishing Company.
That takes us please to Kitty.
Number one, did you commit these double murders or you just wanted for questioning?
I was wanted for questioning, but later they found out it wasn't me.
Security prison in America.
You're
One.
Number three, what is considered the maximum security prison in America?
Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary.
And that's another known fact. He was already there. So look, he does kind of, not only does he answer it with his assertiveness, right? And he's sure of himself, but I mean, again, it seems like there's some disdain there because he wants to deceive people and he's telling them the truth because he's also trying to deceive them. But I can almost see like an internal struggle going on there with Ed. Maybe I've watched this too many times. I'm not sure. But let's go on to the next segment here. The end of it's really great because to me it's just Duper's delight,
It's a
Three, what is a fish?
it's a new man coming into the institution.
Number two, what's a fish?
An easy mark.
Number one,
A new man coming in.
what was your first term, your prison term? How long, what was your first sentence, I mean?
My first sentence was in a reformatory for 2 years.
I see.
So that's true, and was a reformatory for 2 years. That was his first sentence. We did see that right here on his claims, right? But again, after this video, we'll look over on the timeline of events. So right here, 52 to 54, right? 52 to 50. Well, not quite 2 years, right? That was his first official prison time versus the orphanages and correctional, child correctional, institutes, if you will. So the it's so fascinating to watch this guy bullshit, folks. He's out there lying on the TV, and I think it's the Duper's delight at the end that really seems apparent to me. He says the last time he was released, he was about 32. For him to be 32, I just want, again, we're evaluating his statements, kind of looking at things right here, right? So for him to be 32 years old right here, this is 19. Just to make sure I'm not wrong. I'm 99.9% sure this was September of 1972. To tell the truth, we'll just look up Alan Alda's IDMB when he was on there. It might have been later, I suppose, but I could have sworn. Yeah, so Alan Alda was on there between 68 and 73. I'm 99% certain this one is, let's see, Edwards, to tell the truth. September of 72. You know what? It might tell me here on the description here, huh? Let's look at that. What's this say? What'd this do? October 17th. Hey, look, I was pretty darn close, folks, of the interwebs. I knew I'd read it at some point in time. So he's saying, let's just run that back. Because again, I think Edward, watching him tell the truth in here and then lie about shit in here at the same time, I think is very interesting. So let's see old Ed run that one back.
Also in a reformatory for 2 years.
How old were you when you got out of prison?
The last time I was released, I was about 32.
So if you notice there, folks, of the interwebs, he looks up and to the right. So I would argue not only did that was a tell that I used to be a poker player. Not only have I been a police officer for many years, again, 17 or so out of my just over 17 out of my 20 years in the U.S. Air Force, and I did a number of years as a patrolman and investigated a number of crimes and whatnot as well. Not only is that an obvious tell to me, the fact that he odd and then looked up and to the right before what we can now demonstrate we know is a lie. So I'm just saying, if you look at his body language, I would already say that's a lie, but we can know that's a lie. So this is 1972. He got out of prison in 1967, and we'll go over that timeline and proof from Cameron's website here in a moment, from the 61 incident to when he got out. Because this, again, I want to demonstrate here the diabolical nature of this man. And again, we just watched him lie as well. He hummed and hawed and looked up and to the right. This is 1972, right? He gets out. Well, hold on a second. Maybe I apologize, folks. Interwebs. Maybe my math's wrong. Let's see. I think I'm glad we're looking at this thing together here, so I can unpack these things here as we go. So he gets out 33. Yeah. I mean, I guess he wasn't quite 35. So we'll double check. So he's born June 14th. I'm just saying, I think he's, what I'm getting at, folks, is I think he's hiding where he's at in these late 60s time period, right? So let's just say, I'm just going to take a break from where my thought process here is, and also get my math right here to make sure I'm accurately describing these details here. Yeah. So I'm of the opinion, ever looking at a lot of these things, he's got this strange gap preceding those Zodiac murders, that is, right? And again, comparatively speaking, it's very strikingly similar to the same kind of strange gap there in activities in the release of Charles Manson around the same time, right? From different prisons, but again, they knew each other, and were involved in similar kind of cult things, is what I'm saying. So he's released June 14th, 1933. So he'd have been 35, right? What I'm saying is he's thinking, because he wants to avoid telling of some dates, I think is what I'm driving home here. But let's just make sure I get my dates right. So 35, it would have been 1968. Yeah, he's out before then. Even if he's almost 35, right? If he's almost 35, that means he got out in early 68, right? Early 68, right? Because he turns 34 in 67, right? And we're gonna finish watching this clip, but I'm gonna put a pin on that along with that 61, 62 discrepancy that we've identified in this timeline. We're going to finish watching the rest of Ed here, but I do think it's interesting. I'm going to watch it one more time just to make sure I'm tracking correctly. Let's run that back again. I'm getting confused on what he's saying here, I think. Okay, about 32, folks. About 32. So that don't sound right, does it? That don't sound right. That don't sound right at all. At all. So we see him with the seemingly obvious movements of the eyes of him and Holland. So he's almost 32 the last time he got out of prison, he says, right? So he would have been 32 or almost 32, right? Almost 32, right? Before June of 65, right? June of 65, June 14, 1965, he turns 32. I think we can all agree on that. So he's claiming the last time he got out of prison was when he was almost 32. And what I'm saying, I think, is when he gets out of prison, he's almost, I think he's 34. No, let's see. If he gets out in 67, yeah, he's 34, maybe almost 35, right? So there we go. If he's almost 35, he's saying he's almost 32. He's providing a 3-year gap of mystery. Right. So now we've established that the 3-year gap of mystery, and we'll confirm those dates here in a moment with John Cameron's timeline. But I'm confident at this point in time that we've worked out those details, the math in my brain hole, what he says, and then versus the actual dates of his stuff, and it don't comport here, folks. But let's continue here on the remainder of this diabolical journey of Edward Wayne Edwards. So notice that's not right. There we go. Notice no hemming and hawing there. I'll run it back. No hemming and hawing. No looking up to the sky, right? No delays. Because what he just said again, he didn't quite have the furrowed face going on as before, not as bad at least. Didn't look as disgruntled. But what he did again was assert that known fact. So he writes about that guard in his book, right? And again, this is a real person, apparently, according to John Cameron's investigation as well, verifying some of these details, because again, the guy's a fucking psychopath. You can't always take his word for it. You got to find some verifications, right? Obviously a man who does puzzles his entire life, even by his children's, admissions. So, we'll run that back because again, he states that with such assertiveness and again, kind of a disgruntled nature that I think it's important again to kind of focus on those. These are the aspects, folks, that I appreciate from this clip, I guess is what I'm saying. So she's asking him about, they're trying to figure out, do you know details, nicknames from inside prison, right?
Number 2, do reformatories try to help kids, or are they just in there to do the time and get out?
They're just there to do the time and get out. So.
Number 3, who was it in prison, and what prison, or did somebody in prison help you to get straightened out? I mean, or did you do it yourself?
Yes, I met a man who was a guard at the penitentiary, and he's the one that helped me to rehabilitate.
Thank you.
I think you folks can agree with me that he stated that with assertiveness, no hems and haws, no looking up, no 3-year mystery gap in time, as we just identified. Of course, he didn't tell us precisely where that guard was, but as we'll look in a moment on the timeline in his book, that guard was in Leavenworth, the same prison he asserted before is knowing as the top maximum security prison in this nation, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's diabolical, Melinda. You got to pay attention. That's a good notice. You got to pay attention. You got to look at it, what this dude does. Again, I'll post a link to John Cameron's channel and his video here that he posted from this, and I'll dig up I'll locate the other game show he went on. But no, that's a good point. He wait till you see the end here if you haven't already. That this Duper's Delight he gets into, it's fantastic. But we only got 2 more stops here, I think, on this journey before we get to the Duper's Delight, and then on to the rest of that chronology, and we'll close it out with the known knowns and known unknowns, as I like to quote Donald Rumsfeld. Speaking of psychopathic homicidal maniacs. Rumsfeld, that is.
Gotta start. I tell you what I'm going to do, Gary.
Yep.
It's just like the producers of this show to get a young, all-American looking boy like number 3 with a prison record, the most unlikely looking one up there, and that's why I voted for him.
All right.
Look at that. Look at that. We're gonna run that back. I dropped my doobie there. I mean, look at that Duper's Delight, and look at that. I forget which actor that is. The panelist. We'll look up his name in a minute. I believe he's a talk show host, some regard back then. He fucking nailed it. I mean, he says, just like the producers of the show, to bring an all-American looking boy. So what I'm saying, he nailed it. That's how Edward Wayne Edwards got away. He was very. No one who knew Edward Wayne Edwards, other than his children and his wife, who he stabbed and held at gunpoint numerous times over the years. The second wife and the first one, nonetheless. Of that, I mean, she had the sense to leave him. The second one stayed with him for 4 years while he's doing all of these crimes and helping cover it up, right? But again, there's an argument they were both hostages themselves, nonetheless. No one knew him to be evil. No one knew him to be, like that. Everyone knew him to be this smiling, affable person. But you can see the Duper's Delight there. You can see how this guy's pegging it, that he's an all-American looking fellow that they're trying to deceive people, and you'll see the next panelist be deceived by that all-American look. So that's all I'm saying is, this is, when he went places, he was a doctor, right? He had, he was in Oregon. He had credentials and shit, right? He had identities and shit. He had money. He always had money, right? From crimes or wherever else he was getting funded wise, logistically speaking, right? He always came off as a very personable, very affable, very likable guy. And he was able to get and weasel his way into folks' life as a result of it. And that's what I mean by how diabolical he is. And we're seeing it. I just got my fingers all black. I just wiped it all over myself. I had a doobie explosion here momentarily. We're good. We're back on surface. But it is these things I like to analyze to understand, right? It's not just he was there, did this crime. You got to look at this dude did a lot of murders before and after this game show, right? This game show is part of his enterprise in which to perpetrate more murders in the springboard of that book that he'd written, right? The book that he'd already coded messages of all the murders he'd done before 1972 and was used as a springboard to murder more folks going forward, which seems demonstrably proven since we know 5 years later he's doing a Lover's Lane murder in Wisconsin. 3 years after that, he's doing another Lover's Lane murder in Wisconsin. And 14 years later after that, he moves to Ohio. Immediately ingratiates himself with a local 18-year-old. The man was already a man. Transient kind of fellow that just kind of drifted around because Edwards would go to bars. He would go to local places of social places. He would integrate himself with all the local police departments to know all the crime and who all the local criminals are and stuff like that. Like I said, that Northeast Ohio detective who was all butthurt and rightfully so because the FBI told them to listen to Edwards, right? The FBI told them to listen to Edwards, and that comes from a police detective who was told that himself, who describes Edwards to be his top suspect. I believe he's retired now, but his top suspect in over a dozen murders in Ohio. Over a dozen murders. So it's not just John Cameron. It's not just John Cameron. People who very knowledgeable, well-experienced homicide detectives who have looked at this, like John Cameron, a very knowledgeable, well-experienced homicide detective. With just because he's in Great Falls, again, not only did he take down Barjona, this dude worked various task forces as well. So this dude has an extensive history. He's got the credentials and again, he brought down Barjona when no one else could. You know, even under he had to get creative with the limitations the judge had put on and the prosecutor with those search warrants. Again, it's in the court records how creative they had to get. You know, we went over that last week a little bit, and I'll go over it more in the future, hopefully with John Cameron. But nonetheless, he was successful in achieving that. Nonetheless, that's what I'm saying. This dude knows what he's doing, and again, he's not the only one. This guy in Northeast Ohio, same difference. And again, this is how not only the affable nature, the documents, the fake doctor certificates, etc. The Christian, he often integrated through Christian churches and whatnot to get himself in there. He went on a whole tour with this book. We'll go into that in the timeline of a Christian ministry as well. He did a Christian ministry album. This dude was very prolific. But what I'm saying here is he murdered folks before this. We know he murdered folks after this. We know that for a fact. Right? We know that for a fact. And then we can see the diabolical nature of him in this thing. So I just want folks to consider that. I'm just not saying that even put aside the Zodiac, put aside, the Atlanta child killings, John Bonet, etc. Put aside Adam Walsh. His own family changed his name and sent him into an institution when his mother couldn't. Someone pulled that trigger on that rifle or shotgun, whatever it was a long-barreled weapon, right? According to, by all appearances, his immediate family, including his aunt and uncle, who he had lived with previous to his mother getting out of prison, blamed the 6-year-old Ed Edwards. Ed Myers, in fact. They changed his name and put him in an orphanage. That orphanage diagnosed him as a psychopathic, sadomasochistic genius. IQ of 132. So what I'm saying here is you need to consider that, folks, in the interwebs, when considering Edward Wayne Edwards. We can insert Zodiacs and John Bonet's and Atlanta child killings and Adam Walsh's and for good reasons. And John Cameron's done a great investigation in at least providing questions in those matters that should be asked whether or not Edward Wayne Edwards had any, I don't care if he's the culprit, had any interactions or relations with those incidents, because by all appearances and records, there's a strong circumstantial case to say that he does. And a lot of those things correspond with those same dates, the same games we know Edwards plays with the known knowns of his murders. Dates, places, names, right? So if he murdered his mother, we see him replicating those same dates and other times with her birthday and known murders, and the Lover's Lane murder that occurred at the same dates the Zodiac murders occurred. Different years, 1969 and 1977. Nonetheless, he's murdering folks on dates that we know with the known knowns are he's using these anniversaries. So we consider that, again, extrapolating on those things, there's a lot to be said. So, but what we do know is his mother was murdered in 1939. It was either December 38 or January 39. I'll look it up in a minute. But that's exactly when it was. December of 38, I think. We'll look up in a minute. Anyhow, this is 1972. That's 1938. He's 5 years old, right? Almost, he's going on 5.5. This is 1972, right? So he's killing someone then, right? Which again, all of his family seem to say so, right? We know he's killing folks in 77 and 1980 and 1996 and doing it in a fucking diabolical way, right? Especially when you moved to Ohio in 94, you ingratiate yourself with this young transient fellow in town, age 18, and you convince him to change his name to Danny Boy Edwards, and you adopt him legally. You legally adopt an 18-year-old man. I just don't even understand that aspect of it. I guess technically speaking, he didn't legally adopt him. He had him change his name legally and then had him named as the beneficiary. I don't think it was a legal adoption, but now that I think about it, I got to look that back up because that doesn't make any sense, folks. At bare minimum, he makes Danny Boy Edwards change his name to that, and then he becomes the sole beneficiary to his service members group SGLI service group members life insurance policy. Service members group life insurance policy, SGLI, which at the time was worth $250,000 payout. So that's the diabolical nature I'm saying. He's 38, murder, likely his mother, it seems. 72, he's out here doing all this shenanigans, and these are the known knowns, right? Convincing everybody he's a metamorphosized criminal, right? All this dupe and shit here on TV we're seeing here, and then we know he's 5 years after this, not even 5 years. He's murdering a Lover's Lane couple in 77, Wisconsin, right? We know 3 years after that, he's murdering another Lover's Lane couple in Wisconsin. And it's after that murder that they depart, and that's when he goes to Marietta, Georgia. Again, Atlanta child killings at the same time, right? But he's already traveling to and from. He moves his family after that 1980 murder. They go down to Marietta, then they go to Pennsylvania, back to Marietta. But I'm saying, just we know he's murdered in 77 and 80. We know he's murdering in 96. So again, it's not a lot. I don't think it's a lot of filling in the blanks in between that the guy's probably doing murders, and we extrapolate and use those same principles. We see the guy. So if all of that's true is what I'm getting at here, we see that guy's done a lot of murders, but he has no problem going on TV and deceiving everybody. So I'm just saying, I'm just painting a long-winded way to paint a picture of this is one diabolical bastard.
Well, I agree with you, and I think number 2 is marvelous. Oh,
What?
I voted for number 1.
Nice, perfect.
Nothing wrong with voting for number 1. Nice fellow. Alan?
I found that the number 2 did not know what a fish is. A fish, in fact, is a new man in prison, but both 1 and 3 knew that. However, number 3 said a guard helped him rehabilitate himself, and number 1 said he rehabilitated himself once he got out. And that sounds closer to reality to me, so I voted for number 1.
Errol?
I don't disagree with Hawkeye from MASH, Alan Alda. I think that was a very reasonable, very logical explanation he provided of his selection. And I don't disagree with the reason he did it. I think, again, this speaks to the diabolical nature and deception of Edward Wayne Edwards. Despite this dude being this dude's very intelligent, by the way. A lot of actors are fucking dumb, not Alan Alda. You can hear just the way he describes those things and breaks it down in his consideration of factors. But even then, an intelligent individual who's, can constructively, analyze numerous factors here to reach a reasonable conclusion and articulate it, he's even deceived.
1s and a 3 and big.
Well, number 2 said it was practically the same thing as a new man. And I think number 2 looks terrific to be a criminal. He looks so tough. But I always feel, my dear, that after all, you wouldn't get fooled by somebody like number 2, but number 3 you trust with your life. So I voted for him.
And that's the last clip I want to play on here, folks, for this one, because she says it all right there. Number 3, you would trust with your life, and I assure you many, many folks did. Because if you knew this, especially as he got older, if you knew this old man from your church or he was a doctor of psychiatry, perhaps that these folks had hired for psychiatric services or mental health therapies, right? Because, again, this is what he's documented as oftentimes doing, right? To integrate it. Those were just 2 main, looking at what Cameron's put together, right? And looking at the known knowns of Edward Wayne Edwards. His MO to get into folks' life, if it wasn't a Lover's Lane type of situation where he's well, even in those circumstances, he's targeting the victim, he's working his way in, et cetera, but in all of these circumstances, regardless of the mode of operations of the actual murder. But he would go to integrate through churches frequently, and I'll show the church campaign he did along with his book campaign. He would pretend to be a doctor of psychiatry, right? So I see that how long-winded I'm getting here at 2:15. We'll go about another 30 or 40 minutes here to wrap this up here tonight, to lay this foundation here, folks. We'll go over those dates here right now, though. On the 60s, the ins and the outs of when he got there, right? In the 60s, was he, when did Edward Wayne Edwards get into prison and out of prison there? The 61, 62 situation with the bank robbery in the Atlanta, being arrested in Atlanta as the top most wanted dude, like he's posing with that dude in 78, right? Again, so you can see what I'm talking about. He's in Atlanta in 78, right? Posing with the Atlanta police chief. Right. Always traveling. But he's posing with that police chief in 78. Again, like, I just think these things, it's easy to discard because like, who travels like that? Who does these things, right? But are you Edward Wayne Edwards does these things? Again, we have evidence of it. So what I'm saying there is we know he's in 77. He's posing with that police chief, right? Or 78, I'm sorry. Right at the early onset of the child murders, right? Let me bring up that picture again while I'm saying this. Captain Bradley, this is the guy that busts him for being the 10 most wanted guy, right? This is 1978. We'll go on the website from Cameron to show that. He's murdered that Lover's Lane in 77, right? He goes back to Wisconsin even after this photo and even after presumably some child killings down there and murders the Lover's Lane in 80 before they skip town and go back down here, right? Before they go to Pennsylvania where he burns up that house with a police uniform that didn't burn. It didn't burn. We'll get into more of that in a moment, but you can see the prolific nature of how well this dude travels, right? And again, when I said Christian ministry, while he did that book stuff, throughout the 70s, Edwards is traveling the country alone, preaching that he is a rehabilitated criminal, married father of 5. Again, he traveled. This was his front, was all these kids. And so I guess he had 2 daughters and 3 sons, I think. We'll look at that because it's not only the Lockheed son that doesn't want to talk to him. I think only 2 of the kids talked to John Cameron, but hopefully we'll hear from John Cameron on that because that was, stuff he talked about 7 or 8 years ago. I'd like to see if maybe any of those kids changed their mind because Edward's daughter, I didn't know this either when I first reached out to him in March. Apparently I reached out to John Cameron like a week before Edward's daughter published her book. Yeah. So, and that was the daughter that, at least in past interviews that he had described years ago, 7, 8 years ago. And even in that docuseries, she talked to him at one point. This is the one that turned her father in 2009. She talked to Cameron at one point, but once Cameron, as he describes it, started putting all these murders together that her father was related to and associated with and likely did, she didn't want to talk to him no more. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. In that Paramount, you can see in the Paramount docuseries, when she meets her half-brother, Edward's grandson, Wayne Wolf Jr. from his first marriage, when she first meets that boy or that young man for the first time there, they don't let Cameron in the house. I mean, apparently it wasn't just a gimmick for the camera. Like she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Like, because again, I don't know that she understood the depth of it when she turned her father in, and maybe she did. Maybe that was a backlash. Maybe she knew a lot more. I don't know, but hopefully John Cameron can tell us because this woman just published a book and he didn't say it outright in her back and forth in her emails, but I got the impression that she still doesn't like him, right? That there was some sort of element of consternation going around the subject with her book and between them. So I don't know, but April Balascio, that's her married name, discovered her dad, Edward Wayne Edwards, was a serial killer. Again, after watching that TV show, she called it in. They're like, yeah, she's like, I went to that field. He took us there and then we skipped town. And that was 1980. Right. So can she tie him to more cold cases? So I don't know what she's into. I have not dove down this rabbit hole yet. I was only tipped off to it by John Cameron himself after our first communications back in March. So I don't know. Well, yeah, it was in this miniseries on Paramount, which I'll folks should highly recommend folks check out. She ain't a fan of John Cameron. He speaks to that again in his interviews. So it is an interesting dynamic. I'm gonna have to read her book now, I guess, too. But nonetheless, I don't know that she's trying to solve any cases based upon his statements and the reactions I've seen in that TV show. She didn't care to find out if there's any more things attributed to her father, kind of deal, right? So I was kind of shocked to even learn she was writing a book, and more shocked to understand it's about that. But these are some of August of 1970. Edwards is traveling the country handing out the following pamphlet. And I say these Christian things in this evangelical movement as well, because he's going to, like this one, he's on a TV station in Chicago, right here in August of 1970. He's on a radio station in New York City, right? August of 1970, handing out these Christian flyers. This is before he publishes his book, but I think it's interesting relative to how the process operated within the evangelical movement at the same time. So, again, these things will eventually, we're going to see some crossovers between my Sundaze series when I future unpackings of Sunday's episodes here on the case of Edward Wynne Edwards, and where things will eventually intersect in my Thursday series relative to matters of these satanic cults and the anatomy of satanic panic. But we can see all these pictures right here. Let me zoom in a little bit of Edwards doing all sorts of interviews there in the early 70s, right? So author, lecturer, consultant, authority on crime. That's hilarious. Ed Edwards was born in 1933 in Akron, Ohio, as an illegitimate child to a mother who later committed suicide. Okay, that's interesting. And this must be a flyer from a later date. Okay, so Ed and his best friends today with Captain Bradley, who led the raid and arrested Ed in Atlanta in 1962. Okay. All right. Let's go to precisely 1962 then, because I'm in 1970. My apologies, folks. I got distracted. We want to go back to the 60s before we go to the 70s real fast and close it out with some statements from the old man describing himself. And I say the old man, months before he died, he filmed interviews there in that Ohio jail where he's describing the calculated nature in which he stalked, coerced, murdered, and then later would play games with law enforcement about the remains of Danny Boy Edwards. And he's explaining all these things after he's already convicted, waiting for the death penalty there in the Ohio jail. But I think it is interesting to watch. We'll look up these. We'll close out here with looking at these dates. Take a brief pass on these dates. Looking at those other high profile things relative to Edwards. And like I said, we'll be unpacking those details in the future. Those high profile cases, that is. This is May 10th, 1961. That's the date in which Edwards is placed on that 10 most wanted list. Edwards on FBI's most wanted list, right? And again, I'll make sure all these links are in the show notes, but we'll read a little bit of this here as we're trying to confirm these dates of precisely when did in 1962 did that Captain Bradley bust him in Atlanta versus what Ed later claims is that bank robbery, right? So Edward Wayne Edwards, 28, described by the FBI as an escape artist with a quote unquote with an incredible criminal career and an ego to match. There you go, folks. That is an accurate quotation from somebody in this article here. Was placed on the 10 most wanted fugitives list today. Edwards now is being sought for his cunning escape from the Portland, Oregon City Jail, December 10th, 1960. So, like I said, I don't know what Edwards is claiming here. Like I said, right? We've identified some more of these Edwards. So I think what I'm saying is I think when he's lying about something, that's something to me. There's something specifically within that 3-year gap or around in and around this Portland situation, right, where he's misdescribing it here in this FBI memo that Cameron gets his hands on, right? The comparative analysis here we're looking at is showing that Edward Wynne Edwards is up to something here. I think whatever that is, he's hiding something within those year gaps in that activity. So we see there, and we'll compare it again to what Cameron's got here for it, but we see there on December 10th, 1960, he escapes that Oregon jail, which again continues on his nationwide. It's almost like a Bonnie and Clyde situation, to be quite honest with you. He's on with his wife, going across the nation, robbing places, murdering folks, and he says here that he got a 5-year probation in June 25th of 1959. In Portland, Oregon. We see the other reference where he gets busted with those credentials and the actual documented references, not what he's writing the FBI, that he's busted with those doctor credentials in 1960 and he escapes from the jail, which is again what we see here in this news article, right? And we see Ed Bradley busts him in 62. So let's see the exact date of that 62 bust then, because we're getting to some areas that I'm going to be attacking here in the future here relative to these gaps in the timeline. That's for damn certain. So I just look at the amount of space he covers, the amount of the vast distance and time this dude is able to travel and do so in a manner in which he's always got money. He's always escaping charges. He's always escaping jails. He's an escape artist of the highest criminal degree and ego to match, right? So, like I said, John Cameron did us all the service to put all this together on his website, not only his book, but put the documents on his website as well. So July 9th, 1960, Portland, Oregon, Edwards marries Marlene Hayworth Harmon in a Catholic church. That's not the mother of the other one. That's the mother of Wayne Wolf's, the grandmother of Wayne Wolf Jr. from the TV show is the woman from Montana. She divorces him while he's in that Deer Lodge prison. So this is a different lady. This is not the same lady that he has the other kids with, the one that turned him in. This is a marriage certificate though from July 5th, 1960, right? So he's in Portland, right? And we know that he escapes that jail, right? In December. Lord of mercy, what I do with that? All right. Stand by 1 second, folks. I will bring that up. There it is. We know, according to this report here from Cameron's website as well, that he escapes on December 10th, the city jail, right? So we know, so back from, again, sometimes the Wikipedia, the source of all information on the interwebs, as I jokingly say, is a smart ass. Again, I use it as a reference point in the normative view, understanding of normative view, but we see there it's accurately describing stuff, right? That is where he escaped from, where we see Edwards writing a letter in 93 to the FBI doing some bullshit. And I want to get down to those areas and that bullshit around Portland and around that 3-year gap in the late 60s and where exact old Ed Edwards was up to. And again, building upon the investigation we have available here from oldcoldcasecameron.com and Detective John Cameron. So this is one that Cameron is convinced, and it's still, I believe, unsolved today, that while out there doing those robberies and escaping and having doctor's credentials, social security cards, IDs, Ed apparently murders this couple in a Lover's Lane murder in November 26, 1960 in Portland, Oregon. So we know he's out there. One evening in November 60 in Lover's Lane on the west side of town, a boy was shot to death and his girl companion was abducted. This is exact circumstances in both of those Wisconsin incidents. The men and women were separated. The crime was, and in one incident, he drove that woman around for like 3 hours and murdered her on the other side of town. So the crime was given extensive publicity. Many sightseers visited the scene of the crime. Since I had an appointment for a demonstration the following day in the port, yada, yada, yada. Okay. He goes, not only is he's so involved in every aspect of these things, this is one of the incidents apparently where he's caught at the scene. November 28th, Portland, Oregon, Edwards caught at the scene of the Larry Payton, Beverly Allen double murder. Police question him, but let him go. Again, in the book, you'll see that this is, with all other murders, again, I think Cameron does a great job, but he emphasizes that's definitely an Ed murder right there. And again, I think he makes a great point. You'll see the chronology as I'm scrolling down through here. So on other crimes maybe, but let's just stay focused here on the when he went to prison there in 60 is when he got out. A 1960 December 9th, Portland, Oregon, Edwards arrested on parole violations. He escapes the city jail. Parole violations, he's escaping jails and parole violations. He escapes the Portland jail, and flees with his wife, Marlene Harmon, for a year, traveling everywhere under an assumed identity. Again, he's already got fake credentials when they busted him. So November 10th, 1961, he makes, so that's December 10th. 11 months later, he makes the FBI's most wanted list, right? Edwards, January 62, Edwards caught in Atlanta, Georgia with new wife Marlene Harmon, right? That's the incident right there, right? We saw with the picture, January 25th, 1962, right? We see the picture with the captain here, and it is listed January of 62, or it's listed 62. So now we know that's January of 62. Right. This is not when the photo's taken, but that's when this dude arrested this dude, right? That's when he was Captain Bradley here on the right arrested this dude. We're going to look to see exactly when this photo is. I'm pretty sure it's July of 1978. Pretty sure, but we know that this dude arrested him in January of 62. So this is the last point on the early 60s. So what the hell is Ed talking about here? What bank did he rob? What bank did Ed rob in Cleveland, Ohio, May 18th? Of 1962. What bank did he rob? Right. The arrest record and I have at this time is as follows. He's saying that he robbed a bank there, not that he did prison time there. And what prison time did he do there? He went to Leavenworth after this. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what he's talking about here. And it says right here. This is correct. At least this is correct. Maybe. Oh, you know what? You know what? Now that I think about it, maybe Ed might be telling the truth on that. Maybe they did ship him up to Cleveland for a bank robbery charge that got him into Leavenworth. He did 16 years. We might be solving this aspect of the mystery, although that it still doesn't solve the mystery at the end of the 60s here, where he gets released on August 20th, 67. So he gets arrested in January 62 by Captain Bradley, right? So May 18th, he's sent to prison in Leavenworth. I guess it was from a bank robbery charge. Holy smokes. I'm gonna have to unpack that there in the future, folks. I'm gonna put a pin in that one for sure, because where do the other charges go? I don't remember John Cameron addressing the dropping of all these other charges, but the other charges being he did a whole bunch of crimes across America, all the way out to through Montana, right, into Portland, escaping places, fake IDs, looks like murdering folks, right, violating probations. Goes all the way back down to Atlanta, right? We know that was December of 1960. It's January of 62. It's 13 months later when he gets busted by that Captain Bradley. So I don't know. And again, he says in the interview, right, he was almost 32. He was almost 32 when he got out of prison the last time. We just saw he got out of prison on his own. That's his claim. August 20th, 67. And I'm pretty sure that's accurate, right? So that's the 5-year clip he does on apparently one bank robbery charge out of a 16-year conviction, it looked like, according to his claims. Again, I'm going to dig deeper into where those other charges went, because I think that might tell a bigger story. If there is a bigger network, if he is getting sort of like top cover, I mean, I think that's an important factor. When you folks agree that the charges that are dropped, I think would be very telling. When I say charges that are dropped, if you recall, like I said, like folks like Cocaine Bob who walks, you know what I mean? On a cocaine trafficking charges in 1980, Cocaine Bob Evans, no jail time. That's where he got the nickname Cocaine Bob from. He gave it to himself. But he also got unindicted co-conspirator with Manson #2, Bill Menser, from the Ultimate Evil, and the Medellin cartel's #1, well, I guess lady in America by that point, Karen Greenberger, for the December 83 murder of Roy Radin, the son of Sam prostitute from New York. And again, Cocaine Bob walks on that. That's what I'm saying. So if you see all these charges getting dropped, folks, and you see folks walking, like folks getting let out of the Bridgewater Mental Hospital, hopefully they don't let Buffalo Jared out of there. You see folks walking, and it seems to indicate a larger network, right? We'll call it top cover, if you will, protections. So if he's out in 8/20/67, June 14th of 33, he's now 30 plus 33. He's over 32, right? So that's what I'm saying. So he plays. Now we've reduced the 3-year gap to looks like about an 18-month gap. If that year is correct. So June 14th, 1933 to August 20th, 1967. I think we can all agree on he'd be 30, just over 34 years old. 34 years old in 2 months, right? He says he's almost 32. So we've reduced the 3-year gap down a little bit. Let's verify that 8/20/67 date that old Ed says, right? That old says, because again, I think this is going to be very. Not only is those charges telling for when we unpack future, again, laying the foundation here on the case of Ed Edwards, but when we unpack these futures, these are the gaps that I want to try to further. Not only the wake of murders in the 70s there on his national tour, but and whatever the hell else he was doing in the 80s. There's probably a lot, because he's only in the prison for 2 years in the 80s. After Atlanta child killings were over in the early 80s. He's out of prison by 84. So, you know what I mean? But the wake of the murders, and then these weird gaps that he's painting, right? These weird gaps that he's painting. So if he got out in 8/20/67, it's 34 years old in 2 months. He said he was almost 32, right? So now we're creating a gap of just over 2 years. And John Cameron says, let's see, survey says 1960s. Go back to the 60s page here. Well, we got a couple. Melinda Johnson, what do you got there? Many church people are not very discerning, but then again, some of the pastors and churches aren't really Christian, in my opinion, but what I've experienced. That's a great point. I think it's not one factor, it's multiple factors. You're right. Many folks in church may not be as discerning, especially amongst fellow church members. If someone's integrating themselves into some folks' life by going to church in that person's church, like let's say Ed's trying to set somebody up. He identifies his mark. He goes identifies what church that family goes to, or that person goes to, and then starts going to the church or the person that he's going to kill. Sometimes, a lot of times, again, it's focused around what his psychopathy was identified of as in the early 40s there in the institution there as a child, that he had his psychopathy and sadomasochistic tendencies were focused on this unidentified father and mother situation. It was all rooted in the lack of father and mother in his life, and the questionable circumstances around those subjects that he grew up under, and again, the seemingly murder of his mother. Right. So this was identified very early on in his life by psychiatrists, and I would argue they were spot on. But it is those aspects that I think are interesting to consider, because when he's inserting himself into folks' lives and targeting them through churches, John Cameron demonstrates in his book numerous times that he does this to adulterers, right? He's targeting lovers' lanes because he was a product of a lover's lane, right? He's targeting adulterers because his parents, his biological father, was an adulterer who had sex with his mother on a one-night stand in the back of a car, right? This is what sets off Edward Wayne Edwards, identified by psychiatrists, demonstrated by Ed himself over and over again. So when he was going in Cameron's document, when he went and infiltrated people's lives and churches and whatnot, to frame folks, to target folks, right? Usually within the same, situation, right? Or at least some examples. There's at least one example. There was an adulterer dude, and there was a church that he infiltrated this situation, and I think both members were part of that church. So I think that was in Kansas. I think that one was in Kansas, if I remember correctly. But anyhow, he's demonstrated using churches, acting as a doctor of psychiatry, sometimes doing both, to infiltrate folks' lives. But it is the idea that again, Melinda, I appreciate the comment. I think that is the idea that you let your guard down. If you, I don't have any. I grew up 22 years in the Mormons. I'm just saying, like, a lot of nice folks there. You trust the folks you go to church with. I think there's that element that folks like a monster like Edward Wayne Edwards would use that to his advantage and prey upon. I think that's a very good point to make there. I appreciate it. But yeah, it is. He did use. He's an evil. This. That's what I'm saying. When I say Nathaniel Bar Jonah was pure evil, the kid-diddling, homicidal, cannibalistic, psychopathic serial killer I came face to face with in 2001, courtesy of Detective John Cameron bringing him to justice in 2000, and may or may not have served me human meat burgers before that, though. That dude, I mean, I don't want to imagine what it would have been like to look at Edward Wayne Edwards in the eyes, because this dude was far more evil. So let's see. Cameron says he gets out of prison, and no, it's a great comment that I appreciate, because again, that's part of his MO. That was part of his MO. So let's see, you're 69, 60. He's married again in 68 is when he gets married. That's Kay Hatterley. That's the one he's married for 43 years. That's the mother of the daughter that turns him in. We'll go over this in a moment. I don't want to get distracted by this homicide chart that he put here. That's a very important thing that Cameron identifies. Just look at the stats. Right. When I say, like, when I infer this, that Edwards, that handed death cult that Otis Toole and Henry Lee Lucas kind of claimed to be part of this whole nationwide, cult assassin group. And I assert that this dude might be a general. Edwards might be a general in that kind of outfit. Right. Well, you should look at the homicide rate when he's in prison. So if your general from a nationwide cult of assassins, right, goes to prison, I would assume that maybe you might see a downturn in the activity of that cult, and you do if you look at what Edwards points out, or what Cameron points out here. But let's look at when he gets out. So in February of 1967, Lewisburg Federal Prison, right? So before we get to that little chart here on a quick detour, I don't know how quick that detour is, but we'll I appreciate you folks sticking with me. This is like I said, I want to make sure I lay a good foundation of future shows here on the case of Edward Wayne Edwards. It may not be every week here on Sundays, obviously, but we'll, as I continue to try to get information, try to get the man himself, John Cameron. We'll be definitely doing future shows here at some point in time, future weeks. So just trying to lay the foundation here and get a greater understanding of some of those targets. Like I said, I'm looking for, besides the obvious of the wake of his murders in the 70s. There's some gaps here we're looking at and identifying here, folks. And I appreciate you sticking with me here as we pull this in for a close here this evening, and for Landon. So in 1967, February, not August 20th, as Edwards later is claiming, at least, right? Lewisburg Federal Prison. Edwards was moved to Lewisburg and allowed to be out in the community. He was teaching his first aid training classes, preparing for his future parole. He had served 5 years of a 15-year sentence. Yep, okay. He was informing while he was in prison and released 10 years early on parole. Okay, so now we know why he got out. Again, his buddy Charlie gets out at the same time, right? March of 1967, released on parole. Different jail, but, nonetheless, federal prison nonetheless. Both of them. 1967, September 20th, Edwards is released. So he's released 6 months after Manson from the Lewisburg Federal Prison on federal parole until 1977, right? Until 1977. So Edwards claimed, did I read that wrong? Did he write 9 and not 8? No, he wrote 8. He wrote 8. So we know again, there's another questionable aspect of this gap that I will be addressing in future shows here. But as you can see here, at the bottom of his 1993 letter to the FBI, that says 8/20/67. So this is a man of precision. This is a man who left his DNA or any evidence in the result of that semen on the genes of that victim in 77. This is a man of precision. This is a man of ruthless and cunning actions, precision, and execution. Again, I'm willing to admit he may have been left other evidence that he had some of that top cover I was talking about before, protecting him from being found out. But by all the known knowns, he's left. There's been no cold case hits. Just that one hit. It wasn't a cold case hit because for whatever reason, this dude stuff. You'd figure this dude stuff would be in the system. Nah, as many offenses he had over the years and whatnot. That's actually a good point. I wonder why he would not have had fingerprints in NCIC. Maybe that's why Cameron got fired from the Bureau of Prisons in Montana as the investigator for the parole board, which was his job at the time, which is what he was doing when he started looking into this stuff, as he was instructed to do in that position, right? Looking at these cold cases and whatnot, as per that memorandum that he was assigned in that position. But it was only when he started looking into the NCIC and the FBI records aspect of it did he get fired, because the FBI was going to charge him. And Montana State Prison said, well, we'll just fire you and they're going to charge you, but we'll fire you and they won't charge you. And he's like, all right, well, yep. So I would love to hear more of that tale, but nonetheless, why is Edwards lying about shit? This is a cold, calculated fella, you know what I mean? Who didn't leave evidence places, in large part at least, it seems, and led authorities to countless wrongly convicted individuals. Countless. We don't know. John Cameron, when he wrote that book, It's Me, when he wrote this book, he said, no, the predecessor book is in there. He says that it's 400 pages. He's just laying the foundation like we're trying to get out tonight. And he says this mystery will continue to unravel for the next 20 years. And he's putting it out there for others to see. And those others to see are tonight, folks, are us. So as I close this thing out on some of those high points I hit on with the high profile cases, let's look at one last timeline aspect and see where he was getting that photograph taken with Captain Bradley of the Atlanta Police, which I believe was on 1978. We'll do the high cases on a quick note and outline, and then we'll do, I'll just touch base on where he was relative to those Cincinnati Strangler things. Actually, I might table that for a later date, but we'll go over his connections to those high profile cases, starting with what was Ed doing to and from Atlanta? What was Ed doing with a Marietta police sergeant's uniform? Why did the FBI arrest Ed at the home of a Marietta, Georgia police sergeant's home? No one's ever confirmed that was his uniform that was found. The FBI arrested Ed in 83 in Marietta, the suburb of Atlanta, at a Marietta police sergeant's home for an arson in Pennsylvania, where they found in that burned up home a Marietta police sergeant's uniform. So I've never seen any records, and nor public statements or comments from John Cameron, albeit I'm sure he knows whether or not the FBI knew when they arrested him in Atlanta in 83, whether or not all this madness around that, because again, it's in their report, the arson report, it's listed, although I think the arson report's a local report. So I want to know what the FBI knew, because the locals cite the police uniform in this arson investigation, but it's the FBI that run the arson charges on the federal, the multi-state, because it's crossed state lines. He gets arrested in Atlanta. So I want to know what the FBI knew in that circumstance. But Ed's down there. We know Ed's killing in Wisconsin in 77, right? We know Ed's killing in, and we'll see here in a second whether or not that picture was July of 78 with the police captain, but that's right before the murders, the Atlanta child murders begin, is when that photograph's taken. So he murders, let's see here. The first murder, this is not a great description here of chronological orders. As you can see, they describe some murders. The second pair of murders, another double homicide, occurred in Concord, Wisconsin in 1980. Well, this is the one that got him busted, right? Almost 29 years later, his connection to the crime was established by means of DNA testing. These murders are referred to as the sweetheart murders. Again, that's the Stude's MO. So the 1977 murder was on August 7th, 1977. The murder of Willie Lavaco and Judith Straub. This was, I said that was Wisconsin. That was actually in Ohio. So the 77 one was Ohio. The 80 was Wisconsin. The 96 is back in Ohio. So again, this dude's very prolific. So we know he's in Ohio in 77 on August 7th, right? We're going to see where that photo is in 78. We know he's murdering the Drew. This is the one where the semen was on the pants of the young female. Kelly Drew and Tim Hack, they found the semen on her jeans when he got his rocks off, Zodiac Killer style. And that was... I just want to make sure we get the dates right to compare to that police photograph from 78. Arrest in the 1980 slaying of high school sweethearts. This is what got him busted. This is a fake bit with the cane and the oxygen stuff. That's all a ruse. Again, months before he died in the Ohio prison, the police, a year after that picture, the guards said that they would wheel him around the prison, and he would, when he got to his cell, he would just stand up and walk normal into a cell. He was just all a ruse. So again, dates are very important. Locations are very important. Again, August 9th. The August 9th of 1969 is the Tate LaBianca, the Tate Polanski murder house, where Sharon Tate, Wojciech Frykowski, Abigail Folger, and Jay Sebring were murdered in the Tate Polanski home by the Manson family. August 9th, 1969 is the Zodiac killing. We'll get to that. August 9th, 1980, right? August 9th, again, this is the anniversary of his mother's murder, right? From 1938, right? Again, anniversaries, dates, places, names, these are important to add. August, I'm not saying he was the Manson stuff. I'm just saying if he knew Charlie, which he did, and they were competing, which it seems like they could have been, with Zodiac versus Manson stuff, and he wanted to one-up Chuck, if you will. Well, that would make sense. The dates work out pretty well for that, too. Not to mention the hooded fellow a month later in September of 69 who just happened to look, sound, and describe Ed's life. So, and again, he got his rocks off on this crime to get murdered, right? I'm sorry, to get arrested, right? This is the DNA evidence. We would not know about this had his daughter not seen that TV show, not called that police department, not given her own DNA to match against the DNA evidence of the semen on this. And again, the Zodiac said he got his rocks off killing people, and literally. I don't need to make a sick joke about it. I'm just saying it is an important thing to note. Once again, in these comparisons, I know there's a lot of the tumultuous topic to bring up to imply that Edwin Edwards was associated in any capacity with the Zodiac Killer amongst many Zodiac researchers. But what I'm saying is look at the evidence, right? Look at the evidence. So this was, again, his arrest for those crimes. This article was from August 1st of 2009, right? So they came to talk to him. His daughter saw it in April. They interview him in May. They go back in June with a warrant for his DNA. And again, as we're closing out these high-profile cases, the day after he gives his DNA to these investigators in June of 2009, someone goes on all these true crime forums and starts admitting to all these crimes: John Bonet, Atlanta child killing, Zodiac. So all stuff that Cameron would tie Edwin Edwards to through different avenues of evidence, and then later discover these comments on these message boards, and Cameron asserts that this is Ed, knowing that he's busted, right? And then having a moment of not being a diabolical killer, having a moment of freaking out, if you will, right? possibly the first time in his life where he freaked out. So, according to the criminal complaint, Hack's father reported the couple missing on August 10th. They went missing on the night of August 9th and murdered that evening. And that was 1980. That was 1980. And again, that was an article back from when he first got busted. So here we go again with the ruse. He was a fat guy in a chair and stuff like that. And he had a cane, but again, he got around just fine, according to the numerous parties, including the prison guards, right? So this is also discussing the August 13th, 2009. So shortly thereafter as well. Lewisburg Prison in Pennsylvania in 1967. Top most wanted. Born in Akron. I'm just trying to see want to confirm those dates on that DNA match on the 77 murder. This ain't the 77 murder. This is the 77 murder. Convicted killer pleads guilty to slaying a Norton couple in 77, June 11th, 2010. So again, this is right before Cameron learns the name Edward Wayne Edwards, because I think he learns it around that same time, actually, June 2010, May 2010, something like that, when he got that memo. A lot of folks talking about Edward Wayne Edwards back then, not anymore. The families of a young couple who were brutally killed in 1977 in Norton Park finally had the chance to face the murderer, Edward Wayne Edwards, in court today, as Edwards pled guilty to 2 counts of aggravated murder. Again, he knew details of those murders to confirm that, it wasn't just like, it wasn't the Otis Toole thing, right? Or the Henry Lee Lucas just traveling around the country like, I did that, I did that, I did that. Like, there was legitimate evidence to show that this dude did these murders, right? And again, it's another Lover's Lane biz, right? Assuming the parole board would release him in 20 years, it says he pled guilty for murdering Billy and Judy 33 years ago. Judge Tadasio imposed the maximum sentence available for a 1977 murder, life in prison with parole eligibility, right? I mean, again, there was no death penalty. This is why he then, again, had it not been for these cases not having the death penalty, the 1980 DNA match, the 77, when that didn't have it, and then he admitted to this one and knew the details of this one, and they're like, yep, he did it, he pled guilty. No, there was still no death penalty at this time, right? In 1977, when the murder occurred in the state of Wisconsin. So, the other one was Ohio. He's like, shit, there's no death penalty in Wisconsin either. He's like, well, I'm going to go admit to this other one. He probably looked it up at that point. I'm going to look, admit to the one in 96, because let's face it, he's very likely, again, as Cameron points out, done a lot of killing in between. But so this murder in 77 occurred on Wednesday, June. No, that's the that was the date in which they reached an agreement on August 8th. That's what I was going to say. I'm pretty sure it's the same day. It's just I didn't want to. I didn't want. Lord of mercy. I didn't want to speak out of turn here, but August 8th, 1977, the bodies of William Lavaco and Judith Straub were found at a park. Both have been shot blank in the neck. There's no statute of limitations for murder in Ohio. The death penalty in Ohio is 77. I confused myself here. So the 81 was Wisconsin. This is the one again in 77. So that's when he found out, well, it's still no death penalty. The death penalty in Ohio in 77 was ruled unconstitutional. So we have August 8th, right? August 9th, August 10th. His mother was shot August 8th. She dies August 10th. She's buried August 11th, right? So dates seem very important to Ed, right? Dates seem very important to Ed. So now we've established that. We know in August of 1977, right? He's murdering folks in Ohio. We know in August of, again, 3 years later, almost to the dot, he's murdering folks in Wisconsin, right? Lover's Lane, right? 1980, right? It's the one that got the DNA match when his daughter saw it on TV. So we look at and see where he was with that picture with the captain from Atlanta. And because he's looking real chummy with, the one that arrested him back there in January of 62. And we'll see. It's right around that same time. I just want to make that point before we move on to the brief connections we're going to cover here regarding the high profile cases. It is important to note that, like, the game showed, looking at him there, looking at him, when he's posing with the guy, like, speaking of the smirking, as you pointed out there earlier, Melinda, and the smiling and whatnot, the idea. Oh wait, well, we'll go back. We'll close with that chart. Don't let me forget the chart, folks. I'll definitely go back to that. But the idea that this dude is going to go, he's murdered folks in Wisconsin or Ohio in 77, right? He's going to go pose with this guy that arrested him, and then start murking kids in Pennsylvania, it seems, with the Atlanta child killings, right? By infiltrating with that police uniform or whatnot. I mean, and then go kill more folks in Wisconsin in 1980. It's just like, whoa, dude. Whoa. That's what I mean. You start putting the pieces together, he's pretty fucking diabolical. Pretty fucking diabolical. Here we go. Let's see here. July of 1979. I was wrong. I said it was 78. I knew it was right before the murders began, but July of 79, the Atlanta child murders start. Edwards is living in Florida, Atlanta, and Pennsylvania at the same time. He had burned several homes in Pennsylvania and Ohio and fleeing with his wife and children. Again, that's the one he gets busted for. In 1982, he's caught in Atlanta it must have been April of 82. He's caught in Atlanta, so this is like 6 months after the end of it's roughly a year after the end of the child killings. So they start in 79 through 81, right? They end right before the Adam Walsh murder in 81. So we'll get to that one next. I just want to verify this date. So 82, he's caught in Atlanta. He's been living with a policeman, the Marietta police sergeant. The police recover a uniform in Butler, Pennsylvania. Butler, Pennsylvania. Holy shit, I forgot it was Butler, Pennsylvania. That's just weird. I don't know. Parapolitical events, I guess, right? Butler, PA was where Trump almost got shot, I guess, right? Last July. And Butler, PA is where many folks don't know this story, but George Washington almost got assassinated in Butler, PA. Long ago. Not just about a few miles from where old Donald Trump almost got shot, strangely enough. The uniform is so the police recover a police uniform in Butler, PA arson. Again, this was the FBI local report. The FBI came to get him in 82 down in Marietta. The uniform was a Marietta Police Department uniform. Edwards is seen posing with police officer during the Atlanta murder, 79 to 82. Edwards is photographed with the captain of the Atlanta PD. So, again, a lot of questions. Did this captain know that Edwards was down there doing these kind of things? Was this kind of sanctioned? What was going on here, right? You know what I mean? But nonetheless, who's this Marietta police sergeant? I've never seen his name. Is it the one's house that he was arrested at in 82 with him and his family who were living there after they burnt the house in Pennsylvania and moved in the middle of the night type of deal? Is that the same guy that his uniform was up there in the report? You know what I mean? That was in the fire? I don't know. These are the type of questions I have that have never been effectively explained by any public information, and I'm sure John Cameron has them. I don't know if he wishes to discuss them, but this photograph, okay, I said it was July of 79. 78. July 25th of 1979. He's pictured right here, right? Or no, wait, that's not right there. That's not either. That's a different murder. That's the beginning of the child killings. My apologies. He doesn't have a date here. He doesn't have a date here on that picture. I will put a note on that because I'm quite confident somewhere I noted in my brain hole. Oh, I just realized. Speaking of noting things in my brain hole, I just realized I was not showing the screen, so I do apologize. I noted in my brain hole this picture was from July of 78. This is the captain that arrested him in 62. So again, if he's murdering in Ohio 77, going to Atlanta again, he's got homes, as Karen points out, in multiple spots at the same time in this time period: Pennsylvania, Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin, varying points, multiple homes. But if he's murdering August 77, I think this is July of 78 with this photograph's taken, if I'm not mistaken. Again, it's around that time because that's when it's immediately preceding the Atlanta child killings, right? This guy was the police captain of Atlanta at the time, right? He wasn't when he busted Ed in 62, but he was at this point in time Captain Larry Bradley. It's just creepy. It's very creepy. Again, how much would that dude know, right? But then he's murdering the folks in 80 in August and 80, and right, and then apparently in between all that, he's doing Atlanta child killing stuff, 79 to 81, right? And again, as we see, there are some connections there, right? There are some clear connections. The police uniform, the captain of the task force, right there, right? That's the Atlanta child. I don't know if he was the head of the task force, but he was the Atlanta PD captain at that point in time, right? The same guy that had arrested him back in 62 is pictured there in that photograph. So that's extremely odd if you ask me. And very, again, very questionable. So the last few things we'll go over here is the West Memphis 3, the John Bonet, and the Adam Walsh. So when I say he intersects with folks like Otis Toole, right? So Otis Toole has been credited, right, with the Adam Walsh. I mean, I don't know that they ever had any evidence, but they did attribute the Adam Walsh murder to Otis Toole. I believe that was officially done in 2008. And then obviously Henry Lee Lucas identified him as being his cohort in the matters of the Hand of Death cult, if you will, right, as they described it. So as Henry Lee Lucas is being touted around the country by law enforcement, largely run by the FBI, but taking responsibility for a lot of local murders in a lot of jurisdictions, seemingly just clearing them off the books, right, in this Hand of Death cult narrative, which again I think is both true and false. There is legitimacy to it, and it was bastardized on purpose in a manner by a toothless guy who was probably part of the network, but certainly not the leader like Edward Wayne Edwards could have been. Henry Lee Lucas, that is, the only man that Governor George Bush in Texas at the time, the only man in his administration that he commuted or pardoned was the commutation of the death sentence of Henry Lee Lucas. George Bush, number 2, George Bush, the younger one, when he was governor there in the early 90s of Texas, he executed an old grandma who had done, murder earlier in her life, but, she was an old lady, he had no clemency for her. And I believe he also executed a retarded fella, murdered somebody when he was much younger, but again, no clemency for him. However, Henry Lee Lucas, who was searched to murdering and diddling a lot of kids and murdering hundreds of people with his cohort, Otis Toole, in this Hand of Death situation, well, you know what? George Bush said, you don't need to die, buddy. In fact, we'll let you live out the rest of your days in prison. We'll go ahead and commute that death sentence. But in August of, this is December of 2008. This is right after they pinned this all on Otis Toole. So police, 1981 killing of Adam Walsh solved. A serial killer who died more than a decade ago is the person who decapitated the 6-year-old son of America's Most Wanted host, John Walsh, in 1981, Florida police say. So they closed the case. I think Toole dies in prison of 8. Yeah, like I said, years earlier, maybe around 96. July 27th, 1981. So that's immediately following the 2-year time period of the Atlanta child killings. And it is Cameron's assertion that is the work of Edward Wayne Edwards. But here's the deal. When we're talking about this Hand of Death cult, the Florida police would later close that in 2008 and attribute it to Otis Toole, Henry Lucas's Hand of Death cult, co-conspirator, if you will. Well, who else is down there at the time? So let's say they're right. Let's say John Cameron's documented, Edwards down there, right? At that time. We know then the police say the Toole's down there, right? And he's the one who did it. We also know there's eyewitness statements describing Jeffrey Dahmer. The vehicle Jeffrey Dahmer was delivering pizzas in at the time, a blue van, at that mall with the boy described it to look exactly like Adam Walsh there. So we also, in the kidnapping, we also know that Dahmer reported finding he's give me one second. I'm going to turn my air off. It's the temperatures have dropped. Pardon me, folks, for one moment, please.
Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in. Out in the holler where the secrets creep. Garbage can dudes digging mighty deep. Secret societies
Brief interlude. So Dahmer, in 1981, he moves down there after he gets out of the army into Miami, right down there and right by there, right by the mall where Adam Walsh would go missing, right? And again, a lot to be said about these things with the whole Code Adam thing and scaring the shit out of American society, because I was a youngster back then, so I certainly, recall some of these things and being described of being on alert of, folks kidnapping kids everywhere, chopping their heads off, lopping their heads off like they did Adam Walsh. I'm just saying, if you were in a network of a Gladius style campaign of these serial killers as supported by things like Dave McGowan's Program to Kill. Well, I mean, this would be an incident. Why do you have 3 serial killers down in Miami around the same situation? You got John Cameron, who's documented Edwards down there and implies that he's involved in this. You got the Florida police saying Otis Toole did it as part of that hand to death situation with Henry Lee Lucas, the guy that George Bush let off from a death sentence, despite frying, retarded folk and grandmothers. Bush, that is. He said, Henry Lee Lucas, you got no teeth. You killed a bunch of people. You diddled a bunch of kids. Yeah, we'll let you live, bud. That's an odd thing. Only person in his entire administration during the 4 years that he do that to. And then you got Jeffrey Dahmer, documented down there, documented looking like driving the vehicle of and looking like the person who kidnapped Adam Walsh. Jeffrey Dahmer's own father calls police and reports him on these matters and says, I think my son did it. And on top of that, Jeffrey Dahmer, he's like, the pizza shop, the van that was described in the Adam Walsh situation, that looks identical to that situation. And the pizza shop behind there, he claims that he was living in a closet there, in the alley of the pizza shop or something like that, I guess. And he claimed that he walked out in the alleyway and just found a dead body. So Jeffrey Dahmer is down there as well, at the same time as Otis Toole, is documented by Florida. John Cameron's documented Ed Edwards down there, and both imply that the Florida implies that Otis Toole did it. Cameron's a certain, Edwards is involved or not did it. And we know Jeffrey Dahmer's down there finding dead bodies, looking like the guy who kidnapped Adam Walsh, having a delivery van meeting the description of such, whose own father reports him. So that's why I have to ask, who is this Edward Wayne Edwards guy? What is this network? And why the fuck are 3 serial killers around the Adam Walsh case? Right? A case that was used in a very, very high profile manner in which to implement new laws, etc., or new procedures, I guess, if you will, and scare the shit out of common Americans that probably had nothing to be concerned of, right? Probably had nothing to be concerned of. And Dahmer's an interesting study in himself, because on top of that, this was July 27th, 1981. Adam Walsh, 6-year-old boy, was abducted from a Sears department store at the Hollywood Mall in Hollywood, Florida, and subsequently murdered. His severed head found 2 weeks later in a canal, but his body was never recovered. The case was officially closed in 2008 with Otis Toole identified as the killer. His confessions were inconsistent, and he later recanted. Oh, maybe it was his... I don't think that's an accurate statement. I thought Otis Toole was dead. I thought he died of AIDS. Maybe I'm thinking of Henry Lee Lucas. One of those guys died of AIDS. Otis Toole. Unless I'm getting my... Yeah, he died in 96. I don't know when they're claiming I think AI is retarded, folks. I don't, let me rephrase it. I think AI is a bit slow. So I would say, I'm pretty sure he died of AIDS in 96 in jail. Let's double check. Toole received 2 death sentences on appeal. They commuted to life imprisonment. He got the commutation as well. Go figure. He died in himself from cirrhosis. Okay, maybe I made the AIDS part up at age 49. Police attributed the 81 murder of Adam Walsh to Toole on the basis of recanted statements. Lucas had backed Toole's confession to the Walsh murder, claiming that he had been in possession of the victim's severed head, though Lucas had a reputation for false confessions. So, like I said, more to follow on that one, probably in the Thursday series, but nonetheless, probably also some in this series with Edward Wayne Edwards here on a future Sundaze episode, because, again, he is in the same place with this guy. Cameron argues the murder that is attributed to this dude is there. And when Edward Wayne Edwards is getting out of prison for that arson fire, the one that he got busted at the Marietta Police Sergeant's home in 82 by the FBI for the arson fire where he didn't burn that uniform in Pennsylvania. Well, it just so happens when he's making parole for that is precisely when Toole and Lucas go on their tour of claiming all this shit. So if I'm inferring that he's the general of the Hand of Death cult, what a great distraction. The general's getting out. Let's put on a show and get the heat off of him, right? Doing it for the team, if you will, or for the cause. And when I say that, before we go any further on those high-profile murders with touching on the Zodiac and the John Bonet stuff, as we've already done the Adam Walsh and the Atlanta child killing bit there, which we'll unpack in future shows, I just want to go over undoing one for the team, or, so to speak, if you will, that chart that I mentioned before we go any further. When I say he's getting out of prison in 84 and your general, you got to have your general out on the battlefield. You know what I mean? You got to put up a couple of pawns out there. You know what I mean? The pawns will distract everybody with they need someone to claim these murders, but they also don't want to lead anyone to lead to the general, so to speak, Edward Wayne Edwards, as I assert. So they put him out. They put those guys out there, in my opinion, and they distract them. They take accountability for all these murders within this whole network, not just by Edwards and those two, but I'm sure others, right? I'm sure others. And at the same time, Edwards is making parole on that arson charge. Why they're letting this dude out of prison? Your guess is as good as mine, folks of the interwebs, because as I continue to reiterate, from Nathaniel Barr Jonah to Lord of Mercy, hopefully not Buffalo Jared Revisa, to Edward Wayne Edwards, to Charles Manson, they keep letting these folks out of prison, despite all the records and evidence saying that's not a good idea. So when they started that campaign and Edwards is making parole on that arson charge, pardon me, you can see here on this graph from John Cameron's website in the 1970s timeline. I don't know why he's got it in that one, other than just emphasizing, when Edwards is in prison, there's a marketed drop in murder. So you can see here he gets out in 67, and there is a increase in murders and whatnot. And then you can see he's got the red blocks here right on the timeline. This is red indicates when Edwards was in prison, right? From 1950 to 2010, these are the homicide victimization rates per the 100,000 people in America. This is just a broad generalization, but it's stuff I hope to get into, because you can see how well connected this dude is from a strategic level, not to look on a case by case level in the wake of places where this dude lived and went, right? And these unsolved murders, serial crimes and killings, if you will. You can just see on a strategic, meta level, when this dude's in prison, it seems to be a marketed downturn in murder in this country, right? And look there in the early 80s, you can see where he does that clip on arson, right? You can see the spike beforehand when he's murdering a couple in 77 in Ohio. He's murdering a couple in 80 in Wisconsin. He's allegedly murdering a bunch of kids in Atlanta between those two dates. He's photographed with the captain of that Atlanta PD at that time. And he's later arrested at the Marietta Sergeant Police Department, home of the Marietta Police Sergeant from the PD there, who may or may not have been the owner of the Marietta Police Sergeant uniform in the arson burnt home in Pennsylvania. So what I'm saying here is, you can look at that block right there and see the increase beforehand and the marketed decrease while he's down and out of in prison, right? Henry Lee Lucas and gang, they're not as good as he was as far as leading this effort, if there is an effort in a cult group such as described by those guys in their hand of death. Lucas and Tool, that is. But you can see when he gets out is right when they go on that campaign, and right when they go on that campaign doing everybody, you see this right here, the bottom of this curve right here in the mid 80s, and a marketed increase, right? Marketed increase. You don't really see a decrease there. You see a peak there in the 90s and into the 2000s. I would argue, there's some arguments to be made that if Edwards is out of prison, why is it decreasing? I don't know. Well, I wouldn't say it's mutually exclusive. I just think it's interesting that you do see downturns in murders when he is in prison, right? Again, he's not. I don't think he's the one doing all these things. Again, I think that's where Cameron overshot his ground a little bit, but he does a great work in the investigation. I just think he didn't possibly, and maybe he did consider, and maybe I'm the jackass, because maybe he didn't want to write that down, and I'm not sure. I don't blame him, because he already got fired by the FBI over the matters, answering a Homeland Security memorandum for the state prison system that he worked for. So maybe he didn't want to write that down. I don't know if I blame him for that, if that's the case. But what I'm saying is, I think he's got a lot more ideas on the graph that he put here on his website, and I have a lot of questions for him, and I do think he's onto something. So, and again, speaking to this, again, if he's like a general, right? He's it's a network, So you look at the Jean. We'll finish out the Zodiac before we go to the Jean Bonnet and finish with the West Memphis 3, folks, and I'll appreciate you sticking with me, and hopefully this is somewhat informative and entertaining, and to some degree, at least, to the degree possible when you're discussing these topics. I like to try to, if we're going to talk death and murder and torture and dark shit, I try to insert a few, at least make it somewhat entertaining, so you can, maintain your focus and attention here on the show at hand and the details of the diabolical nature in life and times of Edward Wayne Edwards. And as we take a quick peek at the rest of that Zodiac stuff that I've already addressed. Why will this tab not come up? Stand by, please. Get rid of that. Mute. There we go. Lake Berryessa. Now, this one was in September. There was other Zodiac murders in August. In fact, those same dates were in Los Angeles. Like I said, 9th through 11th of 69 was the Tate, Polanski, and LaBianca murders. There was other murders attributed to the Manson family and stuff around that, but those were the main ones. And none of the Zodiac core Zodiac murders were on August 8th, 9th, or 10th. They were, seemingly in response to those events in Los Angeles because they occur on, the one in Berryessa. I mean, the one in Berryessa is, again, if Edwards was going to take it up a notch against Manson, the one in Berryessa is the one that occurs after Manson. That's September 27th, 1969. That's the hooded man in Lake Berryessa. The man who gives the details, right? The man who gives the details. There is October 11th of 69, which I would argue that's Crowley Moss. That's in veneration of Aleister Crowley. That was the shooting of Paul Stein in the Zodiac killings. And that, while we're on the topic, before we go to Berryessa, the shooting of Paul Stein was adjacent to the cafe owned by Edward Wayne Edwards' aunt. So he has connections to that scene too. So that's a very interesting aspect. He looks a lot like the suspect that may have been seen running from the scene towards the Presidio. But then as far as holidays go, you see the July 4th. That was the Blue Rock Springs Park. Michael Mageau, Darlene Farron. And then the first one was December 20th, which I would argue would go in line with the winter solstice, perhaps. Again, dates and places and names and things are important. This one all seems ritualistic. I don't think this was all Ed. I think Ed played a role in this. I think Ed played a part. Ed escalated shit after Charlie was escalating shit down in Los Angeles. Ed took it up a notch here August 8th. Maybe that was even a shot at Ed. Maybe the Manson family killings doing it on August 8th or August 9th through 11th was a shot at Ed, because those were the dates that Ed apparently shot his mother. She died 2 days later and was buried the next day. So that very well could be, I don't know, something to consider. Anyhow, but it is the escalation of the daytime attack of the hooded man at Lake Berryessa, where these were nighttime, Lover's Lane, fairly remote. This was a nighttime shooting afterwards, but this was the escalation, the hooded man, the daytime, the long time. It was a lengthy crime. I want to say closer to 10 or so minutes or so that he was out there talking with those folks, right? The victims. We'll look at those precise details right now, but it is interesting to compare those things. It's interesting to compare the relations, the comparisons of their life stories, the fact they knew each other with Manson as well. So when you're comparing, if Ed was part of the Zodiac situation compared to the Manson situation, again, I think these are certainly factors I'm going to continue to consider as we unpack the lives and crimes of Edward Wayne Edwards. But the hooded fella there, I showed you earlier, this was the guy from the David Fincher film version, right? That fella, dressed in that hooded mask that looks a lot like a Crowley mask, and that symbol on there looks a lot like that Crowley symbol that Crowley's wearing here too, right? And in Crowley's hood, this is Crowley from 1922 or something like that, wearing a mask, and that it's not the same symbol as seen as the skull and the circle and the Zodiac symbol, right? The circle and crosshairs, but it's very similar. And again, we see the letters doing the "I will do my thing, do as thou wilt" attitude. So again, a lot to be said there. But if we go back to the details of this crime, September 27th, 1969, the time of attack was 6:30 p.m. daylight hours. Again, daytime attack. Lake Berryessa. There's people out there, other folks seen. There was witness statements. Again, it's a very risky environment, if you ask me. But I think that's what I was speaking to, the escalation. How do you scare the shit out of people? Quit killing them at nighttime. Let's kill them during the daytime. Use a big, large knife. Let's film it from a ship or a boat in the lake nearby, like the Son of Sam murders. I think in that Moskowitz thing I was saying Manson 2 was connected to. I think this was a Manson 2 situation to that, whereas the Son of Sam was a team. And as David Berkowitz said, Bill Menser, Cocaine Bob's co-conspirator from the Roy Radin murder, came into New York City to murder the last person, that's Stacy Moskowitz, and it was filmed. I would argue those same circumstances apply here. 8 years prior. That was 77. This is 69. This is across the country, but I would argue it's the same playbook. Edward Wayne Edwards, the guy I would assert, and John Cameron asserts as the guy in the mask. I would assert the reason the mask is the boat that was nearby, the alleged fisherman that would not help the victims despite them bleeding out on the land. And as Brian Hartnell, the surviving victim here, states, he states that those fishermen would not help, and they were screaming for help. I would argue those were guys filming the snuff film. The mask was so no one could see it was Ed's face, and the large, huge knife was used for the effect that you could see it on camera. The fact that he tied them up and hog-tied them and talked to them for, we'll see the exact number of minutes, but never gagged them. It's daylight hours. There's other people there. He never gags them. You need them to scream for the video. It's a performance. So I would argue that's what went down there. Well, let's see the exact time frame. This guy's was a pre-law student. He's an attorney now, but he was the witness. We have the transcription here to see the exact Edward Wayne Edwards details that I referred to. But at around 3:30 p.m. on September 27, 69, 3 college girls parked their car. Again, other witnesses, right? It was around 6:30 p.m. Other witnesses and another witness and his son, Dr. Clifton Rayfield, and his 16-year-old son David, also there at the lake. In not that far away, you can't hear people scream, or if you're the killer, you can't assume that, right? You can't assume that. So at 6:30 p.m., the approximate time of the attack, Union Pacific College students Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard were picnicking at Lake Berryessa on a small island connected by a sand spit. It's a little sand outlet into the lake. It's a man-made lake. To Twin Oak, a white man about 5'11" weighing more than 170 pounds. So roughly the dimensions of old Ed there, approaching them wearing a black executioner's type hood and glasses with clip-on sunglasses over the hood. Again, this guy had wigs, he had identities, he had costumes. He was the real deal, this Ed Edwards. So him having glasses while never wearing glasses, yeah, it's the same reason we had a cane or an oxygen when he never needed those. It diffuses your subject from, thinking you're a danger. He had a bib-like garment on his chest. Again, like I showed with the Crowley picture, the bib-like garment with not the same circle and crosshairs, but a ankh-looking symbol across with a circle. Nonetheless, it's a very similar, very striking. It's too similar for me to ignore. I'll leave it at that. He approached him with a gun. He had a gun. He showed the .45 caliber pistol that was loaded to Brian Hartnell. Brian Hartnell confirms that. So he didn't want to shoot these victims. Again, it's performative. He wanted to use the big knife, right? The hooded man claimed to be an escaped convict from a jail with a 2-word name, Deer Lodge, in either Colorado or Montana. A police officer later inferred that the man had been referring to a jail in Deer Lodge. Nonetheless, there is disputes on whether or not this was inserted early on in the scene or this was the exact 2-word Colorado or Montana place that he referred to. At minimum, it is asserted and agreed upon by, I think, by all parties, even Hartnell included. In an taped interview he gives the next day in the hospital, they ask him about this. He says he knows at least it was a 2-word name and it was Colorado or Montana, right? He thinks he said Deer Lodge. Hartnell says it himself. When we go through these cases later on, the case of Ed Edwards, we'll play that clip and some more of these other evidence. I just want to go over these details here, folks. So Deer Lodge, again, the place that Ed escaped from, right? In that right, he had killed a guard. Again, guards were killed, right? Ed may very well have been that other guy lighting that one guard on fire, right? And subsequently stole a car. Again, so did Ed. Explained that he now needed their car and money to travel to Mexico. And again, after Ed left Portland, before he got to Atlanta in January 62 and left Portland in December 60, he allegedly went to Mexico. So the killer had brought pre-cut lengths of plastic clothesline and told Shepard to tie up herself. So again, he's talking to him. He's telling him to tie up themselves. He's telling him all these details, right? And that was at 6:30, and doesn't say exactly how long. I think it was close to 10 minutes, if I remember the reports correctly. But the dialogue between Brian Hartnell and Zodiac, as per the Napa County Sheriff's Office, right? The unknown assailant and Brian Hartnell, he's asking, what do you want? Money. It says, this is from the police report. Again, the police report. People want to dispute these things now and try to claim this ain't Edward Wayne Edwards, right? And apparently even the investigators then looked at Deer Lodge Prison, and as per John Cameron's book, they just didn't look 10 years prior, right? The description that Ed's given, these details of his life, they didn't happen in 69. They happened in 59, right? So when the investigator, again, Cameron looked into all this, they did look. Again, he worked at that prison and the parole board as the investigator. When he started looking into this stuff, he found out they did contact Deer Lodge Prison. They did look. There was an investigation into this matter regarding this statement right here from the guy in the hooded mask at Berryessa. So these, what I'm saying, folks, is these attempts to to downplay this and describe these in different ways now aren't per the original police reports or the original statements as videotaped, as noted by Napa. And they seem to indicate Ed precisely because these are the details from Ed's life. It just happened 10 years prior. And again, they looked at him. They just didn't look far enough back in the prisoners of Deer Lodge Prison to see if anyone met this description at the time in 1969. Had they looked 10 years prior, and again, Cameron got into the details within the prison. I guess somebody could have destroyed some additional records in that file or something. It's certainly possible, I suppose. But by all indications that Cameron included in his book, working at that prison when he found out about, when he got into all this stuff, so he had access to the records, right? He was in a unique position to actually verify this. And he verified that the California authorities did, in fact, contact Deer Lodge Prison looking for inmate records meeting these details. So they just didn't look back far enough. No one thought it was details from 10 years prior. They thought it was more recent within the previous year or two. So it says, as far as this transcript goes, the assailant, that is the hooded man, that would be Edwards, just don't make any fast moves, come up slowly when he's telling them to get up off the ground and tie themselves up, right? And then Brian Hartnell says, but we don't have any money. All I have is 75 cents. And Edwards, or the masked man, says, that doesn't matter. Every little bit helps. I'm on my way to Mexico. I escaped from Deer Lodge Prison in Montana. So this has been in the report in Napa Valley from moment one. That's where this attack occurred. Murder occurred, attempted murder as well. Murder and attempted murder. I need some money to get there, right? And then he goes on to describe, he says, I stole a car, but that car's hot. I need your car, right? He never takes their car, mind you. Again, the story he's describing, despite having the ability to take this car, claiming the car that he got there in, that he stole from the prison, was hot, he doesn't take the victim's car. He writes the Zodiac message on the victim's car with the circle, square, the date, and the victims, right? And again, they go on to talk. So what was the name of that prison again? So again, he's verifying with the name of the prison, right? No reply. And then Brian Hartnell says, but no, really, what did you say the name of the prison was? I'm just curious. And again, notice this begrudgingly, kind of like that begrudgingly thing we saw Edwards do on 72 on camera. When he's telling the truth in the show to tell the truth, when he's telling the truth, he's doing it begrudgingly. Got the furrowed kind of lips on his face, looking kind of, salty about it, right? Salty but assertive, begrudgingly, Deer Lodge in Montana. So again, with questions of whether or not this is actually the details of the Zodiac crimes in Lake Berryessa, whether or not repeatedly the assailant's telling him this, and he's doing it in the same manner Edward Wayne Edwards does when he asserts very assertively a fact that he begrudgingly asserts like he did in 72 on To Tell the Truth, right? Same. That's when I look at this, I can't help but see those two comparisons. Begrudgingly, Deer Lodge, Montana. So anyone, that's what these, when I was saying earlier, the tumultuous topic in the Zodiac community, I don't put any validity when the victims even recorded saying that this is what he was told, that told the police this the day prior to the recording in the hospital. I mean, it's Deer Lodge Prison. These ideas are preposterous to deter these things from the actual facts. And then previous to that, he says, the man, the masked Ed, says, yes, it is. Then calm and a matter of fact, I killed a couple of men before. Again, the diabolical nature we're about to watch here to close this thing out when he's talking about how he's planning, framing, and killing Danny Boy Edwards, right? And then Brian Hartnell says, what? I didn't hear you. Ed, or the masked man, says, I killed a couple of guards getting out of prison. I'm not afraid to kill again. Again, we know 2 guards died in that prison, right? The same one he escaped from, the same one he's describing 10 years prior to the man in Lake Berryessa in September 27th of 6:30 p.m. on 1969. Just over 10 years prior, we saw he escaped, did all those things. Same prison. Guards dead. Went to Mexico. After via Portland, but nonetheless, right? How this guy fits the physical description of Ed? How is this not Ed Edwards? Why is there an effort not to accept this man as Ed Edwards? In addition to the testimony of his children, watching Zodiac stuff, telling them all about Zodiac stories, all life, stuff like that, the getting the rocks off, which he is literally how the only reason Edward got caught. The Zodiac said he gets his rocks off, killing people. Ed Edwards literally got his rocks off in a gross description of the scenario by ejaculating through his pants. That woman was not raped in 1980 in Wisconsin. That all happened through his pants. His pants were on, her pants were on. It leaked onto her jeans. It wasn't an enormous stain. I mean, it was enough to obviously get a sample from, but what I'm saying it was, he did not ejaculate in here. Again, I'm not trying to be graphic, but this guy wrote the Zodiac letters, wrote that. Again, there's a lot of evidence. The next crime scene after this one, the one in San Francisco, happens right next to the cafe his aunt owns. It's happens on Crowley Moss. Again, the guy in the hood here, with the circle and the cross, allegedly he made this himself. So John Cameron argues that he was a skilled leather worker, which he was, and they evidence that in that Paramount show. He's extremely skilled. He does an entire family portrait. He does it in leatherworking, and it's colored. It's. I mean, you want to talk about Ed Edwards being an artist? Holy shit! Look at that. But apparently, there's record in that Deer Lodge prison, the same place Nathaniel Barjona dies, the same place in 2008, the same place John Cameron's working at in the prison board, the same place that Edwards escapes from, kills those guards apparently in that riot. There's documented evidence there in those reports because, again, Cameron worked there. He had special access when he immediately found out about the stuff. It's documented. He was skilled in leatherworking. Again, it's evidence in that show with actual proof. There's apparently record that he made a hood that sounded like it looked, by descriptions, looked just like this. Granted, he made it 10 years prior in that prison. It maybe wasn't the same one, but it does demonstrate he had the ability to make such a leather hood on record in the prison record. So, and again, when it looks like this, when it quacks like a duck and looks like a duck, it's probably a duck, folks. So it looks like a magical hood from Thelema. The man's documented as being a Thelemite, a follower for Aleister Crowley, that is. And the letters that are written, again, back to getting his rocks off, and that's how he got busted in the one crime scene that he seems to have left DNA at, by all accounts. The letters that he listed, he's always doing my thing. See? I highlighted on this one, my thing. It says the threat, or I could do my thing. He's always writing do my thing. It is clear the Zodiac is simply paired to the word thing. That's always throughout the letters, he's writing about doing my thing. And I would argue that's Aleister Crowley's, a variation of a Crowleyite saying do my thing is do as thou wilt, right? Do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. So, I appreciate you folks sticking with me. I apologize for being long-winded on these matters. I obviously have a lot to go over with the matters of Edward Wayne Edwards. The last two things I want to touch on is the fact that I'll save the John Bonet thing for later. We'll do the West Memphis 3, though, here. Close that out. Watch one clip here of him describing the murder of Danny Boy Edwards. And then we will call her in here, folks, and I appreciate you sticking with me here. Whoa. Where'd I go? Getting lost here. So the West Memphis 3. So the West Memphis 3 is interesting because I do think I really want to touch on that because I do think there is a strong argument, as I said before, that the men that are convicted still to this day, despite being out of prison, are definitely involved, given at least the polygraph key knowledge that Damien Eccles had. But again, I presented a circumstance where even I'll agree that David Berkowitz seems to have had polygraph key knowledge of Arliss Perry's death, and that seemed to have been at the hands of Manson too, Mr. Bill Menser. So these cults may share that kind of information. So I will be open to that idea. But before we get to that real quick, I want to make sure I touch base on this, and we'll do this in a future show as well. But it was the day after that Edward Wayne Edwards, June 14th, 2009, his birthday. In fact, again, dates are important to this man. Somebody goes online and starts admitting to the John Walsh murder, right? Starts admitting to the Zodiac, the same person admitting to the Zodiac murder, right? This is the day after he gave his DNA evidence by warrant to the Wisconsin authorities, knowing he was busted. Someone named Baba Bijan says it was very convenient for John Walsh to go along with the official decisions to close the unsolved murder and the kidnapping and murder of his son Adam, because some police officials in Florida were convinced that they would be far better off to pin such a horrible crime on a dead con man known as Toole, instead of pursuing the diabolical force behind the kidnappings and murders of so many children in America, regardless of their colors. Again, that was immediately following the Atlanta child killings, right? They ended the month prior, and then there was the Adam Walsh in July. Let us not forget the Scorpion's warning for John Walsh. So John Walsh got a series of Zodiac-style letters written by someone signing stuff the Scorpion. the John Benet Ramsey family got a similar letter signed SBTC with the circle in the crosshairs, signed by the cross, zodiac style. So there is these games being played with these letters, and they all do seem to dance around elements of, once again, Edward Wayne Edwards. Here's another interesting fun fact relative to, but possibly Edwards' connection to the process. So when we talk about these dates and everything else, I just want to fast forward here to what I want to find important today. Adam's head was recovered near a body of water in Florida on August 10th, 1981, which magically coincided with the 46th birthday of Robert de Grimston, who was born on August 10th, 1935 in Shanghai, China, and which was a signatory party to the 1953 armistice. I'm not sure the armistice reference. Robert de Grimston, the founder of the Process Church of the Final Judgment. So this is a post. I'm reading this from a post made the day after, on Ed's birthday in 2009, the day after he was forced to give up DNA. So who is this person posting these things? Why do they have all this? Why are they referencing Adam Walsh, the Atlanta child killings, the Zodiac? Robert de Grimston is being an anniversary birthday for some of these activities on August 10th. That's an interesting day, considering all these other matters on August 10th. I mean, it may be Ed's anniversaries of Ed's mother's dying, right? She shot on the 9th, shot on the 9th, dies on the, shot on the 8th, dies on the 10th, buried on the 11th. So 1938. I'm just saying, why is this person posting that about the Process Church leader, right? Why we got nothing but Crowley stuff and numerology and other nonsense, if you ask me, through here. The cryptic numeric clues of 46 and 21, the 46th birthday, right? Again, this is a post somebody made. They start breaking down de Grimston 46 and 21st and bringing it into Liber 21, which is a Aleister Crowley magical working. Liber 777, which was Aleister Crowley's blueprint for murder and mayhem, M&M. The cryptic alphabet clue of water can be numeralized as 67. So again, I don't necessarily know all the ins and outs of this. What I'm pointing out to you, this is all, as it says, Crowley stuff. Crowley stuff with more Crowley stuff and process stuff, talking about Robert de Grimston, a man's name you don't see referenced in many things, especially relative to such matters like this, especially back on Ed's birthday in 2009, the day after he gave up his DNA. So grounds for further considerations here, folks, but that is certainly of a top interest of mine. And chronologically speaking, the next one we hit is not I guess no, it is the West Memphis 3. Yeah, because West Memphis 3 is 1993 and John Benet's 1996. So in this film, we'll touch on this real quick here today. And again, I'm very interested in this case and also getting William Ramsey's thoughts on these matters as well. I apologize there, Melinda Johnson. Let me see here. Thank you for all the information you provide and all your research info in this case and other cases. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Happy to do so. Lots more to come here. I'm trying to address, not only as I stated, the prelude to tonight's long-winded conversations, which I don't mind. I'm happy y'all stick around for. I'm weaving narratives throughout all these shows. You'll see a lot Sundays and Thursdays as we're seeing comparisons tonight or last week or the previous, right? We're going to see a lot of this stuff cross over, and I'm going to continue to do mainly, again, the criminal aspects here relative to Edward Wayne Edwards, but don't be shocked if you hear about him in the future on a Thursday show. And you'll hear a lot of this stuff on Wednesdays and even my Fridays where I cover a lot of these topics and discuss ideas that will be discussed here in larger and deeper formats on Sundays and Thursdays shows. So I appreciate you paying attention and research and information. And by all means, please note these things are connected, and the shows, that is, and the matters discussed. And, these are the matters folks don't want to talk about. The serial killer you probably never heard of, Edward Wayne Edwards. So, and again, another comment here, Melinda Johnson. I would have to agree with that. To call out people thinking they would help and to be ignored and left to die, those people to the boat had to be filming, a lot of money to be made from it. Yes, ma'am. That is a lucrative. You were spot on target. There's a lucrative market for these snuff films, especially something of that high profile nature. And this is something Maury Terry highlighted in his Ultimate Evil, right? You see the marketing campaign of the Son of Sam murders and the Moskowitz murder. And, anyone who wants this market of snuff films, that's going to be a hot commodity. This high profile murder. And again, it's not necessarily seeing the intimate details of the murder. You might be thinking, well, they're 30 or 40 yards away on a boat. And they can zoom in a little bit, I suppose with the video camera technology. And they did have some actual videotape technology at the time. You didn't have to, put it on film, right? Actual cassette filming, Well, yeah, that's why the large knife needed to be there, right? That's why you needed to not gag them so they could scream, because you needed that effect, because you're not going to see the immediate, maybe a close up, right? Nor was the Moskowitz murder in 1977. I mean, they see a guy. I mean, again, this is by eyewitness statements. So, I mean, the eyewitnesses had the same purview as the camera did in the back of the van. It was the car actually had a better scene. It was the car in front of the van. They saw a man run up under a streetlight, breach his gun into a parked car, and murder a young woman, shoot her boyfriend. Boyfriend survived. She died. I believe he lost an eye. The boyfriend, that is, maybe that was a previous one of the shootings, but nonetheless, that is the filming, though. It's the high profile nature of the crimes, and then the ability to market that within the snuff film community is making it a hot commodity. You don't need to see the person dying in the car. You see the guy run up, allegedly Manson 2, wearing a blonde wig under a well-lit street lamp, so you're a little bit of a distance, but you're using the lighting to your advantage, right? And then fire, you get to see them fire the gun, and that is the snuff film aspect, I think, that is so, you don't need to actually see the blood and the gore necessarily. You're seeing, it went on. You see it all in the media. You actually get to watch that aspect of it. And I think that's what, I don't think they make copies for these things. I think that's more of they sell tickets for a screening type of deal, right? These are held close to the vest within this network. That's a good point, though. There's a lot to be said about snuff films, specifically that guy in the blonde wig, if that was Bill Mentzer, as asserted by David Berkowitz, with personal knowledge, as he claimed, from Bill Mentzer and that Son of Sam cult. Manson 2, that is. Bob Cocaine Evans, co-conspirator in the murder of the head of that Son of Sam cult, Roy Radin, in 1983. It was brought to justice in 1988 by Charles Manson's friend, the LA District Attorney, Ira Reiner, the one that let Cocaine Bob walk. Well, if you consider kind of those factors, and they're bringing in Manson 2 from California to that matter, and that's the same guy that gave Berkowitz those polygraph details, those polygraph keys in the murder of Arliss Perry from 1974. Again, back to this West Memphis 3. Again, how did Damien Echols get those polygraph key information? Was it in a similar capacity? And if you're bringing in Manson 2 over there to New York, are you bringing in a heavy hitter like Edward Wayne Edwards for this circumstance in West Memphis 3? I think that should be considered. So, and as we touch base on what should be considered here also, is this is 93, this is 96 when they filmed this, right? And then let me bring up the clip from John Cameron's YouTube. So there's a guy, and I'll leave the clip here in the show notes, but there's a guy seen in that documentary from 96, so presumably filmed in 95 there. So it's at the anniversary of the deaths, I think the scene is. So if that's the case, because the families were visiting the child at the anniversary of the death, and this death occurred. When did these murders occur? Too many dates, too many murders, folks. The interwebs. I got to double check this one to make sure I got my brain hole on right here. Why do they not want to tell me that in the description of this film? Seems convenient. 1993, dubious claims. On May 5th, 1993, 3 8-year-old boys were reported missing in West Memphis, Arkansas. Okay, so May 5th, 1993. When did he write that letter in 93? Let me bring up that letter. I done closed that letter up, folks. Let me bring that letter back up. Nope. That's the letter. He wrote that letter on July 9th, 1993. Well, that's fucking it. The one with the timeline, dubious timelines and stuff we identified before. July 9th, 1993. So the West Memphis 3 was May 5th, 1993. May 5th. And on May 5th, 1993, or I guess it would have been May 5th, 1995, maybe then. I think this was filmed, maybe 94. It was a year or two. It was the year of the murders, right? And this was filmed. And we apparently see Edward Wayne Edwards, according to John Cameron. This is the big guy in the back of that cemetery scene where they couldn't identify. Not this guy. That's Stephen Byers, I believe is his name. He's one of the father's victims. I'm sorry. This is the first Christmas. So this is going to be Christmas of 93. So May of 93, they were murdered. July of 93, Ed wrote that letter to the FBI. And then this is December of 93. The film didn't come out till 96. So they're at a cemetery grieving over their lost child, right? And there's a big fat guy looking like Ed in the background, and he's doing some weird shit. And the producers claim they don't know who this guy is. The producers claim they don't know who that man is. They claim when Cameron asserts himself, John, this is not my claims. This is the claims of John Cameron. He says that, well, that's not it either. Stand by, please. Oh, there it is. He says that the producers of that film told him they don't know who that man was or how they got into the film. Well, you edited it, produced it, and directed. How do you not know how that guy got? You could have not zoomed in on the guy. Let's start with that, right? They're showing the grieving parents. Why are they focusing on this guy in the background of that same cemetery? And why are they zooming in on him, right? And this is Ed in March of 93 on the right. And that is Ed. And that in December of 93, if you ask me. I think that's a pretty close comparison, at least the size-wise and everything else. And again, he was known for these cane activities. Does he have a beard? Well, I mean, he was a man of costumes. Is that even a real beard? He's documented with being a man of costumes, right? Something to be said there, folks, because if the filmmakers are like, well, we don't know how that guy got in there, right?
You won't never forget.
Then why are they see what I mean? Why are they zooming in on him and why are they following the guy, right? You mean to tell me that filmmakers of this film that was produced by HBO didn't have to get a consent to put that guy on camera for his rights? If anyone else has ever been on camera before, even on the news, they make you sign that shit. So they're going to release a film on HBO and then later tell John Cameron, we don't know who that guy is or how he got there or why we zoomed in on him or why we followed him around as he's walking. So a lot to be said there, folks. A lot to be said. A lot to unpack there in the future, I think, too, there. But I mean, given the mystery behind what I just described of lack of release forms of putting this guy in a major production and then not having zooming in on the guy, following him as he's walking around here. Yeah, he looks a lot like Ed Edwards. Looks a lot like Ed. Again, a man of costumes. That might be a fake beard, even. You never know. But he did Ed loved the cane as well. He loved to, March to December. There was going to be a little bit of a difference. Maybe he put on some weight over those 6 months, right? 9 months. Interesting notion, folks. I want to leave you with for a future show. And when I said, remember back in Portland when he returned to that one scene, right, where they caught him at the scene of that murder, right, the one that Cameron's convinced of, right? So before we close out with the Jean Benet business here and some more of those, go over those connections there. See this fella right here? This is a Zodiac Killer conference from back in, I believe this was 2003. And the person who held this said they hoped the Zodiac Killer would show up. They hoped the Zodiac Killer would show up. See this person right here they're sitting next to? This person's suspected in numerous Manson family murders. This is a Manson family member. Why is this guy, who we don't get a great look at, only from behind in this brief glance from the side on this video, look a lot like Ed Edwards? The girthy kind of neck there, fat white dude, kind of general shape, I would argue, at least. Why is he sitting next to somebody who knew Charles Manson was part of the Manson family at a Zodiac conference, right? That the people that held it thought the Zodiac Killer would show up to. This fellow Larry Melton's suspected a number of murders before, during, and after the whole Manson event, and is today, or I think he's dead now, but was a convicted sex offender. So if that is Ed, it's fitting company, I think, as far as who he hangs out with, right? But this dude right here, and again, we'll be unpacking those later at some point in time when we get some Zodiac stuff and get down to that case level of this whole narrative in the case of Edward Wayne Edwards. But more copycat killings offered Inyo County Sheriff's interview with White Rabbit Larry Melton. So they have him on camera admitting to interviews, right? Or murders. That's it. This is after that Zodiac conference with a guy who looks a lot like Ed. The guy looks a whole shit ton like Ed, if you ask me. You know what I mean? So, again, did Ed have a moment of weakness the day after his DNA he was forced to give up via warrant to the state authorities of Wisconsin, and went on there and started admitting to Walsh, Zodiac, all this stuff, right? Mentioning Robert DeGrimson, Thelema, rituals, all sorts of stuff in this weird online posting on his birthday, the day after he gave up his DNA for a warrant in that 1980. The 1980 case, right, up there in Wisconsin. I don't know. I think it's grounds for further research, and certainly I think it's interesting. And we will look at one brief clip here, and I will go over a couple of them notes on the Ramsey stuff, and we'll call her in here, folks. I appreciate you sticking with me. I hope you all and I don't even enjoy this conversation, but I think these are important things to discuss, and hope to that regard you've enjoyed this conversation, found it informative, and try to make informative, but I do aim to entertain. And I do have a clip, like I said earlier in the show. I wanted to make sure we just showed how Edward would describe the murder of Danny Boy Edwards once he's imprisoned and has got the death penalty, awaiting his execution. Right.
Lived with some foster parents on the other side of town in Burton, and he was 21 when he graduated from high school. When he went to school with my kids, he got the people there got divorced, and so he ended up living with one of the kids that he used to be there, and so anyways, that kid brought him to me one day. He said, "I'm gonna put him out on the streets in Chardon if you don't want him." He said, "Because we don't want him." So we took him in and let him live there, and then it was after I started plotting down the road to kill him for the insurance purposes and everything, that we had his name changed to Danny Boy Edwards and that, but he was not a foster son. He was not an adopted son. He was someone that we had taken in. With Danny, I saw an opportunity I was always a schemer. I was always thinking of ways of making money. I've always been into crime. And with Danny, I saw an opportunity here at long range. It took about a year to set it up. And that's what I did. I set it up to collect the money and ended up getting $250,000 out of it. And it was arranged. It was premeditated. It was thought out. It was planned. And that's what I did. He went AWOL. I sent him the money. He got the money, he got a Greyhound. He went AWOL and went to Columbus, the bus station in Columbus. That's where I went, and that's where I picked him up at, is the bus station in Columbus. He didn't come here. Then I brought him back to the house, and he stayed at our house unbeknown to my wife. He was out in the barn. He was in the car that was parked there. He was in the house, and it was all set up. I'd already had prior to him going into the military, he took out a $50,000 insurance policy, named us beneficiary. And then while in the military.
Did you ask him to do that, or he did it voluntarily?
No, I asked him to, but.
But that was part of your plan then?
That was part of my plan. Yes, that started back prior to him going into the military. Then the name change was not effective, was not all the way through yet once he went into the military. When he went into the military, he was Danny Glockner. It was while he was in basic training that the name change went through to Danny Boy Edwards. So at that time, he had to go down and change his name on the records to the insurance policy, because the insurance policy had been made out to the people that he used to live with that already separated and everything. And matter of fact, one of them was dead. And so he went down and changed his policy over and named my wife and I the beneficiaries. And he was going to get a medical discharge from the Army because he couldn't handle it. But it was about 3 days prior to that. And that's when I talked him into going to AWOL, because they said he was going to Korea.
So, folks, I think, I'm not back up here, am I? Oh, there we go. There I am. So, folks, I think you can kind of get at the diabolical nature. He moves to Ohio and ingratiates himself in this man's life, gets him to take all these insurance policies out, join the Army. He's plotting this shit the entire time, for like the entire time he moved there. So he lands in Ohio, I think it's 94 there, and proceeds to do these things and murdering the dude in 96. He murders him 6 months before the death think it's almost 6 months precisely. Well, I think it's August. So I think he's murdered there in August of 96. And there's in that favorite August time frame, I think is what it's alleged, because they don't find his body. He disappears and he's AWOL, he's gone, he's got him out in hiding. So, but I think it's within that time frame, and it's argued that he dies in around August 8th, 10th of 96. Jean Bonet's dead on Christmas, 26th, I believe. The day of Christmas, that is, night of. So I would argue again. I think this is what Cameron argues is Ed was plotting not only that dude's death, but then plotting on using that dude's DNA to at the Ramsey murder scene, right? The Ramsey murder scene when she got visited by Santa Claus. The fat, white-haired, bearded fella, right? And and to that note, in 1990, that occurs in 96. The Boulder County Prosecutor's Office convenes a grand jury. In the aftermath, they investigate the matters for 13 months, and the prosecutor charges nobody in the death of JonBenet Ramsey. Fast forward, I think that's 2000 by that point. Fast forward in 2016, 4 paragraphs of an 18-page grand jury investigation report is released. Those 4 paragraphs can yield a few facts. That grand jury that convened for 13 months and investigated the murder of JonBenet Ramsey concluded not the parents or the family that did it. And they did recommend charges for the Ramsey parents in those 4 paragraphs. We can see that. And that was the endangerment of their child and the obstruction of justice. So even the grand jury that looked at it agreed they didn't do it. And I suspect that there is a lot of incidents that have gone on in that investigation. And I could, in fact, imagine a scenario where they did come across evidence that would later then lead to Danny Boy Edwards in the matters of such the FBI or other people involved even, who knows. Just what I'm getting at is certainly external, impact onto the case. And I will make this point before we close this thing out here. And relative to that, just another one circumstantial point on the JonBenet Ramsey case. So JonBenet Ramsey's father, John Ramsey, would again build $1 billion industry. They moved their company out there to Denver, was raising their children in Boulder as a very, they're as a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a, white picket fence community, right? And they didn't expect anything like that. So remember I said Marietta, Georgia. Patsy Ramsey's from Marietta. Well, they're not from Marietta. She's not. John Ramsey, I think, is from there. Patsy Ramsey was Miss West Virginia, which I think a lot of weird shit that goes back to West Virginia. But so Patsy Ramsey, she was the beauty pageant queen there. They got her. I think she competed in Miss America for West Virginia. She's from Parkersburg, West Virginia. They're buried down there just outside of Marietta because that's where John Ramsey's from down there. She was Miss West Virginia in 1977. Patsy Ramsey was, right? So she marries John Ramsey on November 5th, 1980, right? And he's from Lincoln, Nebraska, but they have some other connections down there because that's where JonBenet and her mother are both buried because Patsy Ramsey died of, I believe, breast cancer or something like that. They have connections down there to Georgia. So again, right out there in Atlanta, right by Marietta, right where Edward Wynne Edwards was. Spent a lot of time in that region, over multiple decades, Atlanta and Marietta, etc. And obviously knew folks down there, police captains, Marietta police sergeants. In 1989, Ramsey formed the Advanced Product Group, one of 3 companies that merged to become Access Graphics. Okay. He became president and chief executive officer at Access Graphics, a computer services company that became a subsidiary of Lockheed Martin in 1991. In 1996, Access Graphics, there we go, grossed over $1 billion, and Ramsey was named Entrepreneur of the Year. So what a way to get Edward Wynne Edwards' attention. Again, he tells you himself he does crimes for recognition, and it sounds like this family, according to what the implications of that grand jury report is, they were already allowing their daughter into areas such as seemingly child pornography circles and maybe even child sexual abuse circles that are going on. So we don't know because only 4 paragraphs of an 18-page grand jury investigation were released publicly, and 4 paragraphs, not 4 pages. And those 4 paragraphs tell us child endangerment and obstruction of justice, but they don't tell us who murdered or who was recommended for the murder of JonBenet or whatever else went down there, or whatever other powerful people may have been involved as it's been implicated over the years. But What a way to get yourself on the list of Edward Wayne Edwards being named the Entrepreneur of the Year by the Boulder Chamber of Commerce in this $1 billion company deal, right? And I say that, well, you may be thinking, well, how does Edward Wayne Edwards out there in Ohio, right? Working on the murder of Danny Boy Edwards, how would he know about this? That son that didn't want to talk to John Cameron worked for Lockheed Martin in Denver, the same company that bought Access Graphics in 1991. Still working there in Lockheed at the time. So again, Cameron brings up some excellent points here relative to this matter. And again, I don't discount his theory that DNA evidence they're sitting on still in the John Bonet case leads back to Danny Boy Edwards. Because, like I said, he killed Danny Boy Edwards in August 96. This is December 26, 96 with John Bonet. Edwards, in that same clip we watched some of, and I'll put in the show notes there, he goes on to describe how he plays games with that body so that police will find it in an intentional fashion on the date he wants them to find it. Again, this is a cool, cold, and calculated man. They found his DNA at one crime scene that we know of, thanks to his daughter. Otherwise, we wouldn't know any of these things. And thanks to John Cameron, we wouldn't know any of these things. So again, I don't like to throw out John Cameron's theories, despite they may sound a bit fanciful. I don't think they are, but I could see where people might say that. But nonetheless, he presents very logical arguments of how, in some of these cases, even despite how profile they are, despite how seemingly you don't think Edward Wayne Edwards is involved or did this, folks say that at least, right? Well, again, this is, this guy's Entrepreneur of the Year in Boulder, Chamber of Commerce, right? His son works for the same company that bought out this company in the same city. I don't know for a fact that they know each other. I don't know if Cameron's ever established that, because that son won't talk to him. That son of Edwards, that is. So intriguing, folks. Intriguing nonetheless. And again, there's much like everything else with Edward Wayne Edwards and on these topics here, right? There is a report sealed in the Boulder County, Colorado, which 4 paragraphs of an 18-page grand jury indictment has been released. And in that indictment, 13 months of an investigation, that indictment, they didn't recommend to indict John and Patsy Ramsey. Now, there's been letters sent to the Ramseys. They've been harassed. They've been framed. These are all the MO of Edward Wayne Edwards. And one of those letters, SBTC, signed by the cross, much like the Scorpion letters, or all the Zodiac letters, the Scorpion letters that John Walsh got. Or how many letters are the FBI, law enforcement, and newspapers sitting on that they never wanted to print because this dude was a letter writer? And I'm sure he wasn't the only letter writer. I'm sure that was part of the program, if you will. So lots to think about, folks. I hope you've enjoyed this journey through the case of Edward Wayne Edwards. Again, trying to lay the foundation tonight. I realize it's a lot of information. I highly recommend folks go back and re-listen to some of these things and rewatch it. If you have any further questions, by all means, send me a message or a note. I'll put the links in the descriptions. And I appreciate all folks' times and questions and comments, as it were, here this evening. And if stay tuned, more to follow in the future here on Sundaze in the case of Edward Wayne Edwards, going through unpacking some of these crimes in the future on future shows. But also at some point in time, folks with the interwebs, this will, in fact, obviously, if you haven't seen or I haven't mentioned it here enough, or emphasizing here enough, this will obviously intersect with Operation GCD Thursdays, the Anatomy of Satanic Panic, these network of criminals that seem to, rove around this country murdering folks. Those kind of processed churchy and stuff like, Charles Manson, the processed church guy, or the processed church founder listed in that weird online posting from a true crime website admitting to the murders of John Walsh, the Zodiac, etc., and mentioning is these were done in, at least according to that posting, in support of the processed church founder's birthday, and using that in a further math equation with other rituals, and doing so the day after Edward Wayne Edwards gave his DNA up in that 1980 murder in 2009 where he got busted. He knew he was up, and he knew the jig was up. Just like he immediately started copying other crimes when he got arrested for that murder, when he copped to the 1977 one in Ohio, and then the 1996 one in Ohio because he wanted the death penalty. It seems like he started singing, not when he got arrested and sang about the 77 murder, when he got arrested for the DNA evidence from the 80 murder in 2009. It seems like in June 14th of 2009, the day after he gave up that DNA for that 1980 murder of the semen on the jeans, it seems like he started singing that next day on his birthday. And I would put a lot of weight into that statement and those arguments because of that. The dates, the times, the places, when he did it, and then when he knew it was up, and that he was obviously going to start singing. Because that's exactly what Ed did when he started singing to try to get the death penalty. And it seems like he started singing the moment he gave up that DNA evidence, because that online posting, and again, I will link it in the description, in the show notes. I assure folks, we glanced over here, and we'll tack these things more in the future, but you should check that one out for sure. Because if he started singing about the 77 murder when he got busted, did he sing about other murders and we don't know about it? Because who's he singing to? Law enforcement? They haven't exactly been honest about a lot of these things. And I'm not saying all officers, like John Cameron, like that Northeast detective I was talking about in Ohio. The FBI's got a problem, like that Northeast detective I was talking about in Ohio. He's got a problem with the FBI and the fact that they came in and told him, you trust this guy. So there's a lot of questions to be had. A lot of folks aren't telling the truth. We identified Ed not telling the truth in his description of when he got out of prison from that 1972 show, and these gaps in time and activities in which he wants to paint weird lies around, be it the Portland incident in the 60s or the departure from prison there, when he wants to paint a 2-month gap of whatever the fuck he was doing, the time immediately preceding the Zodiac murder. So again, I got a lot of questions, folks. Definitely grounds for further research in the future, but nonetheless, I appreciate your folks' time, folks of the interwebs. Thanks for joining me here to get a little GCD. And yes, Melinda Johnson, we'll be going over that for sure. Also, John Cameron in that book, It Was Me, Edward Wayne Edwards, which will be in the show notes link description. He documents the occult belief systems of Edward Wayne Edwards. So when I infer that Edward Wayne Edwards is wearing a magical hood similar to Thelema, looking like a lot of Thelemic stuff, doing Thelemic activities, doing that June 14th, 2009, talking all about Thelemic rituals, talking about numerology with Crowley and Robert de Grimston, leaders in these Thelemic cult, Thelema being Crowley, de Grimston being the head of the process, the Thelemic offshoot, both leaders in these movements. It's an interesting, again, Ed's birthday. He starts singing immediately about the 77 crime because he wants the murder, the death penalty. They just took his, on June 13th of 2009, the day before that posting, about talking about all the magic stuff, the ritual stuff, all the occultism, everything else, admitting to all these crimes. Again, that's the day after Ed, it's his birthday. It's the day after he gave up his DNA for that crime. He knew he was out. He knew he was busted. And he starts singing again. And I would argue he may have sang about more crimes we just don't know about. Because again, law enforcement hasn't been very honest in this. But yes, ma'am, John Cameron documented that more. I'll go into that more in the future. But he was a Thelemite, documented. A follower of Aleister Crowley. So when I say that hood looks a lot like it, and that post describes Crowley magic with numerology, de Grimston and Crowley anniversaries and activities, the day after he gives up his DNA on his birthday in 2009, right before we know he started singing, I think we should take a lot of weight into those statements in that post, and they'll be in the show notes. But yes, good question. Lots of occultism, be a future topic of conversation. I will close us out here tonight with the last and final clip from the end of that, to tell the truth. From 1972, Edward Wayne Edwards. And will the real Edward Wayne Edwards please stand up?
By a variety of logics, we have arrived at the following conclusion. A pair of twos on each end, the votes are all in. Will the real Ed Edwards please stand up? Let's find out, Ed, about your friend.
Well, that ain't it. And there you go, folks. You saw it right there. The Duper's Delight with the real Ed Edwards. Please stand up. And not only did he stand up all right, that was that Duper's Delight I was talking about. So, folks, on the interwebs, thank you for joining me here again tonight to get a little GCD. The case of Edward Wayne Edwards got a lot to unpack here in the future. I hope I laid up a solid foundation and framework for those future discussions, and hopefully Detective John Cameron, the man who did all of this work and research and investigation, will not only join us to tell us about that, but tell us about some of the other stuff that hasn't been published in those thousands of documents, records, and files that he has regarding the life and times and crimes of Edward Wayne Edwards. Catch y'all next time, folks. Thanks for joining me again, and I hope any questions, concerns, let me know, and otherwise, I would recommend watching this again. I just I might have blown up my own brain hole trying to describe these things. I put pen a lot of stuff for future things, especially those gaps. I'm telling you, Ed's up to something there. Ed's up to something. Till next time, folks, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining me here again to get a little GCD.
Well, that's it. That's the show here, folks. So the next time you're out on the town, visiting your local watering holes, or perhaps just meandering around, and you hear the unmistakable sounds of metal clanking, and you spot signs of a disturbance, but check your six. Look in that garbage can, 'cause you never can tell. The GCDs may be loose in your town.